Welcome to the Slumber Trail. Before we begin, take a moment to settle into a comfortable position, letting your body rest easily wherever you are listening. If your screen is still on, you may wish to lower the brightness now, or gently turn it face down, allowing the room to grow a little darker. There's nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to go. This time is just for rest. Let's take a slow breath together. Breathe in through your nose, slowly, gently, and then breathe out, softly, letting the breath fall away on its own. Once more, a quiet breath in, and an easy breath out. If it feels comfortable, allow your breathing to return to its natural rhythm, unforced and calm. With each breath, feel your shoulders soften, your jaw loosen, and the weight of the day begin to drift away. You don't need to stay awake for this story. If sleep comes early, that's perfectly fine. Simply listen, or let the words fade into the background as we begin tonight's gentle walk. John stands in the parking lot at ReliefFull State Park as the sun begins to lift above the Georgia mountains. The air is cool, mid-April cool, and carries a clean smell of morning and pine. His pack rests against the car behind him, and he takes a moment before shouldering it, before beginning. He has thought about this morning for years, not obsessively, but regularly. The idea would surface during lunch breaks at his desk, during traffic on the way home, in those quiet moments on Sunday evenings when the week ahead felt like something to endure rather than live. The Appalachian Trail, Springer Mountain to Katahdin, Georgia to Maine, 2,190 miles through the mountains, and now it's real, now it's today. He lifts the pack. It's heavy, 40 pounds, maybe a bit more. He's weighed and reweighed everything, cut his toothbrush in half, removed the tags from his clothing, but it's still heavy. The weight settles onto his shoulders and hips, and he clips a sternum strap, adjusts the belt. It will feel lighter in a few weeks, he tells himself. His body will adapt, and he'll eat through the food weight soon enough. The approach trail starts here, at the visitor center. 8.8 miles to Springer Mountain, the official southern terminus of the AT. Most through hikers walk this path. It feels right to John, to begin at the beginning, to earn even the starting line. He signs a register inside the visitor center. His handwriting looks strange to him, both familiar and foreign. John, it says. Late April, northbound. He doesn't write much else. What is there to say that hasn't been said by thousands before him? The trail leads down first toward the falls. He can hear the water before he sees it, a low roar that grows as he descends the stone steps. Amicalola Falls drops 729 feet in several cascades. And even in spring, with the forest still waking, the water flows strong and white against dark rock. John stops on the bridge. Other people are here, families with children, couples taking photos. He's aware of his large pack, of how he must look, like someone leaving rather than visiting. He supposes that's accurate. The water crashes and pools and falls again. Mist rises. A raven calls from somewhere in the canopy. John breathes in the spray, the negative ions, the moment. Then he continues. The trail turns upward. Of course it does. This is the Appalachian Trail, or the approach to it anyway, and the AT is nothing if not an accumulation of elevation. Up and down, ridge after valley after ridge for 2,000 miles. His legs will remember this motion. They'll learn it like a language. The path is rocky, route crossed, steeper than he expected. His breathing quickens. The pack pulls at his shoulders. He finds a pace slow and steady, and tries not to think about the fact that this is only the approach trail. The real trail hasn't even started yet, but there's something good in the effort, something honest. The morning warms as he climbs. He unzips his jacket, then stops to remove it entirely, stuffing it into the top of his pack. Sweat gathers at his temples, his lower back. The forest around him is alive with small sounds, birds he can't identify. The rustle of something moving through last year's leaves. The creak of trees swaying in a breeze he can't yet feel down here on the trail. He passes a few day hikers coming down. They nod, offer quiet good mornings. One older man sees his pack and grins. "Starting your through hike?" he asks. "Yes, sir," John says. "Good for you. I did it in 98. Best thing I ever did." The man's eyes are distant for a moment, remembering. "Take your time up there. It's not going anywhere." John thanks him and continues climbing. Take your time. He likes that. He has time. He has saved for this, planned for this, arranged his entire life to create this space. 5 months, maybe 6. However long it takes. No schedule beyond the rough math of miles per day and the approach of winter in Maine. The morning stretches into late morning. The trail levels occasionally gives him brief respites of flat walking before ascending again. His breathing finds a rhythm. His footsteps become automatic. Left, right, left, right. The crunch of boots on dirt and stone. This is what the next several months will be. This motion, this breath, this simple progression forward. He begins to notice small things. The way sunlight filters through the canopy in angled shafts. A patch of trillium, their white 3-petaled flowers just opening. The varied bark of different trees, smooth grey beech, shaggy hickory, the puzzle piece pattern of mature oaks. Moss covers the north side of many trunks, thick and green, and somehow both soft and ancient looking. A butterfly, yellow and black, crosses the trail ahead of him. He watches it dip and rise through a beam of sunlight and disappear into shadow. His mind, which has been so busy for so long, begins to quiet. The thoughts are still there, of course they are, but they seem less urgent, less demanding. There's only the trail, only the next step, only the forest and the morning and the weight on his back. Around midday, he stops for lunch at a small clearing, his first trail lunch. He lowers the pack carefully, feeling the strange lightness of his body without it, and sits on a fallen log, a granola bar, an apple, water from the bottle on his hip strap. Simple food, but it tastes better than it should, earned by the morning's effort. The forest is quiet here, peaceful. A light breeze moves through the upper branches. John can feel the fatigue in his legs, the dull ache building in his shoulders. But it's a good fatigue, a satisfying one. He's doing it. He's actually doing it. After 20 minutes, he shoulders the pack again. It feels heavier now, or he feels weaker, one of the two, and continues. The afternoon miles are harder. His body wants rest. But Springer Mountain is close now. The southern terminus, the beginning of the beginning. The approach trail ends at a junction, a wooden sign weathered and carved with white letters. Appalachian Trail, an arrow pointing north, another pointing south, and there, just a short walk up a side trail, Springer Mountain. John takes the side trail. It's steep, this last push, and his legs burn. But then the trees open slightly, and there it is, a bronze plaque mounted on a large stone. Springer Mountain, southern terminus of the Appalachian Trail, elevation 3,782 feet. He made it. To the start. Other hikers are here, 3 young people taking photos, laughing. They offer to take John's picture and he accepts, standing beside the plaque with his pack still on, trying to smile naturally. He feels self-conscious, but also proud. When they hand his phone back, he looks at the photo. He looks tired, happy, nervous, ready. The other hikers head north and John is alone at the terminus. He runs his hand over the bronze plaque, feeling the engraved letters. All those miles start here. All those mountains, all those states, all that trail. It starts with this stone, this plaque, this moment. He thinks he should feel something profound, something transformative. But mostly he feels tired and thirsty, and aware that he still needs to find a place to sleep tonight. The first shelter is less than a mile north. Hawk Mountain Shelter, according to his guide. John adjusts his pack, takes one more look at the plaque and turns north. The white blazes begin here, 2 by 6 inch rectangles of white paint on trees marking the way. He follows them into the forest. The Appalachian Trail has begun. His through hike has begun. 1 step and then another after that. The white blazes lead John north from Springer Mountain, down from the rocky summit and back into the shelter of the forest. The trail is rocky here, requiring attention, and he watches his footing carefully. His legs are tired now, truly tired, but the shelter is close. Less than a mile, he reminds himself. Less than a mile. The afternoon light is changing, softening into that golden quality that comes in the hours before evening. It filters through the trees at a lower angle now, catching on the new leaves just beginning to emerge. The forest is still mostly brown and grey, the muted colours of early spring in the mountains, but there are hints of green everywhere. Unfurling ferns, the first small leaves on the hardwoods, life returning after winter. John's mind drifts as he walks. He thinks about his apartment back in Charlotte, wondering if his subletter has moved in yet. He thinks about his desk at work, now occupied by someone else or perhaps sitting empty. He thinks about his friends who threw him a going away party 2 weeks ago, who made jokes about him becoming a mountain man, who seemed both envious and baffled by what he was doing. But those thoughts feel distant already, like they belong to a different person, a different life. There's only this now. This trail, these trees, these tired legs carrying him forward. The shelter appears through the trees almost suddenly. Hawk Mountain Shelter, a 3-sided wooden structure with a slanted roof open to the south. It's larger than he expected, with 2 levels of sleeping platform. A picnic table sits in front of it, and beyond that, a fire ring surrounded by log seats. 2 other hikers are already there, sitting at the picnic table sorting through their gear. They look up as John approaches. "Hey," one of them says, a woman probably in her 30s with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. "You just starting?" "Yeah," John says, lowering his pack carefully to the ground. His shoulders ache with relief. "Started at Amicalola this morning." "Us too," the other hiker says, a younger guy with a red beard. "Well, we started yesterday, stayed at the bottom last night. I'm Redbeard, this is Sarah." John introduces himself. They exchange the basic information of new hikers, where they're from, what made them want to do this, how the first day felt. The conversation is easy, comfortable. Everyone here is doing the same thing, carrying the same dream north. More hikers arrive as the afternoon wanes, a couple in their 50s. Three guys who seem to know each other from before the trail. A solo hiker who nods quietly and claims a spot on the upper level of the shelter without much conversation. By the time the light begins to fade, there are 9 people at Hawk Mountain Shelter. John claims a spot on the lower level near the edge. He unpacks methodically, pulling out his sleeping pad, his sleeping bag, the small stuff sacks that organize his life. Everything has its place. He's practiced this at home, setting up his tent in his living room, timing himself, making sure he knew where everything was. But doing it here, in the shelter with other people around, feels different, more real. He inflates his sleeping pad, the air pump making small squeaking sounds, rolls out his sleeping bag, sets his pack at the head of his sleeping area within reach. His routine is beginning. His trail life is taking shape. The temperature drops as the sun disappears behind the western ridges. John pulls on his fleece jacket, his warm hat. Others are doing the same, everyone adding layers as the April evening turns cool. Someone starts a small fire in the fire ring, and people gravitate toward it, sitting on the log benches, drawn to the warmth and light. John sets up his stove on the picnic table, a small canister stove that weighs almost nothing. He boils water for his dinner, a freeze-dried meal that promises to be chicken and rice. While he waits for the water to heat, he watches the fire, watches the other hikers, listens to the conversations flowing around him. They talk about gear, about distances, about the weather forecast. They talk about why they're here. The couple is celebrating retirement. The 3 friends are recent college graduates, pushing back the start of their adult lives for one more adventure. Redbeard is between jobs. Sarah is a teacher on sabbatical. Everyone has their reasons. Everyone has made space in their lives for this. John pours the boiling water into his meal pouch, seals it, and waits the required minutes. The smell of artificial chicken flavoring rises into the cool air. It's not gourmet, but his body is hungry for calories, for fuel, and when he finally eats, it tastes better than it has any right to. Full dark comes to the forest. The fire crackles and pops. Someone produces a bag of marshmallows and they're passed around, skewered on sticks and held over the flames. John roasts one, watches it brown and swell and eventually catch fire. He blows it out and eats it. The burnt sugar taste bringing back memories of childhood camping trips with his family. The conversation quiets as people grow tired. One by one, hikers excuse themselves, head into the shelter or to tents pitched in the nearby tent sites. The fire burns lower. John sits a while longer, not quite ready to give up the day, to let it become yesterday. The night sounds of the forest surround the shelter. John is learning them. The wind in the pines, a constant soft rushing, the crack of branches settling. An owl somewhere in the distance, its call deep and questioning. Small rustlings in the leaves that might be mice or voles or chipmunks. The night shift of the forest going about their business. Stars appear in the gap of sky visible through the trees. More stars than John has seen in years, living in the city. The Milky Way is a pale smudge across the darkness. He finds Orion, the Big Dipper, the few constellations he knows. There are so many he doesn't know, so many patterns he's never learned to read. Finally, the cold drives him to the shelter. He brushes his teeth with water from his bottle, spitting into the leaves away from the shelter. Hangs his food bag on the bare cables provided, along with anything else that might smell interesting to animals. Takes off his boots and tucks them under the edge of his sleeping pad. The shelter is full of the sounds of people settling in. sleeping bags rustling, pads squeaking, whispered good nights. Someone is already snoring softly on the upper level. The temperature drops as the sun disappears behind the western ridges. John pulls on his fleece jacket, his warm hat. Others are doing the same, everyone adding layers as the April evening turns cool. Someone starts a small fire in the fire ring, and people gravitate toward it, sitting on the log benches, drawn to the warmth and light. John sets up his stove on the picnic table, a small canister stove that weighs almost nothing. He boils water for his dinner, a freeze-dried meal that promises to be chicken and rice. While he waits for the water to heat, he watches the fire, watches the other hikers, listens to the conversations flowing around him. They talk about gear, about distances, about the weather forecast. They talk about why they're here. The couple is celebrating retirement. The three friends are recent college graduates, pushing back the start of their adult lives for one more adventure. Redbeard is between jobs. Sarah is a teacher on sabbatical. Everyone has their reasons. Everyone has made space in their lives for this. John pours the boiling water into his meal pouch, seals it, and waits the required minutes. The smell of artificial chicken flavoring rises into the cool air. It's not gourmet, but his body is hungry for calories, for fuel, and when he finally eats, it tastes better than it has any right to. Full dark comes to the forest. The fire crackles and pops. Someone produces a bag of marshmallows and they're passed around, skewered on sticks and held over the flames. John roasts one, watches it brown and swell and eventually catch fire. He blows it out and eats it. The burnt sugar taste bringing back memories of childhood camping trips with his family. The conversation quiets as people grow tired. One by one, hikers excuse themselves, head into the shelter or to tents pitched in the nearby tent sites. The fire burns lower. John sits a while longer, not quite ready to give up the day, to let it become yesterday. The night sounds of the forest surround the shelter. John is learning them. The wind in the pines, a constant soft rushing, the crack of branches settling. An owl somewhere in the distance, its call deep and questioning. Small rustlings in the leaves that might be mice or voles or chipmunks. The night shift of the forest going about their business. Stars appear in the gap of sky visible through the trees. More stars than John has seen in years, living in the city. The Milky Way is a pale smudge across the darkness. He finds Orion, the Big Dipper, the few constellations he knows. There are so many he doesn't know, so many patterns he's never learned to read. Finally, the cold drives him to the shelter. He brushes his teeth with water from his bottle, spitting into the leaves away from the shelter. Hangs his food bag on the bare cables provided, along with anything else that might smell interesting to animals. Takes off his boots and tucks them under the edge of his sleeping pad. The shelter is full of the sounds of people settling in. Sleeping bags rustling, pads squeaking, whispered good nights. Someone is already snoring softly on the upper level. John slides into his sleeping bag. It's a 20-degree bag, rated for cold temperatures, and it envelops him in warmth. His body aches in a dozen places, his feet throb, his shoulders are sore. But it's a good ache, an earned ache. The ache of a day well spent, of miles accomplished, of a dream being lived. He lies on his back, looking up at the dark wood of the shelter ceiling. This is his first night on the Appalachian Trail, the first of many. He tries to imagine all the nights ahead, all the shelters and tent sites and towns, all the miles between here and Maine. It's too much to hold in his mind. So he doesn't try. Just this night, he tells himself. Just this moment. The wind picks up slightly, moving through the trees with a sound like distant water. The fire's died to embers outside, a faint orange glow. Someone shifts in their sleep. Someone else coughs quietly. John closes his eyes. His body sinks into the sleeping pad, exhausted. His mind drifts, untethered, floating somewhere between waking and sleep. Images from the day play behind his eyelids. The waterfall, the white blazes, the bronze plaque, the forest, the endless forest. Tomorrow he'll wake up and do it again, walk north, follow the white blazes, climb mountains and descend into gaps and climb again. But tomorrow is hours away still. Tonight, he's here, in a wooden shelter on a mountain in Georgia, on the Appalachian Trail, living the dream he's carried for so long. The forest breathes around him, dark and vast and ancient. Somewhere out there, the trail continues north, stretching away into the night, into the weeks and months ahead toward a distant mountain in Maine. But for now, John sleeps. His first night on the trail, the first of many. John wakes to the sound of rustling sleeping bags and whispered conversations. The shelter is still mostly dark, but there's a quality to the darkness that suggests dawn is coming, that the world is preparing to wake. He checks his watch. 5:45. Earlier than he's woken in months, maybe years. His body's stiff. When he shifts, his legs protest, his shoulders ache. Yesterday's miles have settled into his muscles overnight, and he feels every one of them. But there's something satisfying about it too. Evidence of effort, proof of progress. Around him, other hikers are emerging from their sleeping bags, pulling on layers against the morning cold. Someone is already outside, firing up a stove. The smell of coffee drifts into the shelter, and John's body responds with want. Coffee. Yes. He sits up slowly, carefully, rolls his sleeping bag, deflates his pad. The morning routine is beginning, and he moves through it deliberately, learning the sequence. Everything gets packed in reverse order from how it came out. What he'll need during the day stays accessible. What he won't need goes deep in the pack. Outside, the forest is grey with pre-dawn light. Mist hangs in the low places. The air is cold, probably in the low 40s, and John's breath makes small clouds. He sets up his stove on the picnic table, boils water for instant oatmeal and instant coffee. The coffee is terrible, the oatmeal bland, even with the brown sugar packet mixed in. But his body needs fuel and warmth, and this provides both. Other hikers are doing the same. There's a shared understanding that mornings are quiet times. Conversation is minimal. Everyone moves in their own bubble of wakefulness, preparing for the day ahead. By 7, John has his pack loaded and ready. The shelter is nearly empty now. Most hikers have already started north, eager to get miles in before the day warms. John hoists his pack, still heavy, maybe always heavy, and joins them. The trail climbs immediately. Of course it does. This pattern will become familiar. Shelter in a gap, trail climbing out of the gap, up and over a ridge, down into the next gap, up and down, the rhythm of the Appalachians. But something is different this morning. His legs remember the motion from yesterday. The pack settles onto his shoulders in a way that feels slightly less foreign. His breathing finds its cadence more quickly. He's learning. His body is learning. The morning is beautiful. As the sun rises, it sets the mist glowing, turns the forest golden. Birds are active everywhere, singing their territorial songs, their mating songs, their dawn songs. John doesn't know their names yet, he's not a birder, but he listens. A cardinal's sharp whistle. Something that sounds like it's saying, "Teacher, teacher, teacher." A woodpecker hammering on a dead tree. He walks steadily, not fast but consistent. The white blazes appear every 100 feet or so, painted on trees, reassuring him that he's on the right path. Sometimes the blazes are fresh and bright, sometimes they're faded and peeling, but they're always there, guiding him north. The miles accumulate slowly. 1 mile, 2 miles, 3. His guidebook tells him there's a good viewpoint at 5 miles, a place called Stover Creek. He aims for that, breaking the day into manageable pieces. Not thinking about the full day's mileage, just the next landmark. He passes other hikers moving at different paces. Everyone finds their own speed. Some people practically run the trail, covering 25 or 30 miles a day. Others move slowly, stopping frequently, taking their time. John is somewhere in the middle, or maybe on the slower side of middle. 15 miles feels like a reasonable goal for these early days. At Stover Creek, he stops for a snack, removes his pack, sits on a rock. The viewpoint looks west over ridges that fold away into blue distance. Layer after layer of mountains, each one lighter than the last until they fade into the sky. The famous Appalachian blue caused by the haze of organic compounds released by all those trees. John eats trail mix, drinks water, gives his body a break. A young woman arrives at the viewpoint moving fast. She barely stops, just pauses long enough to take a photo, then continues north. Her pack is small, efficient. She's clearly experienced, clearly comfortable here. John doesn't feel comfortable yet, but he doesn't feel completely out of place either. He's in between, suspended between his old life and whatever this new trail life will become. After 15 minutes, he shoulders his pack again. The afternoon miles await. The trail continues its endless up and down. John's legs burn on the climbs. His knees ache on the descents. But the rhythm is there now. Breathe. Step. Breathe. Step. His mind wanders, thinks about nothing in particular, sometimes latches onto a thought or memory, and follows it for a while before letting it drift away again. He notices things. The way the light changes as clouds pass over the sun. A patch of small purple flowers he doesn't recognize. A tree that's fallen across the trail, cut cleanly by a trail maintainer's saw. The varied sounds his boots make on different surfaces, the crunch on dry leaves, the slip on wet rocks, the thud on packed dirt. Early afternoon he reaches another shelter. Hawk Mountain was last night. This is Gooch Mountain Shelter, about 8 miles north of Springer. Several hikers are stopped here for lunch, sitting at the picnic table, resting on the sleeping platforms. John recognizes Redbeard and Sarah from last night. "How's it going?" Sarah asks. "Good," John says. "Legs are sore, but good." "Same," Redbeard says. "Everything hurts, but everything's also kind of great." John laughs. That's exactly it. Everything hurts and everything's great. The contradiction of the trail. He doesn't stay long. Fills his water bottles from the nearby creek, treating the water with his filter. Eats a protein bar, stretches his legs. Then continues north. He wants to make it to Woody Gap before stopping for the night, another 7 miles ahead. The afternoon is warmer now. John strips down to a t-shirt, stores his long sleeve in his pack. Sweat gathers at his temples, his lower back. But it's not unpleasant. It's the sweat of honest work, of miles being earned. He falls into a kind of trance as he walks, not thinking, just being, just moving. The trail becomes a meditation, each step a repeated mantra. His consciousness narrows to this moment, this breath, this stretch of path ahead of him. Past and future fade. There's only now. A box turtle sits in the middle of the trail, its domed shell mottled yellow and brown. John stops, careful not to startle it. The turtle regards him with ancient eyes, completely unconcerned, then slowly continues its crossing. John waits until it's safely off the trail before moving on. More miles, more ridges, more white blazes. The day stretches and expands and somehow contracts all at once. Time feels different here. Hours pass but feel like minutes. Minutes drag but disappear into hours. John stops checking his watch, stops counting miles, just walks. Late afternoon, he begins the descent toward Woody Gap. His knees ache from the downhill, and he moves carefully, planting his trekking poles with each step for stability. Through the trees ahead, he can see the gap, see where the forest opens up at a road crossing. Woody Gap is a parking area where the trail crosses a paved road. A few cars are parked there, day hikers finishing up their outings. There's a small shelter just off the trail, and John can see other through hikers already there, setting up for the night. He's walked about 15 miles today. His second day on the trail. His legs are exhausted. His body is tired in a deep, thorough way, but he made it. He walked 15 miles through the mountains, and tomorrow he'll do it again. John finds a spot in the shelter, claims his space. The evening routine begins again, familiar now after just one night. Unpack the sleeping gear, set up the stove, boil water, eat, rest. As the sun sets behind the western ridges, painting the sky pink and orange, John sits on a log near the shelter and simply breathes. 2 days in. Only 2 days. But already something is changing. Already his body is adapting. His mind is quieting, his spirit is settling into the rhythm of the trail. Walk, eat, sleep, repeat. It's simple, beautifully, perfectly simple. The stars emerge one by one. The forest darkens, the temperature drops. John pulls on his warm layers and eventually retreats to his sleeping bag, surrounded by other hikers, all of them pursuing the same northbound dream. Tomorrow will bring more miles, more mountains, more steps. But tonight there's just this: rest earned, sleep waiting, and the trail continuing on into the darkness, patient and eternal, leading north. The morning of the third day begins much like the second. John wakes before full light, packs his gear with slightly more efficiency than yesterday, eats his instant breakfast, and starts walking north as the sun rises behind the ridges. But today is different. Today he'll reach Neil Gap, mile 30, from Springer Mountain. The first real landmark, the first test of whether his gear choices are working, whether his pace is sustainable, whether his body can actually do this. Neil Gap is famous among AT hikers. It's the only place where the Appalachian Trail passes directly through a building, the Wallasey Center, an old stone structure built by the Civilian Conservation Corps in the 1930s. It's an outfitter now, a hiker hostel, a resupply point. And it's where many people decided whether to continue or go home. John has heard the statistics. About a quarter of people who start at Springer don't make it past Neil Gap. The first 30 miles break them. The reality of the trail, the weight, the pain, the relentless climbing, proves too different from the dream they carried. He doesn't think he'll quit, but he understands the temptation. His body is a catalogue of small pains, blisters forming on his heels despite his careful sock choices. His shoulders rubbed raw where the pack straps sit, his knees protesting every downhill, his hip flexors tight and aching from the endless climbing. The trail this morning is difficult. It climbs toward a blood mountain, the highest point on the AT in Georgia at 4,458 feet. The ascent is steep, rocky, requiring hands sometimes to scramble up. John moves slowly, deliberately, focusing on each handhold, each footstep. Other hikers pass him. That's okay. He's learning that hiking his own hike means not comparing his pace to anyone else's. Fast hikers will always be faster. Strong hikers will always be stronger. But everyone is walking the same trail, covering the same miles eventually. The forest changes as he climbs. The hardwoods give way to evergreens. Rhododendron crowds the trail in places, forming tunnels of leathery leaves. The air grows cooler. At this elevation, spring hasn't fully arrived yet. There are still patches of ice in the shadowed places, remnants of winter holding on. Near the summit of Blood Mountain, John passes a stone shelter built into the mountain itself. It's one of the oldest shelters on the entire AT. Constructed in the 1930s, its walls made of stacked stone. A few hikers are inside, out of the wind that whips across the exposed summit. John continues to the top. The view from Blood Mountain is expansive. Mountains in every direction, rolling away in shades of blue and green and grey. The wind is strong up here, cold, and he doesn't linger long, just long enough to drink some water, eat a few crackers, acknowledge the accomplishment of standing here. The descent from Blood Mountain is steep and rocky. John's knees scream at him. He uses his trekking poles like brakes, planting them firmly with each step down. His quads burn. This is harder than climbing, this constant controlled falling, this fight against gravity and momentum. But eventually the trail levels. Eventually he reaches the gap, and there, spanning the trail like a gateway, is the Wallasey Center. The building is beautiful in a rustic way, stone walls, a breezeway where the trail passes through, wooden beams overhead. Hikers are everywhere, sitting on the stone walls, sprawled on the grass, going in and out of the outfitter shop. The energy here is different from the shelters, more social, more chaotic, more connected to the world beyond the trail. John walks through the breezeway, officially passing through the building, and then circles back to explore. Inside the outfitter, the walls are covered with gear, packs, sleeping bags, stoves, clothing, food, everything a hiker might need or want. Everything a hiker might realize they need after 30 miles of a reality. A large cardboard box sits near the register, overflowing with gear. A sign reads, "Free to a good home." Inside are tent stakes, stuff sacks, extra clothing, fuel canisters, books. The cast-offs of hikers who've decided their packs are too heavy, who've learned what they actually need versus what they thought they'd need. John browses the shop slowly. His pack is heavy, he knows that. But what can he send home? What can he live without? A young guy with shaggy blonde hair is working the register. He sees John studying his pack list and grins. First time through? That obvious? John asks. Everyone has the same look, like they're doing math in their head, calculating ounces and misery. The guy laughs. I'm Tyler. I thru-hiked 2 years ago. Trust me when I say you're carrying too much. And everyone is at first. What should I cut? John asks. Tyler comes around the counter, looks at John's pack. Can I? John nods, and Tyler starts pulling things out, making piles. Keep. Maybe. Definitely send home. Extra clothes. Tyler says, holding up John's spare t-shirt, his extra pair of shorts. You've got enough. You'll wash stuff in towns. This extra fuel canister, you can resupply these everywhere. This book, he holds up the paperback John brought for camping reading. How much does it weigh? Maybe 12 ounces, John guesses. That's 12 ounces you're carrying up every mountain. If you want to read, use your phone, or embrace the boredom. Boredom is part of it. Tyler continues sorting. This camp chair, no, these extra batteries, maybe keep one spare set. This full-size first aid kit, you can pare this down to the essentials. By the time Tyler is done, John has a substantial pile of things to mail home. He packs them into a flat-rate box, addresses it to himself and pays for the postage. It feels both wasteful and liberating. All that careful planning, all those items he was sure he'd need, now heading back to his storage unit. His pack is noticeably lighter when he hoists it again. Not dramatically, but enough. Maybe 5 pounds lighter. 5 pounds that won't be grinding his shoulders raw, won't be weighing him down on the climbs. John buys a resupply of food, instant meals, bars, snacks. Enough to get him to the next town. He sits on the stone wall outside and reorganizes his pack, fitting everything in more efficiently now that there's more space. Other hikers come and go. John recognizes some faces from shelters over the past few days. There's an unspoken camaraderie among them, a shared understanding. They're all doing this hard thing together, even when hiking alone. Sarah appears from inside the shop, her pack also clearly lighter. Cut a lot? She asks. Yeah, John says, felt necessary. Same. I was carrying like 3 pairs of socks. 3. Why did I think I needed 3 pairs of socks? She laughs, shakes her head. You staying here tonight? I think I'll push on, John says. Try for another few miles. Me too. Blood Mountain shelter maybe? That's about 4 more miles. They end up walking together, at least for a while. Sarah is faster than John, but she matches his pace and they talk as they climb out of Neil Gap. She's from Vermont, a middle school teacher taking a semester off. She's wanted to through hike since college, but there was always a reason not to: work, relationships, money, fear. Finally, she just decided to do it. Consequences be damned. What about you? She asks. What made you finally pull the trigger? John thinks about it. I was just tired, he says finally. Tired of saying someday. Tired of living for weekends. Tired of feeling like my real life was always about to start but never actually starting. Sarah nods. Yeah, exactly that. They walk in companionable silence for a while. The trail climbs steadily, but it feels easier now with the lighter pack. Or maybe John's body is just getting stronger. Or maybe it's easier with company, with someone to share the miles with. Eventually, Sarah pulls ahead. I'm going to push on past Blood Mountain Shelter, she says. Try for bigger miles. But I'll probably see you up the trail? Probably, John says. And then he's alone again. Just him and the trail and the forest and the white blazes leading north. The afternoon is warm now, properly warm. Spring is asserting itself. John can see more wildflowers than yesterday. Tiny purple blooms he thinks might be violets. Small white flowers clustered near the trail. The trees are budding out, that electric green of new growth just beginning to show. John wakes on his 5th morning to the sound of rain on the shelter roof. Steady, gentle rain. Not a downpour, but persistent. The kind of rain that will last for hours, maybe all day. Around him, other hikers are stirring, looking out at the grey morning with various degrees of resignation. Rain is part of the trail, everyone knows this intellectually. But experiencing it, having to pack up wet gear and walk in wet clothes, is different from knowing about it. John lies in his sleeping bag for an extra few minutes, listening to the rain, gathering his motivation. His rain gear is at the bottom of his pack, of course. He'll have to dig for it. And once he puts it on, he'll be wearing it all day, growing steadily more clammy and uncomfortable as his body heat has nowhere to escape. But there's nothing to be gained by delaying. The rain won't stop just because he wishes it would. He dresses inside his sleeping bag, an awkward dance of pulling on pants and socks while staying mostly covered, pulls on his rain jacket, covers his pack with its rain cover, a bright blue sheath that makes it look like a giant Easter egg. Some hikers are already gone, early risers who left before the rain started or who don't mind hiking in the dark. John eats a quick cold breakfast, no point in setting up his stove in the rain, and shoulders his pack. The trail awaits, rain or shine. The forest in the rain is a different place, colours are muted but somehow more vivid at the same time. The greens are greener, saturated with water. Everything drips, the trees, the leaves, the rocks. The trail itself becomes a small stream in places, water flowing downhill along the path of least resistance. John's boots are soaked within the first mile. There's no avoiding it. Water runs down his legs and into his boots. The trail is full of puddles, and even when he tries to step around them, his feet find water. He stops trying to keep his feet dry and just accepts it. Wet feet are part of rain hiking. The trail climbs toward Cow Rock Mountain. In the rain and mist, visibility is limited. John can't see the views he knows must be out there somewhere. Just grey air, dripping trees, the white blazes appearing out of the mist and then disappearing behind him. But there's something peaceful about it too. The rain creates a kind of cocoon, a private world. The sound of raindrops on leaves is rhythmic, almost musical. No other hikers are visible ahead or behind. John is alone with the rain and the trail and his own breathing. His mind drifts as he walks. He thinks about rain from his childhood, being sent outside to play anyway, coming home muddy and happy. He thinks about rain on the windows of his apartment, how he'd watch it while drinking coffee on Sunday mornings. He thinks about how rain always made him want to stay inside, stay dry, stay comfortable. But here, there is no inside. There's only the trail, only the walking. The rain is just another condition to move through. Neither good nor bad, just what is. Miles pass slowly in the rain. Everything takes longer. Each step is more careful on the slick rocks and roots. Rest breaks are shorter. No point in stopping when you're already wet and cold. Better to keep moving, keep generating heat. Around midday, the rain lessens to a drizzle, then to mist. John stops at a shelter, Low Gap Shelter according to his guidebook, and finds several other soggy hikers taking refuge. They've built a small fire in the shelter's fire pit, and everyone is huddled around it, trying to dry out at least a little. John joins them, peels off his wet rain jacket, holds his hands toward the meager flames. The warmth feels incredible, even though it's barely enough to notice. Redbeard is there, his red beard even more red when wet. "This is miserable," he says cheerfully. "This is absolutely miserable, and I'm doing it anyway. Does that make me crazy?" "Makes you a through hiker," someone else says, and everyone laughs. They share food, trade stories of the morning's wetness. Someone's pack cover blew off in the wind, and they didn't notice until everything inside was soaked. Someone else fell in a mud puddle. The misery becomes comedy in the retelling, becomes something shared rather than suffered alone. After an hour, John reluctantly pulls his rain jacket back on and continues. The afternoon is still grey, still misty, but the heavy rain has passed. The forest drips and drips and drips. He's aiming for Blue Mountain shelter, about 10 miles from where he started this morning. 10 miles in rain doesn't sound like much, but it feels like 20. Every step is an effort. His legs are heavy, his shoulders ache, his wet socks squelch with every step. But the forest is beautiful, he realizes. The rain has brought out the green, not just the new leaves on the trees, but the moss covering every rock and fallen log. The ferns unfurling in the understory, bright and primal. The forest floor is carpeted with small plants, all of them drinking in the rain, all of them glowing with life. This is spring in the Appalachians. This is what he came to see, even if he didn't quite know it. Not just the sunny days and the long views, but this too. The wet, the green, the persistence of life. He sees his first wildflowers of the day. Trillium, their 3 white petals open to the rain. They grow in small clusters along the trail, and John stops to look at them. Really look. They're perfect, delicate, and strong at the same time. They don't mind the rain, they need the rain. More flowers as he continues. Violets tiny and purple. Something yellow he doesn't recognize. The forest is waking up, and the rain is part of that waking. By late afternoon, John reaches Blue Mountain shelter. He's exhausted, soaked through, cold, but he made it. 10 miles in the rain, 10 more miles north. The shelter is empty when he arrives, a gift of solitude. He has the entire structure to himself, at least for now. He hangs his wet clothes on the shelter's interior hooks, hoping they'll dry at least a little overnight. Changes into his dry camp clothes. The one set he kept sealed in a waterproof bag. The relief of being dry is immense. John wraps himself in his sleeping bag, even though it's only 5 in the afternoon, just wanting to be warm to stop shivering. Other hikers arrive as evening approaches. Everyone is wet, everyone is tired. But there's shared satisfaction too. They hiked in the rain, they didn't quit. They didn't stay in their sleeping bags and wait for better weather. They walked. The evening routine proceeds despite the damp. Stoves are fired up, water is boiled, freeze-dried meals are consumed. The shelter slowly fills with the smell of food and wet gear and wood smoke from someone's attempt at a fire with damp wood. As darkness falls, the rain returns, heavier than before. It drums on the shelter roof, loud and insistent. But John is dry now, warm in his sleeping bag, fed and resting. The rain can't touch him here. He lies on his back, listening to the downpour. Tomorrow, if the rain continues, he'll have to do it all again. Pack up wet gear, walk in wet clothes, push through the discomfort and the cold. But tonight, he's okay. Tonight, he's sheltered and dry and fed. Tonight, he appreciates the simple miracle of a roof overhead and a sleeping bag that kept its promise of warmth. The rain continues through the night, a constant rushing sound. John drifts in and out of sleep, never quite deeply under, always aware of the storm outside. In his half-sleeping state, he dreams of walking, of endless trails through endless rain, of green forests that go on forever. When he wakes briefly in the deepest part of night, the rain has stopped. The silence is almost louder than the rain was. Just the dripping now, the forest wringing itself out, every leaf and branch releasing its burden of water. John listens to the dripping. to the night sounds emerging from beneath it. An owl calls. Something rustles in the leaves near the shelter. The forest is alive, always alive, indifferent to human discomfort, going about its ancient business of growth and decay and renewal. He pulls his sleeping bag closer, lets the sounds lull him back towards sleep. Tomorrow will bring whatever it brings. Rain or sun, easy miles or hard, pain or joy, or most likely some mixture of both. But that's tomorrow. Tonight, there's just this. The shelter, the darkness, the dripping forest, and the deep rest of a body that has earned its sleep through miles and effort, and the simple act of continuing forward despite the rain. John wakes to sunlight, actual sunlight streaming through the open front of the shelter, warm on his face. After yesterday's rain, the brightness feels like a gift, like the world has been washed clean and is starting fresh. His wet clothes from yesterday are still damp but no longer soaked. He pulls them on anyway, they'll dry as he walks in the sun. His boots are wet too, heavy with water, but his feet are already tough enough that it doesn't matter as much as it did those first few days. 6 days on the trail now. Almost a week. His body is changing, adapting. He can feel it, his legs are stronger, his shoulders have developed calluses where the pack straps rest. His lungs don't labour quite as hard on the climbs. He's becoming a hiker, his body remembering something ancient about walking, about moving through the landscape under his own power. The morning is glorious, everything sparkles with leftover rain. Spider webs strung between branches are outlined in water droplets, each one catching the light. The leaves shine. Even the rocks seem brighter, their surfaces clean and new looking. John walks in a state of quiet contentment. The trail continues its endless rhythm, up and over ridges, down into gaps. But he's learning to accept this rhythm rather than fight it. The climbs will always be hard. The descents will always tax his knees. But in between, there are flat sections, gentle sections, moments of ease that feel like rewards. He's also learning the smaller rhythms of trail life, the way hunger comes in waves every few hours, the way his body craves salt and sugar, the way his mind needs less entertainment than he thought, no music, no podcasts, just the sound of his own footsteps and the forest around him. He passes through stretches of mountain laurel, the twisted trunks and glossy leaves forming tunnels over the trail. In a few weeks, these will bloom with pink and white flowers, transforming the forest into something magical. But even now unflowered, they're beautiful in their own way. Patient. Waiting. Around mid-morning, John reaches a gap where the trail crosses a forest road. A truck is parked there, trail magic. An older couple has set up a folding table with sodas, chips, cookies, fruit. They're slack packing, they explain, section hiking with support, their vehicle meeting them at road crossings. Help yourself, the man says. We remember what it was like to be hungry on the trail. John accepts a cold Coke and a handful of Oreos. The sugar and caffeine hit his system like electricity. He sits on the tailgate of their truck and talks with them while he eats. They thru-hiked 12 years ago, they say. Got married on top of Katahdin. Now they come back every spring to give back, to help the new crop of dreamers. How's it treating you? The woman asks. Good, John says. Hard, but good. That's how it should be, she says. If it was easy, everyone would do it. John thanks them and continues north, energized by the calories and the kindness. Trail magic, these unexpected gifts from strangers, is one of the trail's sweetest surprises. Not just the food, though the food is welcome. but the reminder that people care, that the trail community extends beyond just the hikers themselves. The day warms as noon approaches. John stops at a stream to filter water, sitting on a rock while his filter does its slow work. The stream is swollen from yesterday's rain, rushing over rocks, creating small waterfalls and pools. He can see tiny fish darting in the clear water, can see crawfish hiding under rocks. He drinks deeply, refills all his bottles. Water is abundant here in the southern Appalachians, especially after rain. He'll never take that for granted, knowing that other sections of the trail, Pennsylvania, parts of Virginia, can be dry, can require careful planning between water sources. The afternoon miles are pleasant, not easy. Nothing on the AT is truly easy, but pleasant. The sun filters through the new leaves. Birds sing their territorial declarations. John sees a deer, just a flash of white tail disappearing into the rhododendron. He sees a hawk circling on thermals high above the ridge. He's aiming for Addis Gap, where there's a well-maintained shelter. He's been averaging about 12 to 15 miles a day, letting his body adapt gradually rather than pushing for big miles right away. Some hikers pass him. Their pace is faster, their goals more ambitious. That's fine. John is learning that his hike is his own, that comparison serves no purpose. He arrives at Addis Gap shelter in late afternoon. The shelter is beautiful, relatively new, with a covered picnic table and a reliable spring nearby. A few hikers are already there, including Sarah, who he hasn't seen since they walked together after Neil Gap. "John," she says, "you made it through the rain, okay?" "Wet but alive," he says, lowering his pack. "You?" "Same. Pushed some big miles yesterday trying to stay ahead of the worst of it, but I don't think that's actually possible in Georgia in April." They cook dinner together, or rather side by side, each using their own stove but sharing the picnic table space. The conversation is easy, comfortable. They talk about the trail, about the other hikers they've met, about small things, the quality of different freeze-dried meals, the best way to treat blisters, whether ultralight gear is worth the cost. More hikers arrive as evening approaches, the three friends John has seen on and off since the beginning. A couple who are hiking in matching bright yellow jackets. A solo hiker named Patricia who must be in her 60s and moves with steady, unhurried confidence. They gather around a small fire as darkness falls, not because they need the warmth, the evening is mild, but because fire is a gathering place. Has always been a gathering place for humans. They share stories. Someone has trail mix with M&Ms and passes it around. Someone else has a harmonica and plays a few quiet songs. John listens more than he talks. He's still finding his place in this community, still learning how much solitude he wants versus how much connection. But it's nice this evening. The fire, the company, the shared experience of walking the same path. As the fire dies down and people drift toward their sleeping bags, John sits for a while longer looking up at the stars. They're brilliant tonight, sharp and clear in the post-rain air. The Milky Way is a river of light overhead. He thinks about where he was a week ago, packing in his apartment, nervous and excited and uncertain. He thinks about the person he was then and the person he's becoming now. The changes are subtle but real. He's quieter inside, more present, more comfortable with discomfort. The trail is teaching him things: patience, acceptance, the value of simplicity, how little he actually needs to be content: food, water, shelter, the ability to keep walking. Everything else is extra. He thinks about the weeks ahead. Georgia is almost behind him. North Carolina waits, then Tennessee, then Virginia's long miles, then the mid-Atlantic states, then New England, then finally Maine. So many miles, so many mountains, so much forest stretching north. But he's not worried about those miles tonight. Tonight he's here, at Addis Gap, 50-some miles from Springer Mountain, 50-some miles closer to Katahdin. The math is simple. 1 day at a time, 1 mile at a time, 1 step at a time. The fire is just embers now, glowing red and orange in the darkness. John finally stands, stretches, feels the pleasant ache in his muscles. He performs his nightly routine, hanging the food bag, brushing teeth, storing gear, with practiced efficiency. Inside his sleeping bag, surrounded by the gentle breathing and occasional snoring of other hikers, John feels something he hasn't felt in a long time. Not happiness exactly, though there's that too. Not peace, though there's that as well. But something deeper, something like rightness. Like this is where he's supposed to be, doing what he's supposed to be doing. The forest breathes around the shelter. An owl calls from somewhere distant. The spring peepers are starting their evening chorus, that rising and falling trill that speaks of water and warmth and life continuing. John closes his eyes and lets himself drift. Tomorrow will bring more trail, more miles through the Georgia mountains. Maybe he'll reach the North Carolina border in a few days. Maybe he'll see more wildflowers, more wildlife, more sunrise vistas from mountain tops. Maybe it will rain again, or stay sunny, or something in between. It doesn't matter. Whatever comes, he'll walk through it. One step and then another. North, always north, following the white blazes toward whatever waits at the end of this long trail. But the end is months away still. Right now, there's just this moment, this shelter, this night, this deep, satisfied tiredness that comes from a body well used, from a day well lived. John's breathing slows, deepens. His mind drifts towards sleep, toward dreams of endless forests and endless trails, of mountains that fold away into blue distance, of mornings that begin with bird song and end with stars. The trail has him now, has settled into his bones, his breath, his being. He's not just walking the Appalachian Trail anymore. He's living it, becoming it, being transformed by it with every mile, every step, every moment of presence in this green, ancient, patient forest. And tomorrow, when the sun rises and the forest wakes and the day begins again, he'll shoulder his pack and continue north. Because that's what through hikers do. They walk, they endure, they persist. They follow the white blazes north through spring and summer toward autumn and the distant promise of Katahdin. But tonight there's only sleep. Deep, dreamless, peaceful sleep. The sleep of someone who has walked far and will walk farther still. The sleep of someone who has found their rhythm, their pace, their place on the trail. The forest stands watch, the stars wheel slowly overhead. The night settles in around the shelter like a blanket, and John sleeps, miles behind him and miles ahead, suspended in this perfect moment of rest between yesterday's journey and tomorrow's. John wakes on his 10th morning on the trail to the realization that today he might reach North Carolina. The border is close now, maybe 12 miles ahead. 12 miles and he'll have completed his first state, will have walked the entire length of Georgia's portion of the Appalachian Trail. The thought brings a quiet excitement, a sense of accomplishment that surprises him with its intensity. It's just a state line, just an arbitrary boundary on a map. The forest doesn't change at borders. The mountains don't care about human geography, but still it means something. It's a marker, a milestone, a way of measuring progress on a journey that sometimes feels endless. He's at Plum Orchard Gap Shelter, where he spent the night listening to the wind move through the trees and the surprisingly loud sounds of mice investigating the shelter for dropped food. Now, in the early morning light, he packs his gear with the efficiency that's become second nature. Roll the sleeping bag just so. Deflate the pad. Stuff everything into the pack in the same order every time. The routine is comforting, requires no thought, allows his mind to wander ahead to the day's walking. The other hikers in the shelter are stirring. John recognizes most of them now, not just their faces, but their hiking styles, their morning routines, their preferred pace. There's Fast Eddie, who despite his trail name, isn't actually that fast but moves with relentless consistency. There's Songbird, a woman in her 40s who hums while she hikes, different songs for different terrain. There's Turtle, a young guy who got his trail name because he carries an absurdly heavy pack and moves slowly but never stops, never takes a 0 day, just grinds out the miles. Trail names are part of the culture John is learning. Some people choose their own names before starting. Some earn them along the way through actions or accidents or personality quirks. John doesn't have a trail name yet. People just call him John. He wonders if that will change, if some moment will come that defines him in the eyes of his fellow hikers, gives him a new identity for this trail self he's becoming. He eats breakfast, instant oatmeal mixed with instant coffee, a combination that should be disgusting, but somehow works when you're burning thousands of calories a day, and shoulders his pack. The morning is cool, probably mid-50s, perfect hiking weather. The sky is clear, promising a beautiful day. The trail leads upward immediately. Of course it does. This is the pattern now. Shelter in a gap, trail climbing out of the gap. John's legs protest briefly, still cold and stiff from sleep, but they warm quickly. His body knows this motion now. His muscles have learned what's required of them. The forest is deeper into spring than it was even a few days ago. The change is rapid at this elevation, this time of year. Every day brings more green, more growth, more evidence of the world waking up. The trees are leafing out in earnest now, the canopy closing, the forest floor growing shadier. Wildflowers are everywhere, trillium, violets, something yellow. John thinks might be trout lily, based on the picture in a trail guide he looked at in the last shelter. He climbs steadily, following the white blazes. The trail is rocky here, requiring attention, but John's feet have learned to read terrain. He places each step without conscious thought most of the time, his body navigating automatically while his mind drifts. He thinks about home, though home is becoming an abstract concept. His apartment in Charlotte feels like it belongs to someone else now, someone he used to be. His job, software development, sitting at a desk, staring at screens all day, feels like something from another lifetime. Even his friends' faces are becoming slightly blurry in his memory, though he's only been gone 10 days. The trail is his home now. This narrow path through the forest, these shelters and tent sites, these mountains that he climbs and descends and climbs again. Home is wherever he stops to sleep at night. Home is his sleeping bag and the few possessions in his pack. Home is measured in miles rather than rooms, in elevation gain rather than square footage. The morning passes in the timeless way that trail mornings do. John walks. The sun climbs. The forest wakes fully. Birds call and sing and declare their territories. Squirrels chatter warnings as he passes. Once a grouse explodes from the undergrowth beside the trail, startling him so badly he actually jumps, his heart hammering. The bird disappears into the forest, leaving only the rustle of disturbed leaves. Around mid-morning, John reaches Bly Gap. According to his guidebook, the North Carolina border is just ahead, maybe 2 miles. So close now. He can feel anticipation building, though he tries to temper it. It's just a state line. Just another day of walking. But still, the trail from Bly Gap is a gentle climb along a ridge. The walking is pleasant, the grade moderate. Through the trees to his left, John can see distant mountains, ridge after ridge fading into haze. Somewhere out there is North Carolina. Somewhere out there is the rest of his journey, Tennessee, Virginia, the long miles through the mid-Atlantic, New England, Maine. But for now, there's just this ridge, these trees, this moment. He passes a day hiker coming south, an older man with a small day pack and well-worn boots. They nod to each other, exchange brief good mornings. The man sees John's full pack, his lean face, his trail-worn appearance. "Through, hiker?" the man asks. "Hoping to be," John says. "The border's just ahead, maybe half a mile. There's a good view there." John thanks him and continues. Half a mile. His pace quickens slightly, though he tries to check the impulse. No need to rush. The border isn't going anywhere. But his legs want to move faster anyway, want to reach this milestone, want to mark this accomplishment. The trail curves around the shoulder of a mountain, the ridge narrows, and then through the trees ahead, John sees other hikers gathered, sees day packs leaning against trees, sees people taking photos. The border. He reaches it and stops, taking it in. A simple wooden sign marks the boundary, Georgia, North Carolina. The Appalachian Trail crosses directly through it, the white blazes continuing north as if the border is no more significant than any other stretch of forest. But it is significant. At least to John, in this moment, it's deeply significant. He's walked 78 miles, from Springer Mountain to here. Through rain and sun, through pain and joy, through moments of doubt and moments of deep contentment. 78 miles of Georgia mountains, and now they're behind him. Other hikers are at the border, celebrating their own crossings. John recognizes Songbird and Faster Eddie. There are also day hikers, families out for a morning walk to reach this landmark. Everyone is taking photos, posing with the sign, grinning at cameras. John waits his turn, then hands his phone to Fast Eddie. "Would you mind?" "Of course, man. Congrats on Georgia." John stands beside the sign, trying to smile naturally. He's never been comfortable in photos, but this moment deserves recording. Evidence that he was here, that he did this. Fast, Eddie takes several shots and hands the phone back. John looks at them. He looks different than he did in the photos at Springer Mountain. Thinner in the face already. More weathered. His eyes look different too, clearer somehow, more present. 10 days on the trail has changed him, is changing him still. He lingers at the border for a while, not ready to leave this moment just yet. He eats a snack, trail mix, and a granola bar, and drinks water. Other through hikers arrive, each one receiving congratulations from whoever's already there. It's a community celebration, everyone understanding what it means to reach this point, to have survived Georgia's steep terrain and unpredictable weather. Sarah arrives while John is still there. She sees him and grins, drops her pack, and comes over for a spontaneous hug. "We did it," she says. "We actually did it." John laughs, caught up in her enthusiasm. "One state down." "Only 13 to go," she says, but she's still grinning. They take photos together, John and Sarah and Fast Eddie and Songbird and several other hikers whose trail names John is still learning. A group photo of Georgia finishers, all of them muddy and tired and absolutely delighted with themselves. After 20 minutes, John reluctantly shoulders his pack. The border is behind him now. North Carolina awaits. New mountains, new forests, new challenges. The trail continues as it always does, leading north. He takes one last look at the Georgia side of the sign, feeling an unexpected fondness for the state he's just walked through. Georgia was hard. The climbs were relentless, the weather unpredictable, the weight of his pack almost unbearable at first. But Georgia taught him that he could do hard things, that his body was stronger than he thought, that discomfort was temporary and could be endured. Georgia was boot camp, Georgia was initiation, and now it's complete. John turns north and takes his first steps into North Carolina. The forest looks the same, the trail looks the same. The mountains ahead look exactly like the mountains behind. But something feels different, lighter, like he's proven something to himself, crossed some invisible threshold that matters more than the visible one marked by the wooden sign. He's a through hiker now, not someone attempting a through hike, not someone hoping to complete it, but someone who's actually doing it. One state down, many more to go. But the first state is complete, and that's no small thing. The trail leads down from the border, descending into North Carolina proper. John follows the white blazes, his steps light despite the miles already behind him, despite the miles yet to come. Georgia is done. North Carolina has begun. The journey continues, one step and then another. Always north, always forward, always toward that distant mountain in Maine that waits patient and eternal at the trail's end. The descent into North Carolina is steep and rocky, requiring John's full attention. His trekking poles click against stones as he picks his way down, knees absorbing the impact, thighs burning with the effort of controlled falling. This is the harder direction, he's learned. Climbing is honest work, hard but straightforward. Descending is deceptive, seems like it should be easier but punishes the body in different ways. The trail levels eventually, and John finds himself walking through a different kind of forest. Or maybe it's not different at all. Maybe it's just that crossing the border has made him more attentive, more aware of his surroundings. The trees are the same: oak, maple, poplar, pine. The undergrowth is familiar rhododendron and mountain laurel, but North Carolina feels like it should be different, and so it is, at least in his mind. He's aiming for Muskrat Creek Shelter, about 5 miles into North Carolina. A reasonable afternoon goal after this morning's border crossing. He's learned to break days into manageable chunks. Morning miles to a landmark, afternoon miles to shelter or campsite. Thinking about the whole day at once is overwhelming. Thinking about the next few miles is achievable. The trail follows a creek for a while, and John stops to filter water. The creek is clear and cold, running over smooth rocks worn by centuries of flow. He sits on a boulder while his filter does its work, listening to the water's constant voice. There's something deeply peaceful about moving water, something that quiets the mind without effort. A small salamander crawls across a wet rock near the creek's edge. It's brilliantly coloured, orange and black, like a tiny dragon. John watches it until it disappears into a crack between stones. Life is everywhere here, he's learning. Not just the obvious life, the birds and deer and squirrel, but the hidden life. Salamanders and newts, millipedes and beetles, fungi spreading their networks through the soil. The forest is crowded with being, with presence, with existence in countless forms. He continues north, following the creek upstream for a while before the trail climbs away from the water. The afternoon is warm now, properly warm. John is down to a t-shirt, and still sweat gathers at his temples, his lower back. But it's a good warmth, a spring warmth that speaks of life and growth rather than the oppressive heat that will come in summer. Wildflowers are abundant along this section. John has started trying to learn their names using a small guidebook he picked up at an outfitter. Trillium he knows now, white and purple varieties. Violets in several colours, something called bluets. Tiny pale blue flowers that grow in clusters. Jack in the pulpit with its strange hooded shape. Bloodroot, which he hasn't seen yet, but the book says should be blooming now. The names please him, give him a way to connect more deeply with what he's seeing. Not just purple flower, but dwarf iris. Not just white flower, but wild strawberry blossom. Each name is a small piece of knowledge, a way of being in relationship with the forest rather than just passing through it. Around mid-afternoon, John reaches Muskrat Creek Shelter. It's a newer shelter, well maintained, with a covered picnic area and a good spring nearby. Several hikers are already there, including Turtle, whose massive pack is leaning against the shelter like a small boulder. "John," Turtle calls out, "you made it to North Carolina." "Just barely," John says, lowering his pack with relief. "That descent from the border was brutal." "Everything is brutal," Turtle says cheerfully. He's young, maybe 22, with a scraggly beard and perpetual smile. His pack must weigh 60 pounds. John has no idea how he carries it, but Turtle never complains, just grinds out the miles day after day. Two other hikers are at the shelter, both section hikers rather than through hikers. They're doing a week-long trip, they explain, starting in Georgia and ending at Fontana Dam. They have fresh food, real bread, cheese, summer sausage, and they generously share some with John and Turtle. The fresh food is a revelation. John has been eating freeze-dried meals and bars and instant everything for 10 days, and the taste of real bread, real cheese, is almost overwhelming. His body responds with intense gratitude, craving the nutrients, the variety, the realness of unprocessed food. "Enjoy it while you can," one of the section hikers says. "Once you're deeper into the trail, towns get farther apart. Fresh food becomes precious." They talk about the trail ahead. Standing Indian Mountain is coming up, they say. At 5,498 feet, it's one of the highest points on the southern AT. The climb is significant, but the views from the top are supposed to be spectacular. "How far to Standing Indian?" John asks. "About 7 miles from here. There's a shelter just past the summit. Carter Gap Shelter." John does the math. 7 more miles today would put him at 12 for the day, which is on the lower end of what he's been doing. But the climb to Standing Indian will be substantial, and there's no rush. He has all the time in the world, or at least 5 more months of it. "I might push on," he says, "if I'm feeling good after a rest here." He sets up his sleeping pad in a shady spot near the shelter and lies down for a brief rest. This is a new luxury he's allowing himself. the afternoon nap. Just 20 minutes or so, letting his body recover before deciding whether to continue or stop for the day. He doesn't quite sleep, just rest with his eyes closed, listening to the sounds of the shelter area. Other hikers coming and going, conversations about gear and miles and the trail ahead, the ever-present sound of wind in the trees, a woodpecker hammering somewhere close by. When he opens his eyes again, he feels refreshed. His legs are ready for more miles. The afternoon is still young. He decides to continue towards Standing Indian. He refills his water bottles, thanks the section hikers again for the food, and shoulders his pack. Turtle is staying at Muskrat Creek for the night, but he waves as John heads out. "See you up the trail," Turtle says. "See you up the trail," John echoes. It's the standard goodbye among through hikers. Not goodbye or see you later, but see you up the trail. Because everyone is going the same direction and paths will cross and recross for months, creating temporary companionships that dissolve and reform like clouds. The trail climbs steadily away from the shelter. John settles into his climbing rhythm. Shorter steps, steady breathing, frequent use of his trekking poles for leverage. Climb, breathe, climb, breathe. The rhythm is meditative, requires no thought, allows his mind to drift. He thinks about Standing Indian Mountain ahead. According to the guidebook, it's named from a Cherokee legend about a warrior who was turned to stone while keeping watch. John likes that the mountains have stories that indigenous people lived in and with these mountains for thousands of years before the trail existed, before the shelters and the white blazes and the through hikers. The forest here is beautiful. Mature hardwoods, their trunks massive, their canopy high overhead. The understory's open enough to see deep into the forest, and John imagines what it must have looked like before American chestnut blight, when those trees dominated the canopy. The forest must have been different then, darker, the chestnuts blocking more light with their dense foliage. But the forest adapted. Other species moved into the niches left by the chestnuts. Life continued, as it always does, finding new balances, new arrangements. The climb continues for miles. John's legs burn, his lungs work hard, but it's manageable. He's stronger than he was 10 days ago. His body has adapted, is still adapting, becoming a more efficient machine for moving uphill with weight on his back. He passes a few day hikers heading down, their afternoon hike complete. They offer encouragement. "You're almost there," though John has no idea how far there actually is. Distance on the trail is strange. A mile uphill can take 40 minutes. A mile on flat terrain can take 20. Time and distance don't relate the way they do in normal life. But eventually the trail levels. The trees thin slightly. And John realizes he's approaching the summit of Standing Indian Mountain. The top is partially wooded, but has several areas of exposed rock that offer views. John drops his pack and walks to the largest outcropping. The view opens up in front of him, and he catches his breath. Mountains, endless mountains, ridge after ridge rolling away in every direction, each one softer and bluer than the last until they fade into the distant sky. The late afternoon sun casts long shadows, emphasizes the three-dimensionality of the landscape. It's beautiful in a way that makes his chest ache, that reminds him why he's doing this. This view, this moment, this sense of having climbed to a place where the world reveals itself, where distance becomes visible, where perspective shifts. John sits on the warm rock and just looks, Other hikers come and go, taking photos, exclaiming over the view. But John stays, watching the light change as the sun moves towards the western horizon, watching shadows grow longer, watching the colors shift and deepen. He's on top of a mountain in North Carolina. He walked here from Georgia. He'll walk from here to Maine. The impossibility of it, the simple audacity of the plan, strikes him again. 2,000 miles, on foot, through mountains. But he's doing it. One mountain at a time, 1 mile at a time, one step at a time. And right now, sitting on this rock, with this view spread out before him, it feels not just possible, but inevitable. Of course he'll finish. Of course he'll reach Katahdin. How could he not, when walking is this simple, when beauty is this abundant, when each day brings moments like this one? The sun touches the western ridges. The light turns golden, then amber, then begins to fade toward dusk. John reluctantly stands, shoulders his pack, and continues a short distance to Carter Gap shelter. The shelter, when he reaches it, is nearly empty. Just one other hiker, an older man who introduces himself as weatherman and says little else. John goes through his evening routine, now so familiar it requires almost no thought. Set up sleeping area, filter water, cook dinner, eat, rest. As darkness falls and the day ends, John reflects on the significance of crossing into North Carolina, of climbing Standing Indian, of being here in this moment, on this trail, in this life he's chosen. 12 days ago he was someone else, someone who sat at a desk and stared at the screens and dreamed of something different. Now he's this person, this hiker, this walker of mountains. The transformation continues, 1 day at a time, 1 mile at a time. And tomorrow the trail will lead on, north through North Carolina, toward the Smokies, toward Tennessee, toward all the states and all the mountains and all the miles that wait ahead. John wakes to fog. Not rain, not mist, but proper fog, thick and white and silent. It fills the shelter like breath, obscures everything more than 20 feet away. The world has shrunk to this small space, this wooden structure, this circle of visibility. It's peaceful, the fog. Everything sounds muted, distant. Even the usual morning sounds of hikers packing up are softened, made gentle by the white air. John lies in his sleeping bag for a few extra minutes, watching the fog drift and swirl in no particular hurry to start the day. Weatherman is already up, moving quietly around the shelter, packing his gear with practiced efficiency. He's an experienced hiker, John can tell. His movements are economical, purposeful. His gear is minimal and well worn. He hikes his own hike, asks nothing from others, offers little conversation, but is pleasant enough when addressed. John eventually forces himself out of the warmth of his sleeping bag. The morning air is cool, probably high 40s, and the fog adds a dampness that seeps through clothing. He dresses quickly, pulling on his layers, and sets about making breakfast. The fog begins to lift as the morning progresses, not clearing entirely, but thinning enough that the trail becomes visible again. John shoulders his pack and starts walking, Weatherman having left an hour earlier, moving at his steady, unhurried pace that somehow covers 25 miles a day. The trail descends from Carter Gap through rhododendron tunnels. The leaves are wet from the fog, and John's pants are soaked within minutes from brushing against the vegetation. But it doesn't bother him as much as it would have 2 weeks ago. Wet is just wet. It's a temporary condition, and his body will dry as he moves, as the day warms. He's learning acceptance, not just of discomfort, but of the trail's constant variability. Hot days and cold days, sunny and rainy, easy miles and brutal climbs, good shelters and mediocre ones, fellow hikers who become friends and others who remain strangers. All of it is part of the experience, all of it to be met with equanimity rather than resistance. The morning miles pass quietly. John is alone on the trail, no hikers visible ahead or behind. Just him and the forest and the white blazes appearing through the thinning fog. The solitude is profound but not lonely. There's a difference, he's learning. Loneliness is wanting connection and not having it. Solitude is being alone and being content with that aloneness. He stops at a small stream to filter water and eat a snack. Sits on a fallen log and watches the water move over rocks, creating miniature rapids and pools. A water strider skates across a calm section, its feet dimpling the surface tension. John watches it for several minutes, fascinated by its delicate movement, its perfect adaptation to its environment. Everything here is adapted. The trees growing toward light, the moss covering the north sides of trunks where moisture lingers, the ferns unfurling in the understory, the birds calling from the canopy. Everything has found its niche, its way of being in this place. John is adapting too, his body, obviously, stronger legs, tougher feet, leaner build, but also his mind. His thoughts are simpler now, more present. He thinks less about the past and future, more about this moment, this step, this breath. The constant mental chatter that characterized his old life has quieted to a murmur. He continues north, climbing out of the creek valley, toward the next ridge. The fog has lifted now, though the sky remains overcast. The day is grey and soft, the light diffuse. Good hiking weather, cool enough to avoid overheating, dry enough to avoid getting soaked. Around midday, John reaches Beach Gap and the side trail to Standing Indian Campground. Some hikers go down to the campground to resupply, but John has enough food to reach Franklin, the next town, in a few days. He continues on the main trail, following the ridgeline north. The afternoon brings a long, gradual descent toward Deep Gap. The trail here is well maintained, smooth, allowing John to fall into a rhythm where his mind can wander completely. His feet know what to do. His legs know the motion. He doesn't have to think about walking anymore, can just let his body do what it's learned to do while his consciousness drifts. He thinks about his friends back in Charlotte, wonders what they're doing right now. Working probably, sitting in offices or meeting rooms, staring at computers, drinking bad coffee. The thought brings no sense of superiority, no self-satisfaction at having escaped. Just a gentle recognition that our lives and his life are different now, that the paths have diverged in ways that might be permanent. He'll go back eventually, of course. The trail ends in Maine. After that, there will be decisions to make, a life to rebuild or reimagine. But that's months away, might as well be years away. For now, there's only this: walking, eating, sleeping, repeating. The trail crosses several small streams during the descent. Each one is clear and cold, running fast over rocks. John stops at one to soak his feet, unlacing his boots and peeling off his socks. His feet are tough now, calloused, but they still ache after miles of walking. The cold water is shocking at first, then soothing. He sits with his feet in the stream for 10 minutes, wiggling his toes, letting the water work its magic. Another hiker appears while John is sitting there, a woman moving fast with a small pack. She nods in greeting. How's the water? She asks. Perfect, John says, almost too cold, but perfect. She laughs, drops her pack, and sits on a rock to unlace her own boots. I'm Dash, she says. Started at Springer a week before you, probably. Took a few 0 days in town, now I'm back at it. John, he says, no trail name yet. It'll come, she says, or it won't. Some people never get one. That's okay too. They sit in companionable silence, feet in the cold stream, enjoying the break. After a while, Dash pulls her feet out, dries them with a bandana, and puts her socks and boots back on. See you up the trail, she says, and continues north at her quick pace. John stays a bit longer, then reluctantly pulls his feet from the water and dresses them again. His boots are damp inside from sweat and yesterday's wet vegetation, but they are his boots, molded to his feet now. He laces them snugly and stands, testing his weight. His feet feel refreshed, ready for more miles. The descent continues through the afternoon. John passes through different forest types as the elevation changes. Higher up, it was spruce and fir. Now he's in hardwoods again. Oak, hickory, maple. The understory changes too, different flowers at different elevations, different shrubs. He arrives at Deep Gap Shelter in late afternoon. It's an older shelter, well used but sturdy. Several hikers are already there, including Sarah, who he hasn't seen since the Georgia-North Carolina border. John, she calls out. I was wondering when you'd show up. They catch up over dinner. Sarah has been pushing bigger miles, averaging 17 or 18 a day. She wants to reach Fontana Dam before the weekend, wants to get into the Smokies while the weather is supposed to be good. What about you? She asks. What's your plan? John shrugs. No real plan, just walking. Probably make it to Franklin in a couple days, resupply, then head toward Fontana. The Smokies are supposed to be incredible, Sarah says. I mean, they're supposed to be hard too, big climbs, but incredible. Other hikers join the conversation. Fast Eddie is there, and Songbird, and a few others whose faces John recognizes, but whose names he's still learning. They talk about the trail ahead, about weather forecasts, about town food they're craving. Someone has a bag of marshmallows and passes them around. Someone else has hot chocolate mix and shares it. This is the trail community, John realizes. Not fixed or permanent, but fluid. People moving at different paces, coming together in shelters and towns, separating again, reconnecting miles or weeks later. Friendships that exist in this specific context, this bubble of trail life, but that feel real and meaningful despite their temporary nature. As darkness falls, the conversation quiets. People retreat to their sleeping bags. John lies on his back, looking up at the shelter ceiling, listening to the evening sounds. An owl calls from nearby. The wind picks up slightly, moving through the trees with that sound like distant water. He's been on the trail for 13 days now, almost 2 weeks. It feels simultaneously like forever and like no time at all. His whole life is fading, becoming dreamlike and unreal. This life, the trail life, is becoming his normal, his baseline, his reality. He thinks about the miles ahead, the Nantahala River crossing, Fontana Dam, the Smokies, Virginia's long miles, the mid-Atlantic states, New England, Maine. So much trail still to walk. But he's not daunted by it anymore. The trail will be what it will be. He'll walk it one day at a time, one step at a time, and eventually he'll reach the end. Or he won't. Either way, this experience, these days, these mountains, they're enough. They're more than enough. John closes his eyes and lets sleep come. His body is tired in the good way, the way that promises deep rest. His mind is quiet, content. Tomorrow will bring more trail, more miles, more moments. But tonight there's just this. The shelter, the darkness, the company of other hikers breathing in their sleep, and the vast forest standing watch around them. The rhythm of trail life has him now completely. Walk, eat, sleep, repeat. Simple and profound. Difficult and beautiful. Exactly what he came here to find, even if he didn't quite know what he was looking for when he started. The trail teaches if you're willing to learn. And John is learning day by day, mile by mile, step by step. Learning patience, learning presence, learning that he's capable of more than he believed, that discomfort is temporary, that beauty is everywhere if you're paying attention. Sleep takes him gradually, his breathing slowing, his consciousness fading. And in his dreams, he walks through endless forests, over endless mountains, following white blazes that lead always north, always forward, always toward something he can't quite name but knows he needs to find. John wakes to birdsong, not the scattered calls of individual birds, but a chorus, a symphony of different voices, all declaring the morning at once. Dawn in the forest is never silent, but some mornings are louder than others, more insistent, more alive. He lies still for a moment, listening, trying to identify the different songs. Cardinals, definitely, their sharp whistles are distinctive. Something that sounds like it's saying, "Drink your tea," over and over. The drumming of a woodpecker somewhere distant. A crow cawing harshly. And underneath it all, dozens of songs he doesn't know, can't identify, can only appreciate as part of the whole. The shelter is quiet despite the birdsong. Most of the hikers are still asleep, curled in their sleeping bags, not yet ready to face the day. But John's body has adjusted to trail time, asleep by 8 or 9, awake by 6 or earlier. It's a rhythm his body enjoys, feels natural, following after years of fighting against it with alarm clocks and late nights and caffeine. He dresses quietly, trying not to wake anyone, and steps out of the shelter into the morning. The air is cool and clean, dew covers everything, making the forest sparkle in the early light. John walks a short distance from the shelter to relieve himself, then stands for a moment just breathing, just being present to this morning, this moment, this life. Today he'll reach the Nantahala River, a major landmark. The trail descends from the mountains to cross the river at the Nantahala Outdoor Center, a popular spot for rafting and kayaking. There's an outfitter there, a restaurant, the possibility of real food and cold drinks. The thought makes John's mouth water. He's been on trail food for 2 weeks now, and while his body has adapted, the promise of a burger and fries, a milkshake, something fresh and hot and not freeze-dried, is powerfully motivating. He makes breakfast, the usual instant oatmeal and coffee, and packs his gear. Other hikers are stirring now, going through their morning routines. Sarah's up, looking tired, but determined. Fast Eddie is already packed and ready to go. Big descent today, Eddie says to no one in particular. Something like 3,000 feet down to the river. My knees are already crying, Sarah says, but she's smiling. John shoulders his pack and starts north. The morning is beautiful, the kind of perfect spring day that makes everything feel possible. The sun filters through the new leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow on the trail. The temperature is ideal for hiking, cool enough to be comfortable, warm enough that he doesn't need extra layers. The trail climbs briefly, gaining a ridge. before beginning its long descent toward the Nantahala River. John's knees brace for the downhill. This is the challenge of descending. Gravity helps in one sense but fights you in another. Each step is a small controlled fall, each impact absorbed by joints and muscles. By the end of a big descent, his knees will be aching, his quads burning from the constant braking. But the descent is also beautiful. The trail switchbacks down the mountainside, offering glimpses through the trees of the valley below. John can see the river in places, a silver ribbon winding through the green. Somewhere down there is the Nantahala Outdoor Center, with its promise of comfort food and cold drinks. He descends steadily, not rushing. His trekking poles do most of the work, planted firmly with each step to take pressure off his knees. The rhythm is different from climbing, but still meditative. Plant poles, step down, plant poles, step down, over and over, hundreds of times, thousands of times. Wildflowers line the trail in places. John has learned more names now. Fire pink, with its brilliant red blooms. Foam flower, white and delicate. Wild geranium, pale purple. The forest is a garden, though no one planted it. No one tends it. It tends itself, finds its own balance, creates its own beauty. An hour into the descent, John passes a day hiker coming up. A young woman struggling with the grade, her face red with effort. She sees John and stops, grateful for the excuse to rest. "How much farther to the top?" she asks, breathing hard. John tries to remember. "Maybe another hour, hour and a half. It's a good climb." She groans. "My friends said this would be fun. I should have stayed home." John smiles. "It's worth it. The views from up there are great." "I'll take your word for it," she says, but she continues up after catching her breath. John continues down. The morning warms. He stops once to remove his long-sleeved shirt, stuffing it into his pack. The descent seems endless, switchback after switchback, the river getting closer but never quite arriving. He thinks about the metaphor of it, the trail as life, or life as trail. You can see where you're going sometimes, but getting there takes longer than you expect. The path isn't straight, is never straight. You switch back, circle around obstacles, gain and lose elevation, and all you can do is keep walking. Trust that if you continue putting one foot in front of the other, you'll eventually arrive. Around noon, the trail finally reaches a river valley. The sound of the Nantahala grows loud, rushing water over rocks. The forest opens up, and then John sees it, the river, wide and fast, running clear over a rocky bed. And beyond the river, the Nantahala Outdoor Center, with its buildings and parking lot and the blessed promise of civilization. The trail crosses the river on a road bridge. John walks across, looking down at the water, at the rafts full of people in helmets and life jackets, at the kayakers navigating rapids. The rafters look cold and wet and happy, their shouts and laughter carrying over the water's roar. On the far side of the bridge, the trail leads directly past the NOC's restaurant. The smell of cooking food hits John like a physical force. Burgers, fries, something sweet baking. His stomach growls loudly. He's burning 4,000 or 5,000 calories a day walking, and his body is constantly hungry, constantly seeking fuel. He drops his pack outside the restaurant and goes in. The contrast with the forest is jarring. Bright lights, music playing, people everywhere, the noise and bustle of commerce. But John is hungry enough not to care. He orders a cheeseburger, fries, onion rings, a chocolate milkshake, and a side salad because some part of him remembers that vegetables are important. When the food arrives, he eats with single-minded focus. The burger is greasy and perfect. The fries are hot and salty. The milkshake is so thick it hurts his teeth. Everything tastes better than anything has ever tasted. He's heard this phenomenon described by other hikers, how food takes on an almost spiritual quality after weeks on the trail, how the simplest meals become profound experiences. He's halfway through his burger when Sarah walks in, drops her pack with a thud, and collapses into a chair at his table. "I'm dying," she announces. "That descent killed me. My knees are never going to work again." "Order food," John says. "Food helps." She does, and they eat mostly in silence, too focused on the act of consuming to bother with conversation. Other through hikers come and go, all of them wearing the same expression of desperate hunger and profound satisfaction. After eating, John goes to the outfitter to resupply. He buys enough food for the next section to Fontana Dam, about 5 days away. Freeze-dried dinners, instant oatmeal bars, trail mix, candy bars for quick energy, instant coffee, electrolyte powder. The same things he's been eating, but somehow shopping for them, choosing them feels like an event, like something significant. He also buys a new pair of socks, his old ones finally worn through at the heels, and a small bottle of ibuprofen, his knees definitely needing the help, and a candy bar that he eats immediately, standing in the checkout line. Outside, he finds a spot on the lawn near the river and reorganizes his pack, fitting in the new food, making sure everything is accessible. Other hikers are doing the same, the lawn dotted with backpacks and gear spread out on the grass. Dash appears, her small pack barely looking any fuller despite her resupply. She sees John and waves, comes over. "You staying here tonight?" she asks. "They have a bunkhouse, hot showers, real beds." John is tempted. The thought of a hot shower, of sleeping in a bed instead of on a wooden platform, is appealing. But he also wants to keep moving, wants to put more miles in before dark. "I think I'll push on," he says, "maybe get another 5 or 6 miles before stopping." "Same," Dash says. "Can't get too comfortable in town, too easy to stay." They end up hiking out together along with Fast Eddie and a few other hikers John recognizes. The trail climbs immediately from the knock. Of course it does. Gaining back some of the elevation they all worked so hard to lose this morning. But John's legs feel stronger after the rest and the food. The climb is hard but manageable. The afternoon is warm but not hot. The miles pass pleasantly, conversation flowing easily among the group of hikers. They're a bubble, John realizes, a group moving at roughly the same pace, stopping at the same shelters, reaching the same towns at the same time. The bubble will spread out and compress and reform throughout the journey, but for now they're together, a temporary community of shared purpose. Around 6 in the evening, they reach Sassafras Gap Shelter. It's a good shelter, clean and roomy, with a reliable spring nearby. The group claims spaces, goes through evening routines. Someone builds a small fire. Someone else shares chocolate they bought at the nose. John sits on a log near the fire as darkness falls, feeling deeply satisfied. It was a good day. Big descent, real food, good miles, pleasant company. This is trail life at its best. Challenges met, small pleasures savoured, progress made. The fire crackles and pops, stars begin to appear overhead. Someone plays a harmonica softly. The conversation's quiet as tiredness sets in. John eventually retreats to his sleeping bag, his body tired but his spirit content. Tomorrow will bring more miles toward Fontana Dam, toward the Smokies, toward the long journey north. But tonight there's just this. Good food in his belly, comfortable shelter, friends nearby, and the deep satisfaction of another day walked, another piece of the trail completed. He closes his eyes and listens to the night sounds, the fire dying down, the creek nearby, the occasional rustle of small animals in the leaves, the breathing of other hikers settling into sleep. The Nantahala is behind him now. The Smokies wait ahead. And in between, there's just this. One night, one rest, one opportunity to let his body recover before starting again tomorrow. The trail continues, it always continues. North, through the mountains, through all weather, through all seasons, patient and eternal. And John continues with it, one step at a time, one day at a time, walking his way slowly toward whatever waits at the end of this long, beautiful, difficult journey. John wakes to the sound of rain on the shelter roof. Again, not the heavy downpour of a few days ago, but steady rain, the kind that will last all day and soak everything despite rain gear and good intentions. He lies in his sleeping bag, listening to it, gathering the motivation to face a wet day. Around him, other hikers are doing the same. No one is eager to get up, to pack wet gear, to start walking in the rain. But eventually, one by one, they do. Because staying in the shelter won't get them any closer to their goals. Because the trail doesn't stop for rain. Because this is what they signed up for, even if they didn't fully understand that when they started. John packs his gear, protecting what he can in waterproof stuff, sacks. His sleeping bag goes in first, sealed tight. Then his spare clothes, his electronics, anything that needs to stay dry. Everything else, tent, cook gear, the pack itself, will get wet. That's just how it is. He pulls on his rain jacket, covers his pack with its rain cover, and starts walking. Within minutes, water is running down his legs into his boots. Within an hour, he's soaked despite the rain gear, his body heat creating condensation inside his jacket, moisture finding every gap and seam. But there's something meditative about hiking in rain. John is discovering. The world narrows to just the trail ahead, visibility limited by the rain and mist. The sound of drops on leaves becomes a constant rhythm. There's nothing to do but walk, no decisions to make beyond following the white blazes north. The trail climbs steadily through the morning. John's breathing is heavy with the effort, steam rising from his body in the cool air. His legs pump steadily, mechanically, carrying him upward through the wet forest. He sees no one all morning. Every hiker is in their own bubble, moving at their own pace through the rain. John is alone with his thoughts, though his thoughts are slow and simple. Just the rain, just the walking, just the endless upward motion. Around midday, he reaches Chewa Bald, though he can see nothing of the view that's supposed to be there. Just grey mist, thick and impenetrable. He eats lunch quickly, a bar and some trail mix, not wanting to stop long enough to get cold, and continues. The afternoon brings a long ridge walk, the trail following the spine of the mountain. The rain lessens to drizzle, then stops entirely, though the forest continues to drip. Clouds hang low, obscuring the tops of trees, but there's a lightness in the air that suggests clearing weather ahead. John's spirits lift with the weather. Wet clothes are less miserable when the rain stops. His body heat starts to dry things from the inside out. By late afternoon, when he reaches Stikoa Gap, he's almost dry or at least not actively dripping. At the gap, a road crosses the trail. A few cars are parked there, including a minivan with its side door open. Trail magic. An older couple has set up a folding table with snacks and drinks, sodas, chips, cookies, fruit. Help yourself, the man says. We're heading out soon, so take what you want. John gratefully accepts a Coke and a bag of chips. The sugar and salt hit his system like medicine. He sits on the curb, eating and drinking, chatting with the couple. They're not hikers themselves, they explain, just people who live nearby and like to help through hikers when they can. How far to Fontana, John asks. From here, about 30 miles. Most people do it in 2 days, some do it in 3. John does the math. 2 15-mile days would get him to Fontana Dam by tomorrow evening. That's ambitious for him, but doable, and the promise of Fontana is motivating. The dam marks the entrance to the Smoky Mountains, and there's a shelter there, Fontana Hilton. It's called, ironically, supposedly the nicest shelter on the entire trail. Thanks for the magic, John says, standing and shouldering his pack. Good luck, the woman says. Stay safe out there. John continues north, energized by the calories and the kindness. The trail climbs again. It always climbs. But he's feeling strong. The afternoon miles pass quickly. He reaches Cable Gap shelter as evening approaches. Several hikers are already there, including Weatherman, who John hasn't seen since Carter Gap several days ago. Weatherman nods in greeting but says nothing, already settled into his evening routine. Sarah arrives shortly after John, looking exhausted. I am so ready for Fontana, she says, dropping her pack with a groan. A real shower, real food, maybe a 0 day. How far did you come today? John asks. 16 miles, trying to make it to Fontana tomorrow. Same, John says. 15 miles tomorrow and we're there. Other hikers joined the conversation, everyone focused on the milestone ahead. Fontana represents the end of this section, the transition into a new phase. After Fontana comes the Smokies, 70 miles of protected wilderness, with mandatory shelter stays and different rules, and supposedly the hardest climbing on the entire trail. But that's tomorrow's concern. Tonight there's just this shelter, this evening, this gradual easing into rest. John goes through his routine. Filter water from the nearby spring, cook dinner, eat, hang his food bag. The evening is cool but not cold. The sky is clearing, stars appearing in patches between clouds. He sits outside the shelter after dinner, wrapped in his fleece, looking up at the emerging stars. 17 days on the trail now, over 100 miles walked. Georgia complete, North Carolina nearly complete. His body has transformed. He can feel the difference in his legs, his core, his shoulders. Lean muscle replacing the softer tissue of his old sedentary life. But the bigger changes are internal, harder to quantify. The way his mind has quieted. The way he can sit in silence and not feel restless. The way he's learned to be present to each moment rather than always thinking ahead or behind. The trail is teaching him things that have nothing to do with hiking, everything to do with being human. A shooting star scratches across the sky, then another. John watches for more, patient, attentive. The Milky Way is visible now, that river of stars overhead. He tries to comprehend the distances involved, the light years, the billions of stars. It's too much for his mind to hold, but he can appreciate it anyway, can feel himself part of something vast and ancient and ongoing. Inside the shelter, hikers are settling into their sleeping bags. John eventually joins them, tired but content. Tomorrow will bring the final push to Fontana. then the Smokies, then Tennessee, then all the miles beyond. But tonight, there's just this: stars overhead, shelter around him, the company of fellow travelers, and the deep satisfaction of another day completed, another section of trail walked. His body aches in the familiar way. His sleeping pad feels like luxury. His sleeping bag wraps him in warmth. The forest breathes around the shelter, settling into its own night routines. Somewhere an owl calls, somewhere a small animal rustles through leaves. Somewhere water flows over rocks, constant and eternal. John's breathing slows, his thoughts drift. Sleep approaches like an old friend, welcome and expected. Tomorrow Fontana, tomorrow the gateway to the Smokies, tomorrow new challenges and new beauty. But tonight, just rest, just this moment, just the peaceful ending of another day on the trail, another day of walking north toward whatever waits at the end of this long journey through the mountains. John wakes to sunlight and the sound of excited voices. The sky is clear, brilliantly clear after yesterday's rain. It's going to be a beautiful day for the push to Fontana. The shelter empties quickly, hikers eager to reach the milestone. John packs efficiently, eats his breakfast standing up and starts walking by 7. 15 miles to go. At his usual pace, that means 7 or 8 hours of walking. He should reach Fontana by mid-afternoon. The trail is muddy from yesterday's rain, but the morning is glorious. Everything sparkles with moisture. The new leaves glow green in the sunlight. Birds are singing their territories, their joy, their simple existence. John's spirits are high as he climbs out of Cable Gap. The miles pass quickly. John is in that flow state where walking requires no thought, where his body knows what to do, and his mind can simply drift. He thinks about the Smokies ahead. 70 miles of wilderness, the most remote section he's walked so far. Mandatory shelter stays, meaning he can't camp wherever he wants. Permits required. Rules and regulations in a national park rather than the more relaxed national forest lands he's been walking through. But also incredible beauty, the most visited national park in the country, ancient forests, highballs, wildlife, black bears, deer, wild turkeys, the southern Appalachians at their finest. He's nervous and excited in equal measure. The Smokies will be a test, a proving ground. If he can make it through the Smokies, he can make it anywhere on the trail. Around mid-morning, John catches up to Fast Eddie, who's stopped at a small stream to filter water. "Big day," Eddie says, "ready for Fontana?" "More than ready," John says. "You?" "Can't wait. I'm going to eat everything at the marina store, everything." They hike together for a while, their paces matching. The conversation is easy, comfortable. They talk about gear, about the trail ahead, about nothing in particular. The miles pass pleasantly with company. The trail descends gradually through the late morning, losing elevation as it approaches Fontana Lake. John can sense the descent, can feel gravity helping rather than fighting. His knees are grateful for the easier grade. Around noon, they stop for lunch at a scenic overlook. Through the trees, John can see water, Fontana Lake, massive and blue, and in the distance, barely visible, the dam itself. "That's a big dam," Eddie says, and they both laugh at the obvious joke. After lunch, they continue together. The trail follows the lake shore for several miles, offering glimpses of water through the trees. John can see boats on the lake, people fishing and cruising, the sight of recreation, of people doing things just for pleasure rather than necessity. feels strange after weeks in the woods. The afternoon is warm, properly warm. John is down to a t-shirt, sweating despite the moderate terrain, but it's good sweat, earned sweat. He's walking to Fontana Dam. He's almost there. The trail finally leaves the lake shore and climbs slightly. Then through the trees, John sees buildings, actual buildings, the Fontana Marina with its store and restaurant. And beyond that, the famous Fontana Dam shelter, the Fontana Hilton. They've made it. John and Eddie walk into the shelter area and drop their packs with simultaneous groans of relief. The shelter is indeed impressive. A long wooden structure with clean sleeping platforms, a covered picnic area, and most importantly, real bathrooms with flush toilets and running water. Other hikers are already there celebrating their arrival. Sarah is there, looking happy and relaxed. Dash is there, her tiny pack barely visible compared to everyone else's. Songbird is there, humming to herself while she organizes her gear. The trail family is gathering at this major milestone. First order of business, Eddie announces, shower. Second order of business, food. Third order of business, more food. The showers are in a building near the shelter. John waits his turn, then steps into the hot water with a sense of profound gratitude. 3 weeks of dirt and sweat and trail grime wash away. He stays under the hot water for longer than necessary, just enjoying the luxury of being truly clean. After showering, he walks to the marina store. It's small but well stocked, with the essentials, food, drinks, basic supplies. John buys a sandwich, chips, a pint of ice cream, and several cold sodas. He sits on the porch eating and drinking, watching the lake, feeling utterly content. Other hikers come and go, everyone buying food, everyone eating with the single-minded focus of people who've been burning thousands of calories a day. The porch becomes an impromptu gathering space, hikers comparing notes on the trail behind and the Smokies ahead. I heard the climb out of Fontana is brutal, someone says. Everything I've heard about the Smokies is brutal, someone else responds. But also amazing. John listens more than he talks, taking it all in. The excitement is contagious. Everyone here has walked roughly the same distance, endured the same challenges, earned this moment of rest, and everyone is looking ahead to the next challenge, the next section, the next stage. As evening approaches, John returns to the shelter. He's decided to take a 0 day tomorrow, a full day of rest with no hiking. His body needs it and he wants to be fresh for entering the Smokies. Several other hikers are doing the same, creating an impromptu rest day community. He sets up his sleeping area in the Fontana Hilton, claims one of the clean platforms. The shelter is filling up. It can hold 30 people. And it looks like it might be close to full tonight. But it doesn't feel crowded, it feels communal, celebratory. As darkness falls, someone builds a fire in the fire ring outside the shelter. Hikers gather around it, sharing food, telling stories, playing music. Someone has a guitar, someone else has a harmonica. The music is simple but beautiful, echoing across the water. John sits on a log near the fire, wrapped in his fleece, listening. He thinks about how far he's come. Not just the miles, though that's significant, 140 miles or so from Springer to here, but the internal distance. The person who started at Springer Mountain 3 weeks ago feels like a different person than who he is now. That person was nervous, uncertain, carrying too much gear and too many doubts. This person, the one sitting by the fire at Fontana Dam, is stronger, leaner, more confident. This person knows he can walk 15 miles in a day, knows he can handle rain and cold and tired legs, knows he belongs on this trail, in this community, on this journey. The fire crackles and pops, stars emerge overhead, the conversation flows around him. Trail talk, always trail talk. Gear and miles and shelters and towns, the shared language of through hikers, the common experience binding them together despite their different backgrounds, different lives waiting for them off the trail. Sarah sits down next to John. You taking a 0 tomorrow? Yeah, you? Yeah, figure I'll wash all my clothes, organize my gear, eat a lot of food, get ready for the Smokies. Sounds perfect, John says. They sit in comfortable silence, watching the fire. After a while, Sarah speaks again. Do you think about finishing? Like actually reaching Katahdin? John considers. Sometimes, but it feels so far away, so impossible, that I can't really hold it in my mind. Mostly I just think about the next section. Getting through the Smokies, making it to Virginia. Same, Sarah says. It's too big to think about all at once. One day at a time, John says. It's become his mantra, his way of managing the enormity of the undertaking. One day at a time, Sarah echoes. The fire burns lower. People begin drifting toward the shelter, toward their sleeping bags. John stays a bit longer, not quite ready to let go of the day. Tomorrow he'll rest. The day after, he'll enter the Smokies. But tonight, he's here, at Fontana Dam, having completed another section of trail. He thinks about the dam itself, massive and concrete, holding back millions of gallons of water. It was built during the World War II, part of the Tennessee Valley Authority's push to bring electricity to the region. Workers lived in a town that was eventually flooded when the dam was completed. History layered on history, change upon change, all of it part of the story of these mountains. And now he's part of that story too, in his small way. Another hiker passing through, another person seeking something in these ancient mountains. One of thousands who walk this trail each year. One of millions who found meaning in wild places. John finally stands and walks to the shelter. Most hikers are already in their sleeping bags, the shelter quiet except for the occasional rustle of someone shifting position. John climbs onto his platform, slides into his sleeping bag, and lies on his back looking at the shelter ceiling. He made it to Fontana. 3 weeks on the trail, and he made it to this significant milestone. Georgia is complete. Most of North Carolina is complete. The Smokies wait ahead, then Tennessee, then the long miles of Virginia, then everything beyond. But he doesn't need to think about all of that tonight. Tonight there's just this. A comfortable shelter, a clean body, a full belly, the company of fellow hikers, and the deep satisfaction of goals met and challenges overcome. His body is tired but strong. His mind is quiet but alert. His spirit is content, settled, at peace with this life he's chosen, this journey he's undertaking. Outside, the night settles over Fontana Lake. The water reflects stars. The mountains stand dark against the sky. The forest breathes and rustles and lives its ancient life, indifferent to human concerns, eternal and patient. And John sleeps, the Fontana Hilton living up to its ironic name, comfortable and dry and safe. Tomorrow he'll rest. The day after he'll walk into the Smokies, into new challenges and new beauty. But tonight there's just this perfect moment of completion, of transition, of being exactly where he needs to be. The trail has brought him here. The trail will carry him forward. And he's ready as anyone can be, for whatever comes next. one day at a time, 1 mile at a time, one step at a time, always north, always forward, always walking. John wakes on his rest day to the sound of voices and laughter. The Fontana Hilton is busy even at dawn. Hikers moving about, some preparing to enter the Smokies, others like John taking a 0 day to rest and prepare. He lies in his sleeping bag for a while, luxuriating in the knowledge that he doesn't have to pack up and start walking. No miles to make today, no elevation to gain, just rest, resupply, preparation for the challenging section ahead. His body is grateful. 3 weeks of continuous walking has created a baseline soreness that never quite goes away. His feet ache. His shoulders are tender where the pack straps rest. His knees protest stairs and downhills. A full day of rest will help, will let his body repair and strengthen. He eventually emerges from his sleeping bag and walks to the bathroom to brush his teeth. The mirror shows him a different person than the one who started at Springer Mountain. His face is leaner, more angular. His beard has grown in, no longer patchy but full. His eyes look different too, clearer, more focused, like something has sharpened in the weeks of walking. After breakfast, instant oatmeal, because even on a 0 day, some habits persist. John walks to the marina to check on permits for the Smokies. The Great Smoky Mountains National Park requires permits for overnight stays, and through hikers must stay in designated shelters rather than camping wherever they choose. It's more restrictive than the sections he's walked so far, but it's necessary to protect the heavily trafficked park. At the marina office, he fills out the permit paperwork. The ranger behind the desk is friendly, used to processing hundreds of through hikers each year. "When are you planning to enter?" she asks. "Tomorrow morning," John says. "Weather looks good for the next few days. Clear and cool, perfect hiking weather." She stamps his permit and hands it to him. "The climb out of here is tough. Shuckstack is about 3,000 feet up in less than 4 miles. Take your time." John thanks her and tucks the permits into his pack. 3,000 feet in 4 miles. That's steep by any standard, but he's climbed steep sections before. His body knows how to do this now. He spends the rest of the morning doing laundry, washing his spare shirt, socks, and hiking pants in the bathroom sink, hanging them to dry in the sunshine. Other hikers are doing the same. The shelter area, draped with drying clothes like prayer flags. In the afternoon, he walks to the marina store to resupply for the Smokies. The store is small and the selection is limited, but he manages to gather enough food for the 5 or 6 days it will take to traverse the 70 miles through the park. More freeze-dried meals, more bars, more instant coffee. He splurges on some candy bars and a small bag of trail mix with M&Ms. Small pleasures matter on the trail. Sarah finds him on the porch of the store, both of them eating ice cream in the afternoon sun. "Ready for the Smokies?" she asks. "As ready as I'll ever be," John says. "You?" Nervous, but also excited. This is supposed to be the most beautiful section in the south. They sit in comfortable silence, eating their ice cream, watching boats move across the lake. The 0 day has a strange quality to it, relaxing but also slightly anxious. John's body wants to rest, but his mind is already moving forward, already thinking about tomorrow's climb, about the challenges ahead. That evening, a large group gathers at the Fontana Hilton. At least 20 through hikers are spending the night, many of them entering the Smokies tomorrow. The atmosphere is celebratory, but also nervous, like students before a big exam. Someone builds a fire, and people gather around it as the darkness falls. The conversation is all about the Smokies. Who's heard what to expect, which climbs are hardest, which shelters are best. Information is shared, rumors are dispelled, advice is offered. Klingman's dome is incredible, someone says. Highest point on the entire AT, over 6,000 feet. The shelter at Derrick Knob is supposed to be packed every night, someone else adds. Get there early if you can. I heard there are bears everywhere, like everywhere. That's why we have to hang our food on the cables at every shelter, no exceptions. John listens, absorbing information, trying to prepare himself mentally. The Smokies are legendary among hikers, beautiful but challenging. The first true test of a through hike. Many people make it to Fontana and then quit, realizing the difficulty of what lies ahead. But John doesn't think he'll quit. The thought crosses his mind. It always does, has crossed his mind multiple times over the past 3 weeks. But it doesn't stick. He's come this far. He'll keep going. It's that simple. As the fire dies down and people drift toward the shelter, John takes a final walk along the lake shore. The water is dark and still, reflecting stars. The dam looms to his right, massive and solid. Somewhere beyond those mountains to the north is Tennessee. Somewhere beyond that is Virginia. And beyond that, the rest of the trail, stretching away toward Maine. He tries to imagine himself finishing, standing on top of Katahdin. But the image won't form. It's too distant, too abstract. All he can picture is tomorrow, the climb out of Fontana, the first day in the Smokies, the next shelter, the next meal, the next sunset. One day at a time. It's all he can manage, all anyone can manage. John returns to the shelter and climbs into his sleeping bag. Around him, other hikers are settling in for the night. The shelter is full, every platform occupied, but the energy is good. Everyone here has walked the same miles, earned the same rest, faces the same challenges ahead. Tomorrow the Smokies begin, tomorrow a new chapter starts. But tonight, there's just this. One last night at Fontana, one last rest before the push into the mountains. John closes his eyes and lets sleep come, his body grateful for the rest, his spirit ready for what comes next. The next morning dawns clear and cool, perfect hiking weather, just as the ranger predicted. John wakes early, his body clock now permanently set to trail time. He packs his gear with extra care, making sure everything is secure, accessible, properly organized. The Smokies will be his longest stretch without resupply. He needs to be efficient with his resources. By 7, he's ready. His pack is heavy with 6 days of food, but it's a familiar weight now. His boots are laced tight, his water bottles are full, his permit is tucked safely in his hip belt pocket. Sarah is ready at the same time, and they agree to hike together, at least at the start. Several other hikers are also beginning their Smoky Mountains journey this morning. Fast Eddie, Songbird, a few others whose faces John knows, but whose names he's still learning. They walk together to the trailhead, the group quiet with anticipation. The trail leads away from the dam, past a small ranger station, and then begins to climb immediately, sharply. The ascent to Shuck Stack has begun. The climb is brutal from the start. The trail switchbacks up the mountainside, gaining elevation rapidly. John's legs protest. His breathing comes hard. His heart pounds. but he finds his rhythm, that slow, steady pace that he can maintain for hours. Step, breathe, step, breathe. The poles plant and push, plant and push. Sarah pulls ahead after the first mile. She's a stronger climber than John, lighter, more efficient. That's okay. Everyone hikes their own hike, moves at their own pace. John settles into his climbing meditation, his mind emptying of everything except the physical act of moving upward. The forest around him is beautiful. He's entering the Smokies now, truly entering them. These mountains are different from what he's walked through so far. Older, more weathered, more covered in vegetation. The forest is thick, lush, the understory dense with rhododendron and mountain laurel. An hour into the climb, John passes a day hiker coming down, an older man with a small pack. "How much farther to Shuckstack?" John asks, breathing hard. "You're about halfway. Keep going. The view from the fire tower is worth it." John thanks him and continues climbing. Halfway. Another hour or more of this steep grade. But knowing the distance helps somehow, gives him a goal to work toward. The miles creep by slowly, up and up and up. The trail is relentless, offering few flat sections, no real rest from the climbing. John's legs burn, sweat soaks his shirt despite the cool air, but he continues because stopping won't get him there, because the only way is through. Around mid-morning, the trail finally levels onto a ridge, and there, ahead of him, is Shuckstack Mountain with its fire tower, rising above the trees like a skeletal finger pointing at the sky. John reaches the fire tower and drops his pack with relief. The tower is old, a metal structure that looks barely stable. A sign warns hikers to climb at their own risk. But the view from the top is supposed to be spectacular. John starts climbing the tower stairs. They're steep and slightly rusty, creaking under his weight, but they hold. Higher and higher he climbs, above the tree line now, the wind picking up as he gains elevation. At the top, the view opens up in all directions, and John catches his breath. Mountains, endless mountains. The Smokies spread out before him, ridge after ridge rolling away into blue distance. Fontana Lake glitters to the south, far below now, and to the north, more mountains, the spine of the Smokies stretching toward Tennessee. This is what he came for, this view, this moment, this sense of having climbed to a place where the world reveals itself in all its vast, beautiful complexity. John stands at the top of the tower for a long time, just looking, just breathing, just being present to this moment. Other hikers come and go, taking photos, exclaiming over the view, but John stays, not wanting to leave, not wanting to descend back into the forest where the view will disappear. But eventually he does descend, because the trail continues, because there are more miles to walk today. He shoulders his pack and continues north along the ridge. The trail follows the mountain top for a while before beginning a long descent toward Molly's Ridge shelter, where he plans to spend the night. The afternoon is pleasant. The climbing is done for now, replaced by easier ridge walking and gradual descents. John's legs are grateful for the change. He passes through different forest types as he walks. Areas of mature hardwoods, sections of evergreens, places where the understory is open and he can see deep into the forest. He sees his first bear sign, scat on the trail, still fresh. His heart rate picks up slightly. Bears are common in the Smokies, he knows. Most of them avoid humans, but they're there sharing these mountains. He makes noise as he walks, talking to himself, singing quietly, letting any bears know he's coming so they can move away. Around late afternoon, John reaches Molly's Ridge shelter. It's a standard Smoky Mountain shelter, three-sided wooden structure with a chain link fence across the front that can be closed at night to keep bears out. The fence gives the shelter a slightly ominous feeling, like a cage, but John understands the necessity. Several hikers are already there. Sarah is there, having arrived an hour earlier. Fast Eddie is there. Weatherman is there, sitting quietly on the sleeping platform, reading a book. And there are others John doesn't recognize. Section hikers, weekend warriors, all of them drawn to these famous mountains. John claims a spot on the sleeping platform and begins his evening routine. But there's an additional step in the Smokies, hanging his food on the bare cables. Every shelter in the park has cables strung high between posts, and all food must be hung from them at night. John puts his food bag, his toiletries, anything with a scent, into his bear bag and hoists it up using the pulley system. As evening falls, the group at the shelter cooks dinner together, sharing stories of the day's hiking. Everyone is tired but happy. They made it through the first day in the Smokies. They climbed Shuck Stack. They're here in the heart of the most famous mountains on the Appalachian Trail. The shelter's chain link fence is closed as darkness comes, creating a strange enclosed feeling, but it's protection, security. John lies in his sleeping bag, looking through the fence at the darkening forest beyond. He's in the Smokies now, really in them. Tomorrow will bring more miles, more mountains, more challenges. But tonight he's here, safe and sheltered, surrounded by fellow hikers, deep in the wilderness of these ancient mountains. The forest is alive with sound, insects chirping, something larger moving through the undergrowth, possibly a bear, possibly just a deer. The wind moving through the trees with that constant rushing sound. John closes his eyes and lets the sounds wash over him. One day down in the Smokies, many more to go, but he made it through today. He climbed Shuck Stack. He's stronger than he was this morning. The trail continues north, always north, leading through these mountains toward Tennessee. And John continues with it, one step at a time, one day at a time, walking his way slowly through the most beautiful and challenging miles of the southern Appalachian Trail. The afternoon is pleasant. The climbing is done for now, replaced by easier ridge walking and gradual descents. John's legs are grateful for the change. He passes through different forest types as he walks. Areas of mature hardwoods, sections of evergreens, places where the understory is open and he can see deep into the forest. He sees his first bear sign, scat on the trail, still fresh. His heart rate picks up slightly. Bears are common in the Smokies, he knows. Most of them avoid humans, but they're there sharing these mountains. He makes noise as he walks, talking to himself, singing quietly, letting any bears know he's coming so they can move away. Around late afternoon, John reaches Molly's Ridge shelter. It's a standard Smoky Mountain shelter, three-sided wooden structure with a chain link fence across the front that can be closed at night to keep bears out. The fence gives the shelter a slightly ominous feeling, like a cage, but John understands the necessity. Several hikers are already there. Sarah is there, having arrived an hour earlier. Fast Eddie is there. Weatherman is there, sitting quietly on the sleeping platform, reading a book, and there are others John doesn't recognize. Section hikers, weekend warriors, all of them drawn to these famous mountains. John claims a spot on the sleeping platform and begins his evening routine. But there's an additional step in the Smokies, hanging his food on the bare cables. Every shelter in the park has cables strung high between posts, and all food must be hung from them at night. John puts his food bag, his toiletries, anything with a scent, into his bear bag and hoists it up using the pulley system. As evening falls, the group at the shelter cooks dinner together, sharing stories of the day's hiking. Everyone is tired but happy. They made it through the first day in the Smokies. They climbed Shuck Stack. They're here in the heart of the most famous mountains on the Appalachian Trail. The shelter's chain link fence is closed as darkness comes, creating a strange enclosed feeling, but it's protection, security. John lies in his sleeping bag, looking through the fence at the darkening forest beyond. He's in the Smokies now, really in them. Tomorrow will bring more miles, more mountains, more challenges. But tonight he's here, safe and sheltered, surrounded by fellow hikers, deep in the wilderness of these ancient mountains. The forest is alive with sound, insects chirping, something larger moving through the undergrowth, possibly a bear, possibly just a deer. The wind moving through the trees with that constant rushing sound. John closes his eyes and lets the sounds wash over him. One day down in the Smokies, many more to go, but he made it through today. He climbed Shuck Stack. He's stronger than he was this morning. The trail continues north, always north, leading through these mountains toward Tennessee. And John continues with it, one step at a time, one day at a time, walking his way slowly through the most beautiful and challenging miles of the southern Appalachian Trail. Near the top of Thunderhead, the trail emerges onto another bald, rocky top. John has heard other hikers mention this place with reverence. It's one of the most iconic spots in the Smokies, featured in songs and stories, beloved by generations of hikers. He reaches the top and understands why. The view is breathtaking, 360 degrees of mountains, the Smokies spread out in all their glory. To the north, he can see into Tennessee. To the south, back toward North Carolina. Ridge after ridge, valley after valley, forest and rock and sky extending to the horizon. John finds a flat rock and sits, letting his pack rest against his legs. He pulls out his lunch, a tortilla with peanut butter, some trail mix, an energy bar, and eats slowly, savoring the food and the view equally. Other hikers come and go. Everyone stops at Rocky Top, drawn by its beauty, by its reputation. John recognizes a few faces, but mostly just exchanges nods and smiles. The unspoken camaraderie of shared experience, shared journey. He stays at Rocky Top for over an hour, longer than he should if he wants to make reasonable miles. But some moments demand to be honored, to be fully experienced. This is one of them. He's on top of a mountain in the Smokies. The weather is perfect. The view is extraordinary. There's no rush in this. Eventually, he forces himself to continue. The trail descends from Rocky Top, dropping into the forest again. The rest of the afternoon passes in steady walking, the trail following ridges and traversing slopes, always moving generally north. Around 6 in the evening, John reaches Derrick Knob Shelter. It's already crowded. The shelter can hold 12 people, and there are at least 15 hikers trying to claim spaces. The shelter hierarchy is in effect: through hikers get priority, then section hikers, then day hikers. Since everyone here is a through hiker or section hiker, it comes down to first come, first served. John manages to claim one of the last spots on the sleeping platform, squeezing in between two other hikers. The shelter is cozy in the way that means cramped. Everyone's gear overlapping, no privacy, no personal space. But it's shelter, protection from weather and animals, and that's what matters. The evening routine proceeds in the crowded space. Everyone goes through the same motions: retrieving food from bare cables, cooking dinner, eating, hanging food back up. The shelter fills with the smell of various freeze-dried meals cooking, with the sound of stoves hissing, with conversations about the day's hiking. John eats his dinner sitting outside the shelter, enjoying the last light of day. The sun is setting behind the western mountains, painting the sky with orange and pink and purple. The temperature is dropping as darkness approaches. He'll need his warm layers tonight. Fast Eddie appears just as dark is falling, looking exhausted. "That climb to Rocky Top nearly killed me," he announces. "But worth it. Totally worth it." He claims a space on the shelter floor since the platforms are full. Several other hikers are also on the floor, their sleeping pads touching, their gear creating a maze of stuff, sacks and packs. As night settles over the Smokies, the shelter becomes a cocoon of human warmth and presence. 15 people in a space meant for 12, but everyone makes it work. Stories are shared, snacks are passed around, someone has cards and starts a quiet game. John lies in his sleeping bag, wedged between two other hikers, listening to the conversations flow around him. He's tired but content. Today was a good day, beautiful vistas, steady miles, this moment of community at the shelter. Outside, the forest is alive with night sounds, insects chirping their endless songs, the wind moving through trees. Something, possibly a bear, possibly a wild boar, rustling through the undergrowth near the shelter. Everyone quiets when they hear it, listening, wondering, but the animal moves away, back into the darkness. The conversations gradually quiet as people settle into sleep. John closes his eyes, aware of the bodies pressed close around him, of the shared breath and warmth of the group. There's something primal about it, something that reaches back to humanity's ancient past, gathering together at night for warmth and safety, telling stories, sharing resources, facing the darkness as a community. He's deep in the Smokies now. Tomorrow will bring more mountains, more miles, more beauty. Klingman's Dome is ahead, the highest point on the entire Appalachian Trail. And beyond that, Tennessee, new terrain, new challenges. But tonight there's just this: a crowded shelter on a mountain ridge, tired bodies resting, the vast forest standing guard around them, and the deep satisfaction of another day walked, another section of trail completed. The Smokies are living up to their reputation. Challenging but magnificent, difficult but rewarding. Every mile earned, every view worth the climb to reach it. John's breathing slows, matching the rhythm of those sleeping around him. His body sinks into rest, grateful for the chance to recover before tomorrow's miles. The trail continues, always continues, leading north through these ancient mountains, and he continues with it, one step, one day, one moment at a time. John wakes to a shelter full of rustling and whispered conversations. The crowded conditions mean everyone's morning routine affects everyone else. Someone's alarm goes off at 5:30. Someone else is packing their gear in the dark, the crinkling of stuff sacks loud in the confined space. John lies still for a few minutes, waiting for enough people to leave that he can move without disturbing others. By 6, half the shelter has emptied out. John sits up, pulls on his clothes, and begins his own packing routine. His body is stiff from the crowded sleeping arrangement, from lying in one position all night without room to shift. But coffee and walking will loosen everything up. They always do. Outside, the morning is cool and misty, not quite fog, but the air is thick with moisture, giving everything a soft, muted quality. The Smokies are named for this phenomenon, the haze that often fills the valleys and clings to the ridges, making the mountains look like they're smoking. John eats breakfast quickly, eager to start walking. Today he'll reach Clingman's Dome at 6,643 feet, the highest point on the entire Appalachian Trail. The thought creates a flutter of excitement in his chest. The highest point. After Clingman's Dome, every step he takes for the next 1,000 miles will be at a lower elevation. It's a milestone, a peak in every sense of the word. He starts walking by 7, the trail immediately beginning to climb. The ascent to Clingman's Dome is gradual but relentless, gaining elevation steadily through old-growth forest. John settles into his climbing rhythm, his breathing deep and regular, his legs finding their stride. The forest here is magnificent. Spruce and fir trees predominate at this elevation, their branches heavy with moisture, their needles dark and green. The ground is covered in moss, thick and vibrant. Everything is dripping. Trees, rocks, the trail itself. The air smells of evergreen and damp earth, a clean, primal scent. John walks through the mist, visibility limited to maybe 50 feet. The forest appears out of the greyness ahead and disappears into it behind. He feels like he's walking through clouds, through some liminal space between earth and sky. The sensation is peaceful, meditative. Just him and the trail and the endless grey mist. Around mid-morning, he begins to see other hikers. Not through hikers, but day hikers and tourists. Clingman's Dome is accessible by a paved road, and the observation tower at the summit is a popular tourist destination. The presence of day hikers means John must be getting close. The trail intersects with a paved path, and suddenly John is surrounded by people. Families with children, elderly couples walking slowly, groups of teenagers. Everyone is heading toward the summit, toward the observation tower that rises above the trees. John joins the stream of people, following the paved path upward. It feels strange after weeks of dirt trails and solitude. The pavement is hard under his boots. The crowds are noisy, chattering, exclaiming. Children run past him, full of energy despite the elevation. But then the observation tower comes into view, a concrete spiral rising out of the mist, and John's breath catches. He's here, he's at Clingman's Dome. He walks up the spiral ramp to the top of the tower. The ramp is steep, and his legs burn despite the short distance. At the top, a circular observation deck offers 360-degree views, or would, if the mist would clear. Today the deck is surrounded by grey. Occasionally the mist thins enough to offer glimpses of ridges below, of valleys filled with clouds, but mostly it's just grey, thick and impenetrable. John doesn't mind. There's something fitting about reaching the highest point in mist, in clouds. It feels appropriate somehow. He's climbed to the roof of the southern Appalachians, climbed so high that he's inside the weather itself. He stands at the railing for a long time, watching the mist swirl and shift. Other visitors come and go, disappointed by the lack of views, snapping photos anyway to prove they were here. John just stands, breathing the thin, cool air, feeling the accomplishment settle into his bones. 6,643 feet. The highest he's been on the trail, the highest he'll be for a very long time. After 20 minutes, John reluctantly leaves the tower and continues on the AT, which leads away from the tourist area back into the forest. Within minutes, the crowds disappear. He's alone again, just him and the trail and the mist. The trail descends from Klingman's Dome, dropping gradually through spruce fir forest. John's knees absorb the downhill motion, his poles clicking rhythmically. The mist begins to thin as he loses elevation, the air growing slightly warmer, the visibility increasing. By early afternoon, he's below the cloud layer entirely. The sun breaks through, and suddenly the forest is transformed. Brilliant green, everything glowing with moisture and light. John stops for lunch at a small clearing, sitting on a fallen log, eating his tortilla and peanut butter while chipmunks investigate the area around him, hoping for drop crumbs. The afternoon brings more steady walking, the trail following ridges and traversing slopes. John passes through different forest types as the elevation changes. Spruce and fir giving way to mixed hardwoods, then to areas of rhododendron so thick they form tunnels over the trail. He sees a deer, a young doe, standing motionless beside the trail. They regard each other for a long moment, neither moving, both calm. Then the deer turns and walks unhurriedly into the forest, white tail flashing once before disappearing into the undergrowth. John continues, moved by the encounter. Every animal sighting feels like a gift, a reminder that he's a guest in this forest, sharing space with creatures who belong here more truly than he ever will. Around 4 in the afternoon, John reaches Mount Collins shelter. It's less crowded than last night's shelter, only 6 or 7 hikers already there. John claims a spot on the sleeping platform, sets up his sleeping area, and then just sits, enjoying the luxury of space and relative quiet. Sarah arrives shortly after, looking tired but happy. "Did you make it to Klingman's Dome?" she asks. "Yeah, this morning. Couldn't see anything because of the mist, but I was there." "Same. But somehow that made it better. Like we were so high, we were literally in the clouds." "Exactly," John says. They sit together outside the shelter, cooking their dinners, watching the late afternoon light filter through the trees. Other hikers arrive gradually. Fast Eddie, Songbird, a few section hikers John doesn't recognize. The shelter fills to capacity, but not beyond, everyone able to claim a comfortable spot. As evening falls, the group shares food and stories. Someone has a bag of marshmallows, trail magic from the last town, and they're passed around. Someone else has hot chocolate mix and shares it generously. These small luxuries feel enormous after days of the same freeze-dried meals. The conversation turns to the trail ahead. Tomorrow, many of them will cross into Tennessee. The state line is close now, maybe 10 miles north. Tennessee will be their third state. Georgia and North Carolina behind them, 13 states still ahead. "How far do you think we've come?" someone asks. total miles. People pull out their guides, do rough calculations. Somewhere around 200 miles, give or take. 200 miles from Springer Mountain, 200 miles closer to Katahdin. John tries to comprehend it. 200 miles. He's walked 200 miles through the mountains. His body has carried him 200 miles north. It seems impossible and also completely natural. Of course, he's walked 200 miles. What else would he be doing? The fire dies down as darkness settles over the mountain. People retreat to their sleeping bags, tired from the day's miles. John lies on his back, looking up at the shelter ceiling, thinking about Klingman's dome, about being higher than anywhere else on the trail, about the strange beauty of standing in mist so thick he couldn't see 50 feet. Tomorrow, Tennessee. Tomorrow, new terrain, new challenges. The Smokies are more than half finished now. In a few more days, he'll emerge on the other side. We'll have completed one of the trail's most legendary sections. But he's not thinking that far ahead tonight. Tonight, he's just here, in this shelter, on this mountain, having climbed to the highest point and descended again, his body tired but strong, his spirit content. Outside, the forest is alive with night sounds, the usual chorus of insects, an owl calling from somewhere distant, the wind moving through the trees with that sound like breath, like the mountain itself breathing. John closes his eyes and lets the sounds surround him. Sleep comes easily, his body grateful for rest, his mind quiet and still. The trail has carried him this far. The trail will carry him farther still, one day at a time, one mountain at a time, one step at a time, higher than anywhere else, and from here, the only direction is north, following the white blazes through these ancient mountains toward whatever waits beyond. John wakes to birdsong and the soft rustle of hikers beginning their morning routines. The shelter is peaceful this morning, everyone moving quietly, respectfully. The energy is good, people rested, ready for the day ahead, excited about crossing into Tennessee. He packs his gear and eats breakfast outside the shelter, watching the morning light filter through the forest. The air is cool and fresh, perfect for hiking. A light breeze moves through the trees, carrying the scent of evergreen and damp earth. By 7, John is walking. The trail descends gradually from Mount Collins, losing elevation through beautiful forest. The morning is clear, the mist from yesterday gone completely. Sunlight dapples the trail, creating patterns of light and shadow that shift as he walks. He's alone on the trail this morning, hiking at his own pace, lost in his own thoughts, or rather, lost in the absence of thought. His mind has grown quieter with each week on the trail, the constant mental chatter of his old life fading to near silence. Now there's just this, the sound of his footsteps, his breathing, the forest around him. Around mid-morning, the trail reaches a clearing, and there, stretched across the path between two posts, is a simple sign, North Carolina, Tennessee. John stops, drops his pack, and just looks at the sign. Another state line, another milestone. He's walked across North Carolina, from the Georgia border to here. Hundreds of miles through some of the most beautiful mountains in the east. Other hikers arrive while he's standing there. Sarah appears first, grinning widely, then Fast Eddie, then Songbird, then several others. Everyone takes photos with the sign. Everyone celebrates this moment. 3 states down, only 11 more to go. But it's Tennessee that creates the most excitement. Tennessee means the Smokies are nearly done. Tennessee means new terrain, different mountains. Tennessee means progress, forward motion, miles accumulated toward that distant goal in Maine. John takes his photo with the sign, Sarah operating his phone camera. He stands beside the wooden post, trying to smile naturally, feeling the same self-consciousness he always feels in photos. But when Sarah shows him the result, he's surprised by what he sees. He looks different than at the Georgia-North Carolina border. Thinner, more weathered, but also more confident, more at home in his body, in this place, in this life he's chosen. After 20 minutes of celebration, the group moves on. The trail continues north, now through Tennessee, descending toward a newfound gap where a highway crosses the Smokies. It's a major road connecting North Carolina and Tennessee, and the trail crosses directly over it. The descent to Newfound Gap is steady and pleasant. John's legs feel strong this morning, his body fully adapted to the rhythm of daily walking. He descends with confidence, his poles planted firmly with each step, his knees handling the impact without complaint. Around noon, he reaches Newfound Gap. The parking area is full of cars and tour buses. Tourists are everywhere, taking photos, eating picnics, enjoying the mountain air without having to hike for it. John walks through the crowd, feeling slightly self-conscious about his appearance, dirty clothes, overgrown beard, the slight smell that accumulates after days without a shower. But he's also proud. He walked here. These tourists drove, but he walked. Every mile earned, every foot of elevation gained by his own effort. The trail crosses the parking lot and continues on the other side, climbing immediately into the forest again. John pauses, only long enough to use the bathroom. Real bathrooms with running water, a luxury, and to fill his water bottles at a fountain. Then he continues, leaving the crowds behind, returning to the peaceful solitude of the trail. The climb out of Newfound Gap is significant. The trail gains over 1,000 feet in just a couple miles, ascending toward Mount Kefart. John's legs burn, his breathing comes hard, but he's learned patience with climbs. They always end. You just have to keep moving forward one step at a time. By mid-afternoon, John reaches Ice Water Spring Shelter. He's only gone about 12 miles today, but they were good miles. Crossing into Tennessee, passing through Newfound Gap, he decides to stop early, give his body extra rest. The shelter is busy when he arrives. A group of weekend section hikers occupies most of the space, their gear spread out, their voices loud and energetic. They're clearly new to the trail, still excited by everything, still figuring out their routines. John claims a spot at the far end of the shelter, trying to create a small buffer of quiet. He goes through his evening routine, filtering water from the nearby spring, cooking dinner, eating while watching the afternoon light fade. More through hikers arrive as evening approaches. The shelter fills to capacity and beyond, people claiming spots on the shelter floor when the platforms are full. The weekend section hikers are friendly but loud, their conversations dominating the space. John retreats into himself, into his sleeping bag, into the quiet space he's learned to create internally, even when external quiet is impossible. He lies on his back, listening to the conversation flow around him without really engaging, content to be alone with his thoughts even in the midst of a crowd. He thinks about Tennessee, about this new state he's entered. He thinks about the miles behind him and the miles ahead. The Smokies are almost complete now, maybe 2 more days and he'll emerge on the other side. We'll have finished one of the trail's most challenging sections. After that comes more Tennessee mountains. Then Virginia, with its reputation for being endless, for having more AT miles than any other state. Then the mid-Atlantic states, West Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania. Then New England, New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire. Then finally Maine, with its brutal climbs and its promise of completion at Katahdin's summit. So many miles, so many mountains, so many days of walking still ahead. But John doesn't feel daunted by the distance anymore. He's learned that the only way to walk to Maine is to not think about Maine, to focus instead on today, on this section, on the next shelter, the next meal, the next sunrise, one day at a time. It's the only way that works. The conversations in the shelter gradually quiet as darkness falls and tiredness sets in. People settle into their sleeping bags, the sounds of rustling fabric and shifting bodies gradually stilling. John closes his eyes, letting sleep approach at its own pace. Outside, the forest breathes its night breath, the usual chorus of insects, the wind in the trees, something moving through the undergrowth, possibly a bear, possibly a wild boar, possibly just a curious raccoon investigating the shelter for dropped food. John is 3 weeks into his journey now, almost a month on the trail. His old life feels distant, unreal, like it belonged to someone else entirely. This is his life now, walking, eating, sleeping, repeating. Simple and profound, difficult and beautiful, exactly what he needed even though he didn't know it when he started. Sleep comes gradually, gently. His breathing slows and deepens. His body relaxes into rest. His mind drifts toward dreams of endless trails and endless mountains, of forests that go on forever, of white blazes leading always north towards some destination he can't quite picture but knows he's meant to reach. Tennessee, a new state, new mountains. The journey continues, always continues, one step at a time through these ancient Appalachian mountains. And John continues with it, walking his way slowly north toward whatever waits at the end of this long, beautiful, challenging journey through the wilderness. John wakes to chaos. The weekend section hikers are packing up, loud and disorganized, dropping gear, asking each other where things are, generally disrupting the peaceful morning routine of the more experienced hikers. John lies in his sleeping bag, waiting for them to leave, practicing patience. Eventually, the section hikers depart in a flurry of goodbyes and dropped water bottles and forgotten tent stakes. The shelter grows quiet again. The through hikers who remain exchange knowing looks, slight smiles. Everyone has been the loud, inexperienced hiker at some point. Everyone has learned through trial and error how to move quietly through the wilderness, how to be considerate of others. John packs his gear and eats breakfast in the returning peace. The morning is cool and slightly overcast. Clouds hanging low over the mountains. Not rain clouds, just the persistent overcast that's common in the Smokies. The air is heavy with moisture, promising another day of walking through mist and clouds. He starts hiking by 7:30, later than usual, but in no particular hurry. Today and maybe tomorrow we'll finish the Smokies. He's planning to make it to Cosby Knob Shelter tonight, then push out to Davenport Gap tomorrow, the official end of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park section. The trail climbs from Icewater Spring, gaining elevation through spruce fir forest. The trees are shrouded in mist, their branches dripping, everything wet and grey and peaceful. John climbs steadily, his breathing deep and regular, his legs finding their rhythm. Around mid-morning, he reaches Charlie's Bunyan, a rocky outcrop that offers spectacular views when visibility allows. Today the mist is too thick. John can barely see the rocks beneath his feet, let alone any distant mountains. But he stops anyway, sits on the wet stone, eats a snack, honors this landmark even if he can't see what makes it special. Other hikers appear out of the mist, materialize like ghosts, stop briefly at the overlook, then continue. Everyone is moving north, always north, following the white blazes through the grey. The trail descends from Charlie's Bunyan, dropping through forest that grows lusher as the elevation decreases. John passes through sections of old-growth trees, giants that have stood for centuries, that were here long before the trail existed, that will remain long after all the current hikers are gone. There's something humbling about walking among ancient trees. They put human endeavors in perspective. Remind John that his journey, while significant to him, is just a brief moment in the long life of this forest. The trees don't care about his through hike. The mountains don't notice his passage. He's just another small creature moving through the landscape, here today and gone tomorrow. But somehow that's comforting rather than depressing. His problems, his worries, his struggles, they're all temporary, all small in the grand scheme of things. The forest will continue. The mountains will endure. And that permanence, that patient ongoing existence provides a kind of peace. Around midday, John stops at a small stream for lunch. He sits on a mossy log, dangling his feet in the cold water, eating his tortilla and peanut butter while watching water striders dance across the calm pools. A salamander emerges from under a rock, its orange and black skin brilliant against the grey stones. The afternoon brings steady ridge walking, the trail undulating through forest and across occasional clearings. The mist begins to lift slightly, though the sky remains overcast. John can see farther now, maybe 100 yards instead of 50. The forest reveals itself gradually, grey-green and dripping. He sees a black bear. It's his first bear in the Smokies, though he's seen plenty of sign. Scat on the trail, claw marks on trees. Areas where bears have torn apart logs looking for grubs. This bear is maybe 50 yards off the trail, moving through the undergrowth, dark and powerful and completely unconcerned with John's presence. John stops, watches, makes sure he's not between the bear and anything it might want. The bear continues its business, nosing around the base of trees, investigating the forest floor for food. After a minute, it ambles away, disappearing into the rhododendron. John's heart is beating faster, but not from fear, from excitement, from the privilege of seeing a wild animal in its natural habitat, going about its life unbothered by human presence. This is what wild places offer, not just scenery, but the chance to witness life continuing as it has for millennia, to be briefly part of something larger and older than human civilization. He continues hiking, energized by the encounter. The afternoon miles pass pleasantly, the trail winding through forest and across streams, always moving generally north. His body feels strong, adapted, capable. 3 weeks of daily walking has transformed him. His legs are powerful, his core stable, his endurance seemingly limitless. Around 5 in the evening, John reaches Cosby Knob Shelter. It's one of the larger shelters in the Smokies, and it's already well populated. Sarah is there, having arrived an hour earlier. Fast Eddie is there. Weatherman is there, sitting quietly in his usual spot, reading his book. and several other hikers John recognizes from various shelters over the past week. The trail family is gathering for one of the last nights in the Smokies. Tomorrow, most of them will push out to Davenport Gap and beyond, leaving the national park, entering a new section of trail. John goes through his evening routine, now so automatic he barely thinks about it. Filter water, hang food bag, cook dinner, eat, rest. The simple cycle that structures every day, that provides rhythm and order to trail life. As darkness falls, the group at the shelter shares stories about the Smokies. The challenges overcome, the views witnessed, the moments of beauty and difficulty. Someone mentions Klingman's Dome in the mist. Someone else talks about the brutal climb to Shuckstack. Someone shares their bear encounter, similar to John's, but closer, more frightening. The Smokies have tested them all, the long climbs, the crowded shelters, the unpredictable weather, the mandatory camping restrictions. But they've all made it through, are all on the verge of completing this legendary section. What's after the Smokies? Someone asks. Just more Tennessee. Yeah, Sarah says, consulting her guidebook. About 300 more miles of Tennessee. Some people say it's the best state on the trail. Better than this? Someone else asks, gesturing at the forest around them. Different, less crowded, more remote, supposed to be beautiful. The conversation continues, but John's attention drifts. He's tired, ready for sleep. Tomorrow will be his last full day in the Smokies, and he wants to be rested, wants to finish strong. He retreats to his sleeping bag and lies on his back, listening to the conversations continue around him. The shelter is warm with body heat, comfortable despite the cool evening. Outside, the mist is returning, thickening, wrapping the mountain in its soft embrace. John thinks about the Smokies, about what this section has meant, the challenge of it, the beauty of it, the way it's pushed him physically and mentally. He came into these mountains uncertain, nervous about the difficulty. He'll leave them stronger, more confident, more certain of his ability to complete this journey. The Smokies have been a proving ground, and he's proven himself equal to the test. Sleep comes gradually, his body sinking into rest, his mind quiet and still. One more day in the Smokies, one more push through these ancient mountains, and then Tennessee proper, new terrain, new challenges, new opportunities for growth and beauty, and the simple act of walking north. The forest breathes around the shelter, the mist drifts through the trees, the night settles in, dark and peaceful and eternal, and John sleeps, surrounded by fellow travelers, all of them dreaming their own dreams of trails and mountains and distant destinations, all of them walking their own journeys through these timeless Appalachian highlands. John wakes to his final morning in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. The realization brings mixed feelings, relief at finishing this challenging section, but also sadness at leaving. The Smokies have been difficult, demanding, but also magnificent. He'll miss them. The shelter is quiet this morning, everyone moving slowly, reluctant to leave. But eventually gear is packed, food is eaten, and hikers begin departing into the cool morning. John starts walking around 7, joining the northbound flow. The trail descends from Cosby Knob, dropping steadily through old-growth forest. The morning is clear, the mist from yesterday finally lifted. Sunlight filters through the canopy, creating that golden quality that makes everything look blessed, touched by grace. John walks alone, savoring these last miles in the park. The descent is gentle, his knees grateful for the easy grade. He passes through sections of massive hemlocks, their branches spreading wide, their needles soft on the ground beneath. Some of these trees are dying, victims of an invasive insect, but they stand tall still, dignified even in their slow decline. Around mid-morning, he stops at a small waterfall. The water cascades over dark rocks into a clear pool. John sits beside it, eating a snack, listening to the constant music of falling water. A raven calls from somewhere overhead. The sun warms his back. This is one of those moments again, not dramatic, not special in any obvious way, but perfect in its simplicity. Good weather, beautiful surroundings, a body that works, the freedom to sit and rest and just be present. This is what the trail gives, over and over. These moments of complete contentment, of being exactly where you need to be. After 20 minutes, John reluctantly continues. The trail follows the creek for a while, paralleling the water downstream. He passes several day hikers coming up, families with children, older couples moving slowly. Everyone exchanges friendly greetings, wishes each other good hiking. Around noon, the forest begins to change, subtly at first, then more noticeably. The trees are different, the understory less lush. John realizes he must be getting close to the park boundary. The heavily protected wilderness of the Smokies is giving way to national forest land, where management is different, where the human footprint is slightly larger. And then he sees it, a wooden sign marking the boundary. Great Smoky Mountains National Park on one side, Cherokee National Forest on the other, and just beyond, a gap where a highway cuts through the mountains, Davenport Gap. John reaches the sign and stops, drops his pack, takes a long breath. He did it. He walked through the Smokies, all 70 miles from Fontana Dam to here. Every climb, every shelter, every misty morning and crowded evening, all of it behind him now. Other hikers are at the gap, celebrating their completion. Sarah is there, looking tired but elated. Fast Eddie is there, sitting on a guardrail, eating a candy bar. Songbird is there, humming to herself while she reorganizes her pack. John joins them, accepts congratulations, offers his own. They compare notes on favorite moments. Rocky Top, Klingman's Dome, the Balds, the ancient forests. Everyone has their own highlights, their own challenges overcome. What's next? Eddie asks, looking at his guidebook. Where are we staying tonight? There's a hostel about 5 miles north, Sarah says. Standing Bear Farm, supposed to be pretty cool. The group decides to push those extra miles, to get fully clear of the Smokies before stopping. John agrees, though his legs are tired. 5 more miles won't kill him, and the promise of a hostel, hot showers, maybe some town food, is motivating. They hike together, the trail family moving as a loose group. The afternoon is warm, the warmest day John has experienced in weeks. He's sweating through his shirt, drinking water frequently, grateful when the trail passes through shaded sections. The trail here is different from the Smokies. Less dramatic, more gentle. The climbs are smaller, the descents easier. It feels like the mountains are relaxing, settling down after the intensity of the high peaks. Around 4 in the evening, they reach Standing Bear Farm. It's a rustic hostel in the woods, with a bunkhouse, a shower house, and a small store. Other hikers are already there, sitting on the porch, looking clean and relaxed. John pays for a bunk and a shower. The shower is outdoor, solar heated water that's barely warm, but it's heaven anyway. 3 weeks of trail dirt and sweat wash away. He emerges feeling like a new person, clean and refreshed. Clean clothes from his pack, clothes that haven't been clean in days, but are at least cleaner than what he was wearing. Feel like luxury against his scrubbed skin. He joins the others on the porch where someone has bought sodas from the hostel store and is passing them around. They sit together as evening approaches, the Trail family relaxing after completing the Smokies. The conversation is easy, comfortable. Stories are shared, plans are discussed, the usual trail talk that binds hikers together. John realizes how much he's come to care about these people. Sarah, with her constant enthusiasm. Fast Eddie, with his steady consistency. Weatherman, with his quiet competence. Songbird, with her ever-present melodies. They're his community now, his temporary family, bound together by shared experience and shared destination. As darkness falls, the group drifts toward the bunkhouse. The building is simple, wooden platforms with thin mattresses, better than shelter platforms, but not by much. But it's shelter, it's safety, and after weeks in the woods, even this basic accommodation feels comfortable. John claims a bunk and lies down, his body grateful for the horizontal position, his muscles relaxing into rest. Around him, other hikers are settling in, the usual evening sounds of rustling and quiet conversation. He thinks about the Smokies, about the 5 or 6 days he spent walking through them, the challenges they presented, the steep climbs, the crowded shelters, the unpredictable weather, the beauty they offered, the balds, the ancient forests, the misty mornings, the highest point on the trail. He came into the Smokies as one person and leaves as another, not dramatically different, but changed nonetheless, stronger, more confident, more certain of his ability to handle whatever the trail presents. The Smokies were a test, and he passed. Outside, the night settles over the Tennessee mountains. The forest breathes its eternal breath. Somewhere an owl calls. Somewhere a stream flows over rocks. The trail continues north, always north, leading through more mountains, more forests, more states toward that distant goal in Maine. But John has learned not to think too far ahead. There's only today, only this moment, only this bunk in this hostel after this section of trail. Tomorrow will bring new miles, new terrain, more of Tennessee's mountains. But tomorrow is hours away still. Tonight, there's just this: clean body, full belly, comfortable bed, the company of friends, and the deep satisfaction of having completed one of the trail's most legendary sections. The Smokies are behind him now. Georgia, North Carolina, the first part of Tennessee, all behind him. And ahead, more mountains, more miles, more states, more challenges and beauty and moments of grace. But he's ready. The Smokies have proven that. He's ready for whatever comes next. John closes his eyes and lets sleep come, surrounded by the breathing of other hikers. All of them resting, all of them preparing for tomorrow's miles. All of them walking their own journeys north through these endless, patient, beautiful Appalachian mountains. The trail continues. It always continues. And John continues with it, one step, one day, one moment at a time, walking his way slowly toward whatever waits at the end of this long, transformative journey through the wilderness. Good night, Smokies. Thank you for your lessons, your beauty, your challenges. Good night to the high peaks and the ancient forests and the misty mornings. Good night to Klingman's Dome and Rocky Top and all the miles in between. The journey continues, north, always north, toward Tennessee's long miles, toward Virginia. toward the states beyond, toward growth and challenge and beauty, toward whatever transformation awaits on the long path to Katahdin. But for now, just sleep, just rest. Just a peaceful ending of another chapter, and the quiet anticipation of the next one, beginning with tomorrow's dawn. John wakes in the bunkhouse at Standing Bear Farm to the sound of rain on the metal roof. Steady, persistent rain. Not the gentle patter of a passing shower, but the heavier sound of weather settling in for the day. Through the small window beside his bunk, he can see grey sky and sheets of water falling. Around him, other hikers are stirring, checking the weather on their phones, groaning at the radar images showing green and yellow covering the entire region. A rainy day in a hostel is different from a rainy day on the trail. There's the option to stay, to take an unplanned 0 day, to wait out the worst of it. John lies in his bunk, considering. His body could use another rest day. 3 weeks of continuous walking, including the challenging Smokies, has accumulated fatigue that one night in a bunk hasn't completely erased. But staying costs money. Another night's fee, another day of not making progress. And the forecast shows rain for the next 3 days. He could wait it out, or he could accept that hiking in rain is part of the trail and get moving. He decides to hike. Not because it's the smart choice necessarily, but because staying feels like giving in, like letting weather control his journey. And something in him wants to walk, wants to continue north even if it means getting soaked. Several other hikers make the same choice. Sarah is packing up, looking resigned but determined. Fast Eddie is already dressed in his rain gear, ready to go. Weatherman, unsurprisingly, is preparing to hike. A little rain never stops Weatherman. They eat breakfast in the hostel's small kitchen area. Instant oatmeal made with hot water from an electric kettle, instant coffee, some granola bars from the store. The warmth of the building makes the prospect of going out into the rain even less appealing. But eventually they can't delay any longer. John pulls on his rain jacket, covers his pack with its rain cover, and steps out into the downpour. Within seconds, water is running down his face, finding every gap in his rain gear. By the time he reaches the trailhead, maybe a quarter mile from the hostel, he's thoroughly wet despite the rain jacket. But something shifts once he's walking. The initial shock of being wet fades, his body warms with the effort of climbing. The trail ascends immediately, of course, gaining elevation away from the gap. The rain becomes just another condition to move through, neither good nor bad, just what is. The trail is muddy, slippery in places. John walks carefully, testing his footing before committing his weight. His trekking poles are essential on the slick trail, providing stability and balance. The forest around him is grey and dripping, visibility limited to maybe 30 feet. But there's a kind of peace in it too. No other hikers visible, no day hikers out in this weather. Just him and the rain and the endless upward trail. Around mid-morning the rain lessens slightly, not stopping but easing to a lighter drizzle. John can look up now without getting rain directly in his eyes. The forest reveals itself a bit more, trees emerging from the grey, the trail ahead visible for longer stretches. He realizes he's smiling, walking in rain, completely soaked and smiling. His old self would have been miserable, would have complained, would have wanted to be anywhere but here. But this version of himself, the trail version, finds something almost enjoyable about it. The challenge of it, the acceptance required, the way it strips everything down to essentials. He's walking, he's north. The rain can't change that. Around noon, John reaches a shelter, Groundhog Creek Shelter. Several hikers have taken refuge there, waiting out the rain. They invite John to join them, to rest until the weather clears. But John declines politely, fills his water bottles at the nearby creek, and continues. He's in his rhythm now. Stopping would just make him cold. The afternoon brings more steady rain. John's world narrows to the small circle around him. The muddy trail, the dripping trees, the white blazes appearing through the grey. His mind enters a kind of trance state, thoughts flowing like the water running down the trail, nothing sticking, everything just passing through. He thinks about Tennessee, about the 300 miles of it ahead, the longest state section on the trail. Some people love Tennessee, he's heard. Others find it tedious, too much of the same. John doesn't know yet what he'll think. Right now, he's just walking through rain in Tennessee forest, and that's enough. Around 4 in the evening, wet and tired, John reaches Deer Park Mountain Shelter. It's an older shelter, rustic and drafty, but it's dry inside, and that's all that matters. Several other hikers are already there, including Sarah, who arrived an hour earlier. That was brutal, she says, when John drops his pack. I'm so wet. John nods in agreement. They're all wet. Every piece of gear, every item of clothing, everything is soaked. The shelter becomes a laundry line as hikers hang clothes and sleeping bags and tents to dry. The air grows humid with all the evaporating water. John changes into his dry camp clothes. The one set he keeps sealed in a waterproof bag. The relief of being in dry clothing is immense. He wraps himself in his sleeping bag even though it's only early evening, just wanting to be warm. Cooking dinner is a communal affair, everyone huddled around the shelter's edge, reaching out to light stoves in the protected space. The smell of various freeze-dried meals fills the air. Hot food helps, puts warmth back into tired, cold bodies. As darkness falls, more hikers arrive at the shelter. It fills quickly, everyone seeking refuge from the rain. The shelter becomes crowded, gear everywhere, no personal space. But the energy is good, everyone sharing the same miserable day, everyone making it work. Fast Eddie arrives last, just as full dark sets in. He's soaked and exhausted, having pushed big miles through the rain. 20 miles, he announces. 20 miles in the rain. I'm officially insane. Everyone laughs, but there's also respect. 20 miles in these conditions is impressive. Eddie earns his trail name every day. The rain continues through the evening, drumming on the shelter roof, creating a constant white noise. Inside the shelter is warm with body heat and drying gear. Conversations flow. Trail talk, always trail talk. Town food, gear choices, the miles ahead. John lies in his sleeping bag, listening to the rain and the conversations. He's been on the trail for nearly 4 weeks now. A month of walking, of carrying everything he needs on his back, of sleeping in shelters and tents, of moving north through the mountains. His body has transformed. He's leaner, stronger, more efficient. His mind has changed too. Quieter, more present, less anxious about things that don't matter. The trail has stripped away so much of what he thought he needed. Comfort, convenience, constant entertainment. And in their place, it's given him something simpler but more valuable: presence, purpose, the satisfaction of effort and accomplishment. He thinks about his old life, his apartment in Charlotte, his job, his friends. They feel distant now, like they belong to someone else. He wonders what his friends are doing right now, probably finishing work, heading home, planning their evenings. Normal life continuing normally. But this is his life now. This shelter, this rain, these mountains. And he wouldn't trade it, even for the comfort of his old apartment, even for a hot shower and a real bed. Well, maybe for a hot shower. He's honest enough to admit that. The conversations in the shelter gradually quiet as tiredness wins over sociability. People retreat into their sleeping bags, into whatever privacy can be found in a crowded shelter. The sound of the rain becomes the dominant voice, steady and relentless. John closes his eyes and lets the sound wash over him. Tomorrow will bring more rain, probably. More wet hiking, more muddy trails, more of the same. But he'll walk through it. He'll keep moving north because that's what through hikers do. They walk regardless of conditions, regardless of comfort, regardless of anything except the simple imperative to continue, one day at a time, one wet, muddy, challenging day at a time. The rain falls on the shelter roof. The forest drips and drips. The night settles in, dark and wet and endless. And John sleeps, surrounded by fellow travelers, all of them resting, all of them preparing to wake up and do it all again tomorrow. The trail continues, rain or shine, and they continue with it, one step at a time, always north, always forward, walking their way through Tennessee toward whatever waits beyond. John wakes to silence. The rain has stopped. Through the shelter opening, he can see patches of blue sky between the clouds, the first blue he's seen in days. The forest is dripping, everything wet and glistening, but the rain itself has passed. Around him, other hikers are waking to the same realization. There's an audible sense of relief in the shelter, quiet celebrations that the weather has finally broken. Gear that hung damp all night might actually dry today. Boots might have a chance to air out. Walking might be pleasant instead of an endurance test. John packs his still damp gear and eats breakfast outside the shelter, enjoying the cool morning air that smells clean and fresh after the rain. The sun breaks through the clouds periodically, warming his face, promising a beautiful day ahead. He starts walking by 7, eager to cover miles in better conditions. The trail is still muddy from yesterday's rain, but it's passable. His boots squish with each step, water squelching out, but they'll dry as the day progresses. Everything will dry. The morning climb takes him up and over several small peaks. Nothing dramatic, just the constant up and down that characterizes Tennessee hiking. But with clear skies and warming temperatures, the climbs feel easier, less burdensome. John finds himself appreciating the views that appear periodically through breaks in the trees, valleys filled with morning mist, distant ridges catching the early light. Around mid-morning, he reaches Max Patch, a large, bald mountain with 360-degree views. The trail emerges from the forest onto open grassland, and suddenly the world expands in all directions. Mountains rolling away to every horizon, the sky huge and blue overhead, the grass green and alive after the rain. John stops at the edge of the bald, overwhelmed by the beauty. Max Patch is famous among AT hikers, one of those places people talk about with reverence. Standing here now, he understands why. The openness after so many miles of enclosed forest trail, the vastness of the sky, the way the wind moves across the grass in visible waves. Several other hikers are on the bold, spread out across the summit, everyone taking their time, soaking in the views. John sees Sarah sitting in the grass, her pack beside her, just staring at the horizon. He walks over and sits near her, not speaking, just sharing the moment. They sit together for 20 minutes, maybe longer. Time feels different up here, less urgent, less linear. There's just this: sunshine, wind, grass, sky, mountains. The simple elements of a beautiful day in a beautiful place. I needed this, Sarah finally says. After yesterday's rain, I really needed this. Same, John agrees. Eventually they force themselves to continue. The trail crosses the entire bald, descending on the far side back into forest. John looks back several times, not wanting to let go of the view, of the feeling of being on top of the world. The afternoon brings easier terrain, the trail following ridge lines and traversing gentle slopes. The day warms considerably, and John strips down to a t-shirt, grateful for the sun on his arms, for the warmth soaking into his muscles. His wet gear is drying, his spirits are high, and the miles pass easily. He passes through a section of forest where the trees are smaller, younger. A sign explains that this area burned in a wildfire 20 years ago. The forest is regenerating, but slowly. Young trees reach toward the sky, competing for light. Wildflowers carpet the ground, taking advantage of the open canopy. Nature healing itself, finding new balance after disturbance. He passes through a section of forest where the trees are smaller, younger. A sign explains that this area burned in a wildfire 20 years ago. The forest is regenerating, but slowly. Young trees reach toward the sky, competing for light. Wildflowers carpet the ground, taking advantage of the open canopy. Nature healing itself, finding new balance after disturbance. John thinks about the metaphor. Fire destroys, but also renews. The forest will eventually return, different perhaps, but still forest, still alive, still thriving in its own way. He wonders if he's experiencing something similar. His old life burned away by the choice to hike, and something new growing in its place. Not better or worse necessarily, just different. A new version of himself emerging from the ashes of who he was. Around 4 in the evening, John reaches Walnut Mountain Shelter. It's a beautiful shelter, relatively new, with a covered picnic area and a spectacular view to the west. Several hikers are already there, enjoying the late afternoon sunshine, their gear spread out to dry. Fast Eddie is there, looking much more cheerful than last night. "Can you believe this weather?" he says. "I almost forgot what the sun looked like." They spend the evening outside the shelter, cooking and eating while watching the sunset. The sky turns orange and pink and purple, the mountains becoming silhouettes against the colourful sky. It's the kind of sunset that makes everyone quiet, that demands to be witnessed rather than talked through. As darkness falls and the first stars appear, the group builds a small fire in the shelter's firing, not for warmth, the evening is mild, but for the simple pleasure of gathering around flames, for the ancient human ritual of sharing fire and stories and companionship. John sits on a log, wrapped in his fleece, listening to the conversations flow around him. People are talking about town. Hot Springs is coming up in a few days. The first town stop in Tennessee. Everyone is fantasizing about restaurant food, about real showers, about doing laundry. But there's also talk about staying out, about pushing past Hot Springs, about getting into Virginia as quickly as possible. The trail fever is setting in for some hikers. The desire to just walk, to accumulate miles, to make progress toward that distant goal in Maine. John isn't sure which camp he's in yet. He likes towns, likes the break from the trail routine. But he also likes the flow of continuous days in the woods, the way his mind settles when he's not transitioning between trail and town. He'll decide when he gets there. Songbird has her harmonica and plays a few quiet songs. Someone else sings along softly. The music blends with the crackling fire, the night sounds of the forest, the occasional voice adding to the song. This is trail magic of a different kind, John thinks. Not food or drinks from strangers, but this, good weather after rain, a beautiful shelter, a clear evening, good company, music by firelight. The simple pleasures that become profound when you're living outside, when your needs are stripped down to basics. The fire dies down gradually. People drift toward the shelter, toward sleep. John stays a bit longer, watching the embers glow red and orange. Not ready to let go of the day yet, he thinks about the past month, Georgia, North Carolina, the Smokies, and now Tennessee. Hundreds of miles walked, dozens of mountains climbed, countless moments of beauty and difficulty and simple presence. His body is stronger than it's ever been. His mind is quieter than he knew was possible. His spirit feels clean somehow, unburdened. The trail is changing him, has been changing him all along, not into someone different, but into a more essential version of himself, stripping away the unnecessary, revealing what remains when everything extra is gone. He finally stands and walks to the shelter. Most hikers are already in their sleeping bags, the shelter quiet except for the soft breathing of sleepers. John climbs onto his platform, slides into his sleeping bag, and lies on his back looking at the shelter ceiling. Tomorrow will bring more miles, more Tennessee forest, more mountains, more trail. Eventually, hot springs, then more trail after that, Virginia waiting beyond. The long miles ahead, stretching north toward summer, toward autumn, toward that distant mountain in Maine. But he's not thinking about all of that tonight. Tonight there's just this, a comfortable shelter after a beautiful day, a body tired but strong, a mind quiet and content. The satisfaction of having walked through yesterday's rain and been rewarded with today's sunshine. The forest breathes its night breath around the shelter. Stars shine overhead, brilliant and countless. The air is cool and clean, carrying the scent of damp earth and growing things. John closes his eyes and lets sleep come, grateful for this day, for this place, for this journey that has become his life. The trail continues tomorrow, and he'll continue with it, one step at a time, always north, always forward, walking his way through Tennessee's beautiful endless miles. John wakes to another clear morning. 3 days since the rain stopped, and the weather has been perfect. Cool mornings warming to pleasant afternoons, clear skies, gentle breezes. Tennessee in late April is showing its best face, and John is grateful for it. Today he'll reach Hot Springs, North Carolina. The trail actually dips back into North Carolina briefly here, following the French Broad River through a small mountain town before climbing back into Tennessee. Hot Springs is a beloved trail town, small, hiker-friendly, with the trail running right down the main street. John has been looking forward to it. He packs his gear and starts walking by 7. The trail descends steadily through the morning, losing elevation as it approaches the river valley. The forest changes as he drops lower. Cooler mountain species giving way to the warmer climate trees of lower elevations. Dogwoods bloom white among the green. their flowers bright and delicate. Around mid-morning, John begins to see day hikers, families, older couples, people out for a morning walk. This means he must be getting close to town. The trail here is well maintained, wide and smooth, clearly popular with locals. And then, through the trees ahead, he sees buildings, actual building, not shelters or trail structures, but houses and shops. The trail emerges from the forest onto a residential street, and suddenly John is walking through a neighborhood, his boots loud on the pavement, his pack huge and out of place among the mowed lawns and mailboxes. He follows the white blazes down the street through the small downtown area. People stop and stare. He must look quite wild after a week in the woods, but most smile and wave, clearly used to through hikers passing through. The main street is lined with outfitters, restaurants, hostels, everything a hiker needs. John stops at the first hostel he sees, Elmer's Sunnybank Inn. It's a classic hiker hostel, an old house converted to accommodate the constant stream of northbound hikers. He pays for a bunk and immediately heads for the shower. The hot water is glorious. John stands under the spray for 20 minutes, watching a week's worth of dirt and sweat wash away. He scrubs his beard, his hair, his trail-worn body, emerging finally feeling human again. Clean clothes from his pack. Still not truly clean, but cleaner than what he was wearing. Feel amazing. He throws his hiking clothes into the hostel's washing machine, along with everyone else's clothes, and goes to explore town while they wash. Hot Springs is small, maybe a mile long, hugging the river, but it has everything hikers need. John walks to a restaurant and orders a massive breakfast: eggs, bacon, hash browns, toast, pancakes, orange juice, coffee. When it arrives, he eats with the single-minded focus of someone who's been burning 4,000 calories a day. The food is incredible. Everything tastes better in town after days on freeze-dried meals. Sarah appears while he's eating, fresh from her own shower, looking happy and relaxed. She orders her own massive meal and joins him at the table. "I love towns," she declares. "I love showers and real food and not carrying a pack." "But," John asks, sensing the unspoken word, "but I'm always ready to get back to the trail after a day or so. Town is nice, but it's not why I'm out here." John nods. He feels the same way. Town is a break, a necessary resupply stop, a chance to rest and recover. But the trail is home now. The trail is where he belongs. They spend the afternoon exploring hot springs. The town has a natural hot spring, hence the name, that's been developed into a spa. John pays for an hour in one of the private tubs, soaking his tired muscles in the mineral-rich water. The heat penetrates deep, loosening knots and easing aches he didn't know he had. Other hikers come and go throughout the day. Fast Eddie appears, looking thrilled to be in town. Weatherman makes a brief appearance to resupply, then heads back to the trail. He rarely takes full days off. Songbird is at the outfitter, buying new insoles for her boots. The trail family is scattered through town, everyone taking care of their own needs, but they keep running into each other. At the outfitter, at the grocery store, at the restaurant. The community persists even when spread out. John resupplies at the grocery store, buying food for the next section, to Irwin, Tennessee, about 70 miles north. More of the same. Instant oatmeal, instant coffee, freeze-dried dinners, bars, trail mix, candy for quick energy. He's learned what works, what his body craves, what provides the fuel he needs. That evening, a large group of hikers gathers at a local pizza place. Someone has declared it Hiker Midnight, the early evening hours when hikers, used to sleeping by 9, gather for dinner before retreating to their bunks. The restaurant is packed with through hikers, all of them eating enormous amounts of pizza, drinking sodas, swapping trail stories. John sits with Sarah, Eddie, Songbird, and several other hikers, whose trail names he's learned over the past weeks. Lefty, who's left-handed. Sticks, who carved walking sticks for other hikers early on. Poet, who writes in a journal every night. Fast Feet, who somehow hikes in Crocs despite the terrain. The conversation flows easily. Trail talk, always trail talk. The miles behind them, the miles ahead. Virginia waiting beyond the Tennessee border. The rumors about Virginia. How long it is, how beautiful, how difficult. The shelter at Partnership, which supposedly has a shower. The upcoming balls with their spectacular views. But there's also talk about life off the trail, where people are from, what they left behind, what they're planning to do after Katahdin. These conversations are rarer, more intimate. The trail creates a bubble where past and future matter less than the present. But sometimes in towns, over pizza and soda, the bubble thins and real lives peek through. John shares a bit about Charlotte, about his job in software development, about his decision to leave it all behind for this walk. Others share their own stories. Recent graduates, career changers, retirees, people between life phases. Everyone here has made space in their lives for this journey, has chosen this over whatever else they could be doing. As evening deepens into night, still early by normal standards, maybe 8 o'clock, the group drifts back to the hostel. Some hikers are leaving in the morning, eager to get back on trail. Others are taking a 0 day, resting tired bodies, enjoying one more day of town comforts. John has decided to leave in the morning. One night in town feels right. More than that, and he starts to feel restless, untethered. The trail is calling. Back at the hostel, he organizes his resupply, packing food into his bare canister and stuff sacks, making sure everything fits, everything is accessible. His pack is lighter now after days of eating through his Smokies food. Tomorrow it will be heavy again with a week's worth of provisions. The cycle continues. He lies in his bunk, an actual mattress, soft and comfortable, listening to the dull sounds of the hostel. Showers running, washing machines churning, hikers talking in the common room, town sounds, so different from shelter sounds, from forest sounds. Part of him enjoys the comfort, part of him misses the simplicity of the trail. He's caught between worlds, not quite fully part of town civilization anymore, but not entirely wild either. He exists in the liminal space of the long-distance hiker, belonging fully neither to the wilderness nor to normal life, but to something in between. Tomorrow he'll return to the trail, cross back into Tennessee, climb back into the mountains. The rhythm will resume. Walk, eat, sleep, repeat. The simple pattern that has become his life. But tonight there is this. A soft bed, a full belly, clean clothes, the company of fellow hikers. The comforts of town, appreciated more deeply because they're temporary. Because tomorrow he'll shoulder his pack and walk away from all of this. Back into the green tunnel of the forest. Back onto the narrow path leading north, John closes his eyes, surrounded by the sounds of the hostel, of town, of civilization. Sleep comes easily, his body grateful for the real mattress, his mind already anticipating tomorrow's return to the trail. Hot Springs has been good, a needed break, a chance to rest and resupply. But the trail is waiting. The trail is always waiting, and he's eager to return to it. To the simplicity and challenge and beauty of walking north through the mountains. One more night in civilization, then back to the wilderness, back to the endless forest and the white blazes and the mountains rolling away into blue distance, back to where he belongs. John leaves Hot Springs in the cool morning, his pack heavy with fresh supplies. The trail climbs immediately out of town, a steep ascent that has his legs burning within the first mile. This is the pattern. Towns are always in valleys, and leaving them always means climbing. But his body is strong now, adapted. The climb is hard, but manageable. He finds his rhythm quickly, his breathing settling into the familiar pattern. Behind him, Hot Springs disappears into the valley. Ahead, the Tennessee mountains wait. The morning passes in steady upward motion. John is alone on the trail again, the solitude welcome after a day in town. His mind quiets, returning to that peaceful trail state where thoughts drift like clouds, nothing sticking, everything flowing. Around mid-morning, he crosses back into Tennessee. No ceremony this time, just a simple sign marking the state boundary. North Carolina's behind him now. All of it walked from Georgia to here. Tennessee stretches ahead, 300 miles of it before Virginia, the longest state on the trail. The days settle into a comfortable rhythm. John walks 15 to 18 miles a day, stopping at shelters or camping in established sites. The weather holds, mostly clear, warm days and cool nights. Spring is deepening into early summer. The forest is fully green now, the canopy thick overhead, wildflowers blooming in the understory. He sees more wildlife. A family of wild turkeys crossing the trail, the poults following their mother in a perfect line. A black snake sunning itself on a rock, its scales gleaming. A red fox at dawn, its tail magnificent in the early light. Disappearing into the rhododendron like a ghost, the trail family spreads out and comes back together. Some hikers push bigger miles, pulling ahead. Others take extra town days, fall behind. But they keep encountering each other at shelters, on the trail, in towns. Sarah is usually a day ahead or a day behind. Fast Eddie maintains his steady pace, always nearby. Weatherman appears and disappears like a phantom, moving at his own mysterious rhythm. John meets new hikers too. The trail is busy now in late April, the bubble of northbound hikers thick. Some of them started at Springer weeks after John and have been pushing big miles to catch up. Others are section hikers, doing a few weeks at a time. Everyone has their own story, their own reasons for being out here. Around day 5 after leaving Hot Springs, John begins approaching the Roan Highlands, a high elevation section known for its spectacular balds. The trail crosses several mountains above 6,000 feet, following grassy ridges with panoramic views. It's supposed to be one of the most beautiful sections of the entire trail. The climb to the highlands is substantial. John gains over 3,000 feet in a few miles, switchbacking up the mountainside, his legs burning, his lungs working hard. But he's learned to embrace climbs, to find the meditation in them, to appreciate what waits at the top. and what waits is spectacular. The trail emerges from the forest onto a Rowan High knob, the summit shrouded in spruce and fir trees, the air cool and clean. An old shelter sits near the top, Rowan High Knob Shelter, at over 6,000 feet, one of the highest shelters on the entire trail. John stops at the shelter for lunch. Several other hikers are there, including Sarah, who arrived an hour earlier. "Wait until you see what's ahead," she says, grinning. "The balds are incredible." After lunch, John continues north. The trail follows the ridge, staying high, and suddenly the forest opens up into grassland. Grassy balds stretching along the mountain top, the views extending for miles in every direction. Mountains rolling away to every horizon, the sky huge overhead, the wind constant and cool. John stops walking, overwhelmed. This is different from Mac's Patch, different from the balds in the Smokies. This is bigger, wilder, more remote. The grass is thick and green, dotted with wildflowers. Rhododendron just beginning to bloom, flame azalea bright orange against the green. As darkness falls and stars begin to appear, someone starts playing a guitar. Someone else joins in singing. The music drifts across the bald, mixing with the wind, with the night sounds of the mountains. It's spontaneous, unplanned, just people making beauty because the setting demands it. John lies in the grass, looking up at the stars. The Milky Way is brilliant, a river of light across the sky. He tries to find constellations, mostly failing, just appreciating the vastness above. He thinks about distance, not trail distance, but cosmic distance. The light from those stars traveled for years, decades, centuries to reach his eyes tonight. Some of those stars might be dead already, their light still traveling through space long after they've burned out. And here he is, a brief flicker of consciousness on a small planet, looking up at ancient light, walking north through mountains that are themselves ancient beyond human comprehension. It's too much to hold. So he stops trying to understand and just experiences. Just lies in the grass under the stars on a mountain in Tennessee, listening to music and wind and the voices of other hikers, feeling grateful for this moment, for this journey, for this life he's chosen. Eventually, the cold drives him inside the shelter. It's crowded, every space filled, but the energy is good. Happy hikers after a beautiful day in a spectacular place. The shelter fills with quiet conversations, with laughter, with the sounds of people settling into sleep. John lies in his sleeping bag, looking out at the stars through the open barn door. His body is tired but satisfied. His mind is quiet, full of the beauty of the day. Tomorrow will bring more of the Rhone Highlands, more balds, more spectacular walking. But tomorrow is hours away. Tonight there's just this. A barn full of hikers on a mountain ridge under a sky full of stars, perfect in its simplicity, beautiful in its momentary nature. A memory being formed that will last long after the moment has passed. The mountains breathe around the shelter. The wind moves through the grass with a sound like whispers. The night settles in, vast and dark and full of stars. And John sleeps, grateful for this day, for these mountains, for this trail that keeps giving him moments of such profound beauty that he struggles to find words for them. The journey continues, always continues. North through Tennessee, toward Virginia, toward Maine. But it's made of moments like these, moments of wonder and presence and connection to something larger than himself, one day at a time, one beautiful, challenging, transformative day at a time. John wakes in the over-mountain shelter to fog, thick white fog that obscures everything beyond 20 feet. The spectacular views from last night are completely hidden. Other hikers groan at the weather, disappointed to lose the morning views. But John doesn't mind. He experienced the boards in sunshine yesterday. Today the mountains are offering something different. The mystery of fog, the intimacy of limited visibility. He packs his gear and starts walking into the white. The trail descends from the highlands, dropping back into the forest. The fog follows him down, creating a ghostly atmosphere. Trees emerge from the white and disappear behind. The trail appears just ahead, leading on into mystery. By mid-morning, the fog begins to lift. The day brightens, though clouds remain. John is deep in Tennessee forest now, the boards behind him. The trail here is different, less dramatic, more consistent. Just steady walking through hardwood forest, up and over ridges, down into gaps, up again. The pattern repeating endlessly. This is what people call the Green Tunnel, the endless miles of enclosed forest trail that characterize so much of the Appalachian Trail. Some hikers find it tedious, monotonous, but John is learning to appreciate it. The Green Tunnel has its own beauty, its own rhythm, the way light filters through the canopy, the sound of wind in the leaves, the small discoveries, a mushroom, a wildflower, an interesting tree, a clear stream. The days blend together in the best way. Wake, pack, walk, eat, walk, sleep. The routine is comforting, requires minimal decision making, allows John's mind to rest in the simplicity. He's not thinking about the past or worrying about the future. There's only this, the trail ahead, the next white blaze, the rhythm of footsteps. He crosses into May. Spring is well advanced now. The forest fully leafed out, the temperatures warm even at elevation. John is hiking in shorts and a t-shirt most days, stopping to filter water from streams, soaking his feet during lunch breaks, letting the cool water soothe his perpetually tired feet. The trail family continues its fluid dance. John hikes with Sarah for a few days, their paces matching, their conversations easy and comfortable. They talk about the trail, about life, about nothing in particular. Comfortable silences are just as common as a conversation. They understand each other in the way that trail companions do, bonded by shared experience, by the common challenge of walking north. Then Sarah pushes ahead, wanting to make bigger miles, and John is alone again for a few days. That's okay too. He's learned to appreciate both. The company when it comes, the solitude when it doesn't. His hiking is less about the social experience and more about the internal journey. Other hikers are enrichment, not necessity. He passes through small towns and trail communities. Irwin, Tennessee, where he resupplies and eats a massive lunch at a local diner. Uncle Johnny's Hostel, a famous trail stop run by a man who feeds hikers and offers free bunks in his barn. Dennis Cove, where a trail angel provides free camping and cold sodas. The kindness of strangers continues to amaze John. People who have no obligation to help, who gain nothing from it except the satisfaction of supporting hikers on their journeys. Trail angels who remember their own through hikes, or who dream of doing one someday, or who simply believe in the value of walking long distances through the wilderness. Around mid-May, John reaches Watauga Lake. The trail skirts the shore for several miles, offering views across the water to mountains beyond. It's a beautiful section, a break from the endless forest. John stops for lunch on the shore, eating while watching boats move across the water, fishermen casting lines, ducks paddling near the reeds. A family is picnicking nearby. The children see John's pack and are fascinated. "Are you hiking the whole trail?" the little girl asks. "I'm trying to," John says. "That's so far," she says, her eyes wide. "It is," John agrees, "but I'm just doing it one day at a time." The father nods approvingly. Good philosophy, applies to a lot of things. John continues around the lake, the afternoon pleasant and warm. He's been on the trail for 5 weeks now. Over a month of walking, Georgia, North Carolina, the Smokies, and now deep into Tennessee. He's approaching 300 miles walked, 300 miles closer to Maine. His body has fully adapted now. He's lean and strong, his legs powerful, his endurance seemingly limitless. He can hike all day without excessive fatigue, can climb mountains that would have destroyed him at the start. His pack, even fully loaded, feels manageable. His feet, though calloused and occasionally blistered, are tough and reliable. But more than the physical changes, it's the mental transformation that John notices most. His mind is so much quieter than it used to be. The constant anxiety of his old life, about work, about money, about social obligations, about all the small and large worries that filled his thoughts, has faded to near silence. There's just this: walking, eating, sleeping, being present to each moment. He doesn't miss his phone, though he carries it for emergencies and uses it occasionally in towns. He doesn't miss television or the internet or any of the entertainment that used to fill his free time. The forest is entertainment enough. The walking is purpose enough. The simple act of moving through the world under his own power, carrying everything he needs, is satisfaction enough. That evening, John reaches Van der Venter shelter. It's a standard AT shelter, 3-sided wooden platforms, a nearby stream. Several other hikers are already there, including Fast Eddie, who John hasn't seen in over a week. "John," Eddie calls out, "I was wondering when you'd catch up." They catch up over dinner, comparing notes on the sections each has walked, sharing stories of beautiful days and difficult climbs. Eddie has been pushing bigger miles, averaging over 20 a day. He's eager to reach Virginia, eager to keep making progress. "You thinking about finishing?" Eddie asks. "Like, actually making it to Katahdin?" "More and more," John admits. "At first it seemed impossible. Now it just seems long, but possible." "Same," Eddie says. "I'm starting to believe I can actually do this." The belief is important, John realizes. At the start, the trail was an overwhelming concept. 2,000 miles. Too far to truly comprehend. But now, broken into days and weeks and states, it's becoming manageable. Virginia is next, the longest state but also supposedly beautiful. After Virginia, the mid-Atlantic states, which pass quickly. Then New England, where the trail gets harder, but also feels more like the end is approaching. Then Maine, brutal but short. And then Katahdin. He can see it now. The whole journey laid out. Still far, still challenging, but no longer impossible. Just a matter of continuing to walk, one day at a time, letting the miles accumulate. As darkness falls, the shelter fills with hikers. Conversations flow. Trail talk, always trail talk. The shared language of those walking the same path. But there's also laughter, shared food, the easy camaraderie of people who understand each other's journey. John lies in his sleeping bag, listening to the conversations quiet as sleep approaches. His body is tired but strong. His spirit is content. 5 weeks on the trail, and he's exactly where he's supposed to be, doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing. The green tunnel continues tomorrow. More miles through Tennessee forest, more ridges to climb, more gaps to descend into. The routine continuing, the pattern repeating, the slow accumulation of miles toward that distant goal. But he's not thinking about distant goals tonight. Tonight there's just this, a shelter in the forest, the company of fellow hikers, the deep satisfaction of another day walked, another small piece of the journey completed. The forest breathes around the shelter. The stream nearby murmurs its constant song. The night settles in, dark and peaceful and familiar. And John sleeps, his body resting for tomorrow's miles, his mind quiet and content, grateful for this simple life, this beautiful challenge, this journey that has become his home. John wakes to the sound of rain beginning, not heavy yet, just the first drops hitting the shelter roof, warning of more to come. Around him, other hikers are stirring, checking the weather on their phones, groaning at the forecast. More rain, always more rain in the spring mountains. He lies in his sleeping bag a few extra minutes, listening to the rain increase. It's been over a week since the last rain, a good stretch of clear weather. He knew it couldn't last forever. Weather in the mountains is changeable, unpredictable. Rain is part of the deal. By the time he's packed and ready to start walking, the rain is steady. Not a downpour, but persistent. John pulls on his rain jacket, covers his pack, and steps out into the wet morning. Here we go again. The trail is immediately slippery, the rocks and roots treacherous with moisture. John walks carefully, testing each step, using his trekking poles for stability. The forest is grey and dripping, everything muted by the rain. Visibility is limited to maybe 30 feet. The world shrinks to this small bubble around him, but there's a familiar comfort in it now. Rain hiking isn't pleasant exactly, but it's not the misery it was at the beginning. It's just another condition, another challenge to meet. His body knows what to do. Keep moving, stay warm through exertion, don't stop long enough to get cold. The morning passes in wet solitude. John sees no other hikers, everyone moving at their own pace through the rain. His mind settles into that empty state where thoughts drift without sticking. Just the rain, just the walking, just the endless trail leading north. Around midday, the rain eases to drizzle. The forest brightens slightly. John stops at a shelter, Abingdon Gap Shelter, to eat lunch under cover. Several other hikers are there, steaming in the humid air, their gear dripping. "How far to Damascus?" someone asks. John checks his guidebook. About 30 miles, 2 days probably. Damascus, Virginia, another famous trail town, bigger than Hot Springs. Supposedly even more hiker-friendly, and Damascus marks a milestone. The end of Tennessee, the beginning of Virginia. State number 4, over 400 miles from Springer Mountain. The thought creates a flutter of excitement in John's chest. Virginia, the longest state, over 500 miles of trail, but also beautiful, varied, supposedly some of the best hiking on the entire AT. After Virginia, only 8 states remain. Only 8 states between him and Katahdin. He's starting to believe it's possible. Actually possible. Not just a dream or a hope, but a real achievable goal. He can walk to Maine. He is walking to Maine. One day at a time, one state at a time. After lunch, John continues into the drizzle. The afternoon brings easier terrain, the trail following ridges rather than constantly climbing. His legs feel strong, his pace steady. The miles accumulate without excessive effort. Around 4 in the evening, the drizzle finally stops. The clouds begin to break up, patches of blue appearing. Sunlight filters through in scattered beams, illuminating the wet forest. Everything sparkles and drips and glows. John reaches Double Springs shelter just as the sun breaks through fully. The sudden warmth feels glorious after a day of wet and cold. He claims a spot in the shelter and immediately hangs all his wet gear to dry. Other hikers are doing the same, the shelter becoming draped with drying clothes and sleeping bags. Sarah arrives shortly after, looking bedraggled but cheerful. "I'm so ready for Damascus," she announces. "Hot shower, real food, a day off." "Taking a zero?" John asks. "Maybe 2. My body needs it. You?" "Probably just 1, but we'll see." More hikers arrive as the evening approaches. The shelter fills up quickly. Everyone is converging on Damascus, drawn by the town's reputation and the promise of rest. Fast Eddie appears, Songbird, weatherman, making one of his rare early stops. The trail family is coming together again as it always does at major landmarks. The evening is beautiful after the rain. The sunset paints the western sky orange and pink. The air is clean and fresh, washed by the rain, carrying the scent of wet earth and growing things. John sits outside the shelter, eating his dinner, watching the light fade, feeling deeply content. Tomorrow will bring more miles toward Damascus. Maybe 20 miles, a big day, but he's feeling strong. The day after, he'll reach the town, cross into Virginia, begin the next chapter of this journey. But he's learned not to think too far ahead. There's only tonight, only this moment. The shelter, the sunset, the company of fellow hikers, the satisfaction of another day completed. As darkness falls, the group gathers for evening conversation. Someone asks John how long he's been on the trail. 6 weeks, he says, doing the math. Almost 6 weeks. Started at Springer on April 10th. "Feels longer, doesn't it?" Sarah says. "And shorter," someone else adds, "both at the same time." Everyone nods. Trail time is different. Days can feel endless, but weeks pass in a blur. John's old life feels both recent and impossibly distant. He's been John the software developer and John the thru hiker, but increasingly the first identity is fading. This is who he is now, this person who walks all day, sleeps in shelters, carries everything he needs on his back. This is his real self, revealed by the trail, stripped of all the unnecessary layers that civilization adds. The conversation's quiet as tiredness sets in. People retreat to their sleeping bags, the shelter filling with the soft sounds of people settling into sleep. John lies on his back, looking at the shelter ceiling, thinking about Damascus ahead, about Virginia beyond, about all the miles still to walk. But mostly he's thinking about how grateful he is for this journey, for his body that has carried him this far. For the trail that keeps teaching him, changing him, showing him who he actually is beneath all the expectations and obligations and identities of normal life. He's walked over 400 miles. He has over 1,500 to go. The journey is far from over, but he's proven to himself that he can do this. One day, 1 mile, 1 step at a time. The forest breathes around the shelter. The night sounds begin their familiar chorus. Insects, wind in the trees, the occasional call of an owl. The air grows cool but not cold. Spring is becoming summer. The seasons are turning, the world is changing, and John is changing with it. Sleep comes gradually, peacefully. His body relaxes into rest, his mind quiets to silence. Tomorrow will bring more miles, more trail, more walking north. Damascus waits. Virginia waits. The long journey continues. But tonight there's just this, a shelter in the Tennessee mountains, the last night before entering Virginia, the peaceful ending of another day on the trail, the end of Tennessee, the beginning of something new. John's breathing slows and deepens. His consciousness drifts toward sleep, toward dreams of trails and mountains and white blazes leading endlessly north. The trail has carried him this far. The trail will carry him farther still, one day at a time, one state at a time, one step at a time. Always north, always forward, always walking toward that distant mountain in Maine, toward the end of this journey, toward whatever waits beyond, but also always here, always present, always in this moment, this breath, this simple act of existing in the world as a body moving through space, as a consciousness experiencing beauty and challenge, and the profound satisfaction of doing a hard thing simply because it's worth doing. The trail continues. John continues with it. And in the continuing, he finds everything he was looking for and more than he knew he needed. Good night, Tennessee. Thank you for your 300 miles, your mountains and bald and green tunnels, your rain and sunshine and endless walking. Tomorrow, Virginia begins. Tomorrow, a new chapter. Tomorrow, the journey continues north through the long state toward the new challenges and new beauty and new moments of grace. But for now, just sleep, just rest, just this perfect moment of completion and anticipation, of ending and beginning, of gratitude for what was and excitement for what will be. The forest stands watch. The night deepens. The stars wheel slowly overhead. And John sleeps, peaceful and content, ready for whatever tomorrow brings. Grateful for this life he's chosen, this trail he's walking, this journey that has become his home and his purpose and his path toward transformation. John wakes to his last morning in Tennessee. The thought brings mixed emotions. Pride at having walked the entire state, but also a touch of sadness at leaving. Tennessee has been good to him. 300 miles of beautiful mountains, kind trail angels, spectacular boards, the rhythm of steady walking through spring. But Virginia waits, the longest state, over 500 miles of trail, more 80 miles than any other state. Virginia will be a test of endurance, of consistency, of the ability to simply keep walking day after day through similar terrain. He packs his gear and starts north with several other hikers, everyone eager to reach Damascus. The trail descends gradually through the morning, losing elevation as it approaches the town. The forest is fully green now, thick with late spring growth. Birds sing their territorial songs. The air is warm, hinting at the summer heat to come. Around mid-morning, the trail crosses a road and suddenly John is walking through a residential area. Houses with yards, cars parked in driveways. The jarring transition from wilderness to civilization. Damascus appears ahead, a small town nestled in the valley, the trail running right down its main street. John follows the white blazes through town, past the outfitters and restaurants and hostels that cater to the constant stream of hikers. Damascus is known as Trail Town, USA, the most hiker-friendly town on the entire Appalachian Trail. Every year, they host Trail Days, a festival celebrating thru hikers. The whole town embraces the trail and those who walk it. He stops at the first hostel he sees, The Place, a famous hiker hostel run by the local Methodist church. It's donation-based, offering bunks and showers and a place to rest. The hostel is already busy with hikers, gear spread everywhere, people coming and going. John secures a bunk and immediately heads for the shower. The hot water is glorious after several days on the trail. He scrubs away the dirt and sweat, standing under the spray longer than necessary, enjoying the luxury of unlimited hot water. Clean and wearing his less dirty town clothes, John walks to a restaurant and orders an enormous breakfast. The food arrives and he eats with focused intensity. Pancakes, eggs, bacon, hash browns, toast, orange juice, coffee. His body craves calories and town food provides them in abundance. Sarah appears while he's eating, fresh from her own shower, looking happy and refreshed. "I'm taking 2 zeros, she announces. "Maybe 3. My body is begging for rest." "I'm thinking 1 zero, then back out," John says. "But I'll see how I feel tomorrow." They spend the afternoon exploring Damascus. It's larger than Hot Springs, with more options for resupplying gear. John visits the outfitter to replace his worn-out socks and to buy new insoles for his boots. 6 weeks of walking has compressed the insoles to nearly nothing, and his feet are feeling it. He resupplies at the grocery store, buying food for the next section. Virginia is long, but there are towns along the way for resupply. He only needs 5 or 6 days of food to reach the next stop. More of the usual: instant oatmeal, instant coffee, freeze-dried dinners, bars, trail mix, candy bars. That evening, a large group of hikers gathers at a local pizza place for dinner. The restaurant is packed with thru hikers, all of them celebrating their arrival in Damascus, their completion of Tennessee, their approach to Virginia. John sits with his usual trail family: Sarah, Fast Eddie, Songbird, Weatherman, making a rare appearance, and several others whose faces have become familiar over the past 6 weeks. The conversation flows easily, trail talk, but also excitement about Virginia. People share what they've heard: the long ridge walks, the beautiful valleys, the towns with good food, the Dragon's Tooth, a famous rock scramble, McAfee Knob, one of the most photographed spots on the entire trail. The halfway point, somewhere in central Virginia, where hikers celebrate being halfway to Maine. "Halfway," Eddie says, his voice filled with wonder. "We could actually be halfway in a few weeks." The concept is both encouraging and daunting. Halfway means they've proven they can do this, but it also means they have to do it all again. The same distance they've already walked all over again before reaching Katahdin. John doesn't let himself think too far ahead. There's just tomorrow, just the next section, just the next state. Virginia is long, but it's also just more trail, more mountains to climb, more miles to walk, more white blazes to follow. He knows how to do this now. His body knows, his mind knows. He just has to keep doing it. After dinner, John walks through Damascus in the evening light. The town is beautiful, nestled in its valley, the mountains rising on all sides. The trail will climb out of here tomorrow, ascending back into the wilderness. But tonight, he's here in civilization, enjoying the brief respite. He thinks about how far he's come, not just the 400 miles from Springer Mountain, but the internal distance. The person who started this journey 6 weeks ago feels like a stranger now. That person was nervous, uncertain, carrying too much physical and emotional weight. This person, the one walking through Damascus, is leaner, stronger, more confident, more himself somehow. As if the trail has stripped away everything unnecessary, revealed the essential self underneath. Back at the hostel, John organizes his resupply, packing food into his bear canister and stuffed sacks. His pack will be heavy again tomorrow, but he's used to it now. The weight is just part of the equation, accepted rather than resented. He lies in his bunk that evening, listening to the sounds of the hostel. Showers running, washing machines churning, hikers talking and laughing. Tomorrow he'll leave this behind, return to the trail, cross into Virginia. A new state, new challenges, but the same basic rhythm. Walk, eat, sleep, repeat. Sleep comes easily despite the noise. His body is tired, ready to rest. Tomorrow will bring more trail, but tonight there's just this. A comfortable bunk, a full belly, clean clothes, the company of fellow hikers. John wakes early on his 0 day. Around him, other hikers are still sleeping, but his internal trail clock has him awake by 6, even when he doesn't need to hike. He lies in his bunk for a while, enjoying the luxury of not having to immediately pack up and start walking. Eventually, he gets up and walks to a cafe for breakfast. Real eggs, real bacon, real coffee. He eats slowly, reading a book he picked up at the hostel's free library. The pleasure of sitting, of not moving, of letting his body rest completely. The day passes quietly. John washes all his gear in the hostel's washing machine. He reorganizes his pack, making sure everything is accessible and efficient. He walks to the outfitter again and buys a new headlamp. His old one is dimming. The battery's no longer holding a charge as well. In the afternoon, he finds a quiet spot by the creek that runs through town and just sits, watching the water flow, listening to the sounds of the town and the forest mixed together, not thinking about much, just being present to this moment of rest. Sarah finds him there in the late afternoon. She sits beside him on the rocks, dangling her feet in the cool water. "You heading out tomorrow?" she asks. "Yeah. You?" "Day after. Need the extra rest." They sit in comfortable silence. After 6 weeks on the trail, they've become good friends in that particular trailway, knowing each other deeply through shared experience, but knowing little about each other's lives off the trail. It's enough. Maybe it's better. Their friendship exists purely in this context, uncomplicated by the usual baggage of off-trail relationships. "Virginia feels big," Sarah says after a while. "Like, really big." "It is big," John agrees. "But we just walk it the same way we walked everything else, one day at a time." "One day at a time," she echoes. That evening, John goes to bed early, ready to return to the trail. His body feels rested. His gear is clean and organized. His pack is loaded with fresh supplies. He's ready for Virginia, for the long miles ahead, for whatever challenges and beauty the longest state will bring. He thinks about Damascus, about this trail town that has welcomed him and thousands of other hikers over the years. He thinks about Tennessee now complete, 4 states down: Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and the small piece of Virginia that technically starts just north of Damascus. Only 10 states to go. The journey is far from over, but it's also well begun. Over a third of the miles completed. The trail has tested him and found him capable. He's proven to himself that he can do this. Tomorrow, Virginia truly begins. Tomorrow, a new chapter. Tomorrow, the trail continues north. But for now, just rest. Just this moment. Just a peaceful ending of 0 day in Damascus and the quiet anticipation of miles to come. John closes his eyes and lets sleep take him, his body grateful for the rest, his spirit ready for the journey to continue. The trail waits. It always waits, patient and eternal, leading north through Virginia's long miles toward states beyond, and eventually, impossibly, toward Maine. 1 day at a time, 1 state at a time, 1 step at a time, the journey continues. John leaves Damascus in the cool morning, his pack heavy with fresh supplies. The trail climbs immediately out of town, a steep ascent that reminds his rested legs what the work ahead entails. But his body remembers quickly, finds its rhythm, settles into the familiar motion of climbing. The morning is beautiful, clear skies, temperatures in the 60s, a light breeze keeping him cool despite the effort of climbing. Virginia greets him with perfect hiking weather. Around mid-morning, John crosses an official marker, Virginia, Tennessee state line. He stops, drops his pack, takes the obligatory photo. 4 states complete. Virginia beginning. He's in the longest state now, committed to over 500 miles of trail before crossing into West Virginia. The number is intimidating if he thinks about it too much. 500 miles. 25 to 30 days of walking. A full month in 1 state. So he doesn't think about it. He thinks about today, about reaching tonight's shelter, about the next white blaze. The miles will accumulate whether he worries about them or not. The trail in southern Virginia is beautiful. Rolling mountains covered in thick forest, streams running clear and cold, occasional views opening up through gaps in the trees. John settles into his walking meditation, his mind quiet, his body doing what it knows how to do. He's alone on the trail most of the morning. The bubble of hikers has spread out again after Damascus, everyone moving at their own pace. Some pushed ahead, eager to make big miles. Others took extra zeros, are at rest in tired bodies. The trail family is scattered now, though John knows he'll see familiar faces again. He always does. Around noon, he stops at Partnership Shelter for lunch. This shelter is famous. It has running water, a shower, even a phone for calling out. It's maintained by a local church partnership, hence the name. Several section hikers are there enjoying the amenities, but John doesn't linger long. He eats his lunch, refills his water bottles at the spigot, and continues north. The afternoon brings more steady walking through Virginia forest. The terrain here is different from Tennessee. Less dramatic perhaps, but consistently beautiful. The mountains are older, more weathered, covered in a mature forest that feels ancient and peaceful. John sees his first deer of Virginia, a buck with small antlers, standing beside the trail. They regard each other for a long moment. The deer seems unconcerned, probably used to hikers passing through. Finally it turns and walks calmly into the forest, unhurried, at home in this place in a way John can only aspire to. Late afternoon, John reaches Trimpey Shelter. It's a simple shelter, nothing special, but it's well maintained and has a good water source nearby. He's the first hiker to arrive, giving him his choice of sleeping spots. He claims a platform on the end, sets up his sleeping area, then goes to filter water. The spring is a short walk from the shelter, down a blue-blazed side trail. The water flows clear and cold from a pipe set into the hillside. John fills his bottles, treating each one with his filter, watching the clear water flow through. He drinks deeply, his body always craving water after a day of walking. Back at the shelter, he cooks dinner and eats while watching the light fade. The forest grows dark early this time of year, the thick canopy blocking the sunset, but the air remains warm, pleasant. John sits on the edge of the sleeping platform, his feet dangling, just being present to the evening. Other hikers arrive as darkness approaches. A young couple John hasn't seen before, an older solo hiker, who introduces himself as Map Man, carrying detailed maps of every section despite the well-marked trail. And finally, just as full dark sets in, Weatherman appears like a ghost from the darkness, moving with his usual silent efficiency. "John," Weatherman says with a nod, the most words he typically offers. "Weatherman," John replies. They don't need more conversation than that. The acknowledgement of shared journey is enough. The shelter settles into evening routines. Food bags hung on the bare cables. Sleeping bags fluffed and arranged. The quiet conversations of people preparing for sleep. John lies in his sleeping bag, looking out at the darkness beyond the shelter, listening to the night sounds of Virginia forest. His first day in Virginia complete. Just another day of walking, nothing extraordinary, nothing particularly challenging, but also beautiful in its simplicity. Good weather, good trail, good shelter. The basic elements of a successful trail day. He thinks about the miles ahead, 500 miles of Virginia. It seems like a lot, but he's walked over 400 already. He knows how to do this. His body knows. His mind knows. Just keep walking, one day after another, letting the miles accumulate slowly but steadily. Virginia has a reputation for being monotonous. The Virginia blues, some hikers call it. Too much of the same, mile after mile of similar terrain. But John isn't worried about that. He's learned to find peace in repetition, meditation in the routine. The green tunnel doesn't bore him. It quiets him, allows his mind to rest in the simplicity. Sleep comes easily, his body tired from the day's miles, ready to rest and recover for tomorrow. The forest breathes around the shelter. An owl calls from somewhere distant. The night is peaceful, familiar, safe. Tomorrow will bring more miles, more Virginia Trail, more mountains to climb, more forest to walk through. The slow progression north continuing, always continuing. But tonight there is just this, a shelter in the Virginia mountains, the company of fellow hikers, the deep satisfaction of another day walked. The first day of Virginia, many more to come. John's breathing slows and deepens. His consciousness drifts toward sleep, toward dreams of trails and forests and endless miles leading north. The trail continues. He continues with it. One day, 1 mile, one step at a time. Virginia has begun, the long journey through the longest state. But it's just more trail, just more walking, and walking is what he does now. It's who he is. The journey continues, always continues, north through Virginia, toward West Virginia, toward Pennsylvania, toward the states beyond, toward summer, toward autumn, toward that distant mountain in Maine. But he's not thinking about all of that tonight. Tonight there's just this moment, this breath, this peaceful rest after a day well walked. The trail continues, John continues with it, and that's enough. John wakes to a cool morning with fog drifting through the shelter. The mist is thick, reducing visibility to maybe 20 feet. Other hikers are stirring slowly, reluctant to leave the warmth of their sleeping bags for the damp coolness outside. He packs his gear and starts walking by 7, climbing into the fog. The trail ascends steadily through the morning, gaining elevation toward the Grayson Highlands, a high elevation section known for its open balds and wild ponies. John has been looking forward to this section. It's supposed to be one of the most beautiful areas in all of Virginia. The fog follows him up the mountain, creating a ghostly atmosphere. Trees emerge from the white and disappear behind. The trail appears just ahead, leading on into mystery. But John doesn't mind. He's learned that fog has its own beauty, its own peaceful quality. Around mid-morning, the forest begins to thin. The trees become shorter, more gnarled, shaped by constant wind. And then suddenly the trail emerges from the forest onto open highland. Grassy balds stretching along the ridge top, rocky outcrops breaking through the grass. The fog still thick, but beginning to show signs of lifting. The Grayson Highlands. John has arrived. Even in fog, the landscape is striking. The openness after miles of enclosed forest trail, the wind constant and cool, the grass green and thick, dotted with wildflowers, rocky formations creating natural sculptures against the white sky. John walks slowly across the balds, not wanting to rush despite the limited visibility. The trail is well marked with posts where the white blazes can't be painted on trees. He follows them across the highland, climbing over rock formations, traversing open meadows. And then he sees them, the wild ponies, a small herd grazing on the bald, maybe 5 or 6 animals, their shaggy coats thick and unkempt, their descendants of horses released decades ago, now living wild in the highlands. They ignore John completely, used to hikers passing through their territory. John stops, enchanted. He's seen photos of the Grayson ponies, but seeing them in person is different. They're smaller than regular horses, stocky and sturdy, perfectly adapted to this high, windy environment. One pony lifts its head to look at him briefly, then returns to grazing completely unimpressed. He sits on a rock near the herd, eating a snack, just watching them. Their peaceful existence, their unhurried grazing, their complete comfort in this wild place. There's something deeply satisfying about seeing animals thriving in wilderness, living exactly as they're meant to live. Around noon, the fog begins to lift, not clearing completely, but thinning enough that views start to appear. John can see across valleys to distant ridges, can see the scale of the highlands stretching for miles. The wind picks up as the fog thins, cool and constant. He continues across the balds, the trail following the ridgeline. More ponies appear, another small herd, and then a solitary animal standing on a rocky outcrop like it's posing for photographs. John takes pictures, though he knows they won't capture the feeling of this place, the wildness and beauty and openness. Other hikers are on the balds too, scattered across the landscape, everyone moving slowly, everyone appreciating this section. John sees Sarah in the distance, recognizes her bright blue pack. He waves and she waves back, but they don't converge, each maintaining their own experience of this place. The afternoon brings more highland walking. The trail traverses just below the highest peaks, offering views in all directions when the fog allows. John passes through sections of stunted forest, gnarled trees twisted by wind, then emerges onto more open bolds. The landscape is varied, constantly interesting, never monotonous. Around 4 in the evening, John reaches Thomas Knob Shelter, a stone structure perched on the highland. It's one of the most scenic shelter locations on the entire trail, open views in all directions, ponies grazing nearby, the wind constant and cool. Several hikers are already at the shelter, including Fast Eddie, who John hasn't seen in several days. "This place is incredible," Eddie says when John arrives. "I could stay here for days." John agrees. The shelter is beautiful, the setting spectacular, but there's also a wildness to it, an exposure. The wind never stops. There's no protection if weather comes in. The nearest water source requires a steep descent down the mountain. More hikers arrive as evening approaches. The shelter fills quickly. Everyone wants to stay at Thomas Knob to experience sunrise from the highlands. Sarah arrives, looking wind-blown but happy. Songbird appears, humming despite her obvious tiredness. A few section hikers John doesn't recognize. The evening is cold, the sun disappears behind western mountains and the temperature drops rapidly. John pulls on all his warm layers. Fleece, down jacket, warm hat, gloves. Other hikers are doing the same, everyone bundled against the wind and cold, but the sunset is spectacular. The western sky turns orange and pink and purple, the clouds reflecting the colors, the landscape below falling into shadow. The ponies graze nearby, silhouetted against the colorful sky. The wind carries the sound of distant streams, of grass rustling, of the mountain breathing. John sits on a rock outside the shelter, wrapped in his sleeping bag, watching the light fade. This is one of those moments, one of those perfect trail moments that he'll remember forever. The beauty, the wildness, the sense of being somewhere truly special. As darkness falls, the stars emerge. Brilliant and countless, the Milky Way a river of light across the sky. At this elevation, far from any light pollution, the sky is overwhelming in its vastness. John lies on his back on the rock, looking up, trying to comprehend the distances, the time scales, the sheer improbability of his existence as a conscious being in this vast universe. It's too much to hold, so he just experiences it, just lies on cold rock on a mountain in Virginia, looking at stars, feeling small and significant at the same time. Eventually, the cold drives him inside the shelter. It's crowded, every space filled, but warmer than outside with all the body heat. John crawls into his sleeping bag and wraps it around himself completely, just his face exposed. The shelter is quiet except for the wind outside and the occasional murmur of conversation. Everyone is tired, awed by the day, ready for sleep. John lies in his sleeping bag, thinking about the Grayson Highlands, about the wild ponies, about the spectacular sunset and the stars. This is why people hike, he thinks, not just for the physical challenge or the accomplishment, but for days like this, for places like this, for moments of such beauty that they expand the heart, that remind you why being alive is precious. Sleep comes slowly, the cold and wind making rest more difficult than usual. But eventually exhaustion wins, and John drifts off, surrounded by fellow hikers, all of them resting in this wild, high place, all of them walking their own journeys north. The wind blows across the highlands. The ponies graze in darkness, the stars wheel slowly overhead. The mountains stand patient and eternal, and John sleeps, grateful for this day, for this place, for this journey that keeps offering moments of grace and beauty and connection to something larger than himself. Tomorrow will bring descent from the highlands, return to the forest, more miles through Virginia. But tonight there is just this, a stone shelter on a wind-swept highland, the memory of wild ponies and spectacular views, and the deep satisfaction of having walked through another beautiful section of trail, the Grayson Highlands, a place of wildness and beauty, a place he'll carry with him for the rest of his journey, for the rest of his life. The trail continues, always continues, north through Virginia toward the states beyond, and John continues with it, one step, one day, one beautiful moment at a time. John wakes cold and stiff in Thomas Knob shelter. The night was chilly, the wind never stopping, and even in his sleeping bag, he felt the cold seeping in. Around him, other hikers are slow to emerge from their sleeping bags, everyone reluctant to face the cold morning. But eventually, the necessity of continuing drives everyone up and moving. John packs his gear with numb fingers, eats a quick cold breakfast, and starts descending from the highlands. The trail drops steeply, losing the elevation he gained yesterday, returning to the enclosed forest. The descent warms him quickly. His body generates heat with the effort of navigating the steep, rocky trail. By the time he reaches the forest proper, he's shed his warm layers, down to a long-sleeve shirt. The next several days blur together in the best way. Wake, pack, walk, eat, walk, sleep. The routine is comforting, requires no thought, allows John's mind to rest in the simplicity. The miles accumulate steadily. 15 miles one day, 18 the next, 16 after that, Virginia's long miles slowly being consumed, one day at a time. The terrain is consistent, rolling mountains, mature forest, streams crossing the trail every few miles, beautiful but not dramatic, peaceful rather than challenging. The kind of hiking where you can fall into a rhythm and just walk for hours without conscious thought. John sees the trail family periodically, Sarah for a few days, their paces matching, hiking together in comfortable silence or easy conversation. Fast Eddie, pushing past one afternoon, intent on bigger miles. Weatherman appearing at a shelter one evening, then gone again by morning. The fluid community continues, people coming together and spreading apart like a living organism. Around day 10 into Virginia, John begins approaching one of the trail's most famous landmarks, McAfee Knob. It's the most photographed spot on the entire Appalachian Trail, a rocky outcrop jutting out over the valley, offering spectacular views. John has seen pictures of it for years, long before he decided to thru hike. Now he's about to be there himself. The day is perfect for it. Clear skies, warm temperatures, good visibility. John climbs steadily through the morning, knowing McAfee Knob is just a few miles ahead. His anticipation builds. After weeks of mostly enclosed forest trail, the promise of a spectacular view is exciting. Around noon, the trail reaches the knob, and John sees why it's so famous. The rock outcrop extends like a diving board over the valley, nothing but air beyond it. The views are panoramic, mountains and valleys stretching for miles, farms in the valley below, the town of Roanoke, visible in the distance. The knob is crowded. Day hikers, section hikers, and through hikers all gathered, everyone taking photos, everyone wanting the classic shot of themselves on the rock with the valley behind. John waits his turn, then walks out onto the outcrop. The exposure is intense. The rock juts out over a sheer drop, hundreds of feet of air below, but the rock is solid, wide, safe if you're careful. John sits on the edge, legs dangling over the void, looking out at the view. Sarah appears beside him. Pretty spectacular, right? Worth the hype, John agrees. They sit together on the rock, eating lunch, watching other hikers take their photos. A family with young children, the parents holding tight to their kids near the edge. A solo hiker asking strangers to take their photo. A couple taking selfies, trying to capture the view behind them. John takes his own photos, though he knows they won't do justice to being here. Photos never capture the feeling. The wind, the exposure, the vast scale of the landscape, the satisfaction of having walked here from Georgia. After an hour, John reluctantly continues. The trail descends from McAfee Knob toward the valley, losing elevation rapidly. His knees absorb the downhill impact, his poles working overtime to provide stability. That evening, he reaches Catawba Mountain Shelter. It's a nice shelter with a spectacular view to the west. Positioned to catch the sunset, several hikers are already there, and more arrive throughout the afternoon. As evening approaches, the group gathers outside to watch the sun set over the mountains. The sky turns orange and pink, the same colors John has watched dozens of times now from dozens of different mountains. But it never gets old. Each sunset is unique, each one beautiful in its own way. The conversation turns to progress, to miles walked. Someone calculates that they've been on the trail for nearly 2 months. 2 months of daily walking, of living outside, of carrying everything they need on their backs. How many miles have we done? Someone asks. People pull out guidebooks, do rough math. Somewhere around 600 miles, give or take. 600 miles from Springer Mountain. Almost a third of the trail complete. John tries to comprehend it. 600 miles. He's walked 600 miles through the mountains. His body has carried him 600 miles north. The number is staggering and also somehow underwhelming. It's just the accumulation of daily walking, of steps added to steps added to steps. The halfway point is coming up, Sarah says. Maybe 3 more weeks, in central Virginia somewhere. Halfway, the psychological milestone. Over 1,000 miles walked, over 1,000 miles still to go. The balance point of the journey. John isn't sure how he feels about approaching halfway. Part of him is proud, proving he can do this, that he's actually walking to Maine. Part of him is daunted, realizing he has to do all of this again, the same distance already walked, before reaching Katahdin. But mostly he's just present. Halfway is weeks away. There's only today, only this evening, only this shelter with this sunset and this company. The future will arrive when it arrives. Until then, there's just the present moment. The conversation's quiet as darkness falls. People retreat to the shelter, to their sleeping bags, to rest. John lies on his back, looking at the shelter ceiling, thinking about McAfee Knob, about the 600 miles behind him, about the miles ahead. Virginia is long, but he's making progress, day by day, mile by mile. The longest state is being walked. Eventually he'll emerge on the other side, cross into West Virginia, continue north. But that's for future John to worry about. Present John is here, in this shelter, tired but satisfied, having walked another good day. Sleep comes easily. His body knows this rest now, craves it, uses it efficiently to repair and strengthen. Tomorrow will bring more miles, more Virginia forest, more trail leading north. But tonight there's just this peaceful rest. The forest breathes around the shelter. The night sounds begin in their familiar chorus. The stars appear overhead, brilliant in the clear sky. And John sleeps content with his progress, grateful for spectacular views and good trail days, ready to continue this long walk through Virginia toward whatever waits beyond. One day at a time, 1 mile at a time, one step at a time. The trail continues. John continues with it, and slowly, steadily, the miles accumulate. The journey progresses. The distance to Maine gradually shrinks, halfway approaching, but also, right here, right now, exactly where he needs to be, walking north, always north, toward summer, toward the states beyond Virginia, toward that distant goal that no longer feels quite so impossible. The days continue their steady rhythm. John walks through Virginia forest, over Virginia mountains, past Virginia streams. The scenery is beautiful but consistent, exactly what people mean when they talk about the Virginia blues. Not that Virginia is boring, but that it requires mental endurance, the ability to keep walking day after day through similar terrain without dramatic landmarks to break up the monotony. But John doesn't experience it as monotony. He's settled so deeply into trail life that the routine itself is satisfying. The simple pattern of wake, walk, eat, sleep, the way his body knows what to do without conscious thought. The quiet of his mind, free from the constant anxiety and planning that characterized his old life. He's been on the trail for almost 2 months now, 8 weeks of daily walking. His body has transformed completely. Lean muscle, tough feet, efficient stride. But the bigger changes are internal. The person walking through Virginia is fundamentally different from the person who started at Springer Mountain. Not better or worse, just different, more essential, more himself. Around mid-June, John begins approaching another famous Virginia landmark, the Dragon's Tooth. It's a large rock formation jutting up from the mountain, requiring some scrambling to reach the top. The approach is supposedly challenging, a rock scramble rather than typical trail hiking. The day is hot. Summer has arrived in Virginia, bringing temperatures in the 80s and humidity that makes the air feel thick. John is soaked with sweat within the first hour of walking, his shirt clinging to his back, salt crusting on his skin. The trail climbs steadily through the morning, gaining elevation toward the Dragon's Tooth. Around midday, the trail becomes rockier, steeper, and then John reaches the scramble, a section requiring hands and feet, careful movement over large boulders, attention to balance and footing. He takes his time, testing each handhold, placing each foot carefully. The rock is solid, the scramble challenging but not dangerous if you're careful. His pack makes the movement awkward, the weight pulling him backward, but he's learned to adjust his balance, to move deliberately, and then he reaches the top. The Dragon's Tooth itself, a tall rock formation like a giant tooth jutting up from the mountain. The rock is smooth and steep, but there are good handholds, and John climbs carefully to the summit. The view from the top is spectacular, mountains stretching away in all directions, the valleys below green and hazy in the summer heat. Other hikers are on the tooth, everyone taking photos, everyone carefully navigating the exposed rock. John finds a spot and sits, catching his breath, drinking water, cooling down. The breeze at the top helps, evaporating sweat, providing relief from the heat. He eats lunch while looking out at the view, feeling satisfied with the climb, with reaching this landmark. Sarah appears while he's sitting there, scrambling up the final section of rock. "That was harder than I expected," she says, slightly breathless. "But worth it," John says. "Always worth it," she agrees. They sit together on the rock, not talking much, just enjoying the view and the breeze and the satisfaction of having reached the tooth. Other hikers come and go, a constant stream of people climbing up, taking photos, climbing down. After 30 minutes, John begins the descent. Going down is trickier than going up, requiring even more care with foot placement. But he makes it down safely, then continues north on the trail beyond. The afternoon is brutally hot. The forest provides some shade, but the humidity is oppressive. John stops frequently to drink water, to rest in shade, to let his body cool. Heat is a new challenge. The trail has been cool or mild for most of his journey, but summer in Virginia is teaching him about hiking in high temperatures. He reaches a stream around 3 in the afternoon and stops for an extended break. Takes off his boots and socks, wades into the cool water, sits on a rock with his feet submerged. The cold water is blissful, bringing his body temperature down, providing relief from the relentless heat. Other hikers are at the stream doing the same thing. Everyone moving slowly in the heat. Everyone grateful for the cold water. The conversation is minimal. The heat saps energy even for talking. Everyone just sits, cooling off, gathering strength for the remaining afternoon miles. John eventually forces himself to continue, puts his damp socks and boots back on, shoulders his pack, starts walking again. The evening miles are slower, harder. The heat has drained him, made every step feel heavier. Around 7 in the evening, he reaches Laurel Creek Shelter. It's been a shorter day than usual, only 14 miles, but the heat made it feel like 20. He's exhausted, overheated, ready to stop. The shelter is crowded with hikers who had the same idea. Stopping early to avoid hiking in peak heat. John finds a spot, sets up his sleeping area, then just lies down. No energy for cooking yet, just rest. As evening progresses and the temperature drops slightly, energy returns. John cooks dinner, eats, hangs his food bag. The routine continues even when energy is low. The shelter fills with quiet conversation, everyone comparing notes on the heat, on the dragon's tooth, on how to manage hot weather hiking. Start earlier, someone suggests, like 4 or 5 in the morning. Do most of your miles before the heat. Take a siesta in the afternoon, hike morning and evening, rest during the hottest hours. Drink more water, always be drinking water. The advice circulates, shared wisdom from hikers learning to adapt to summer conditions. Virginia in June is hot. Virginia in July will be hotter. Everyone is adjusting their strategies, learning what works for their bodies. As darkness falls, the temperature finally becomes pleasant. The oppressive heat gives way to a mild evening, cool enough to be comfortable. John lies in his sleeping bag, on top of it, not inside, still too warm for that, and listens to the night sounds. He thinks about the dragon's tooth, about the challenging scramble, about reaching the top. Another landmark checked off, another famous section completed. The trail is full of these moments. Famous rocks, spectacular views, challenging sections that hikers talk about for years. But he also thinks about the heat, about the new challenge that summer brings. The trail keeps testing him in different ways. First, the difficulty of just walking with a heavy pack, then the cold and wet of early spring, then the long climbs of the Smokies, now the heat of Virginia summer. Each challenge different, each requiring adaptation, and he keeps adapting. His body learns what's needed, his mind adjusts to the conditions. He continues forward, day by day, learning as he goes. Sleep comes despite the heat. His body is tired enough that rest happens regardless of conditions. Tomorrow he'll try starting earlier, avoiding the worst of the midday heat. He'll drink more water, take longer breaks, adjust his routine for summer. The trail continues. The challenges change, but the forward motion remains constant. North through Virginia, through the heat, through the miles, one day at a time. The forest breathes hot, humid air. The insects sing their summer songs. The night is warm and alive with sound. And John sleeps, adapting and learning and continuing, always continuing north through Virginia's long, hot miles, toward the halfway point, toward the states beyond, toward that goal in Maine that feels a little closer with each passing day. The journey continues, the transformation continues, and John continues with it, one step, one challenge, one adaptation at a time. John wakes before dawn, implementing the new strategy. If the days are going to be hot, he'll do his miles in the cool morning hours. Around him, other hikers have had the same idea. Headlamps flicker in the darkness as people pack up, eating quick breakfasts, preparing to start walking before the sun rises. He's on the trail by 5:30, hiking by headlamp in the pre-dawn grey. The forest is different at this hour. Quieter, cooler. Birds are just beginning their dawn songs. The world feels fresh, unused, waiting for the day to begin. As the sun rises, painting the eastern sky pink and orange, John reaches a vista and stops to watch. The valleys below are filled with morning mist. The mountains emerge gradually from shadow, catching the first light on their ridges. It's beautiful in a way that midday hiking never is. Everything soft and new and full of promise. The morning miles pass quickly in the cool air. John makes good progress, covering 10 miles by noon. Then he finds a shelter, Bryant Ridge Shelter, and stops for a long siesta. Several other hikers have the same idea, all of them resting through the hottest hours of the day. John lies on the shelter platform, reading a book he picked up in the last town, dozing occasionally, just letting his body rest while the sun is highest. While the temperature is most oppressive, outside the forest bakes in the heat. Inside the shelter, it's cooler, bearable. Around 4 in the evening, when the temperature drops slightly, he starts walking again. The evening miles are pleasant, the worst of the heat past. He walks until almost dark, reaching another shelter as dusk settles over the forest. The new rhythm works. Early morning miles, midday rest, evening miles. It requires discipline, going to sleep early so he can wake before dawn. But it's worth it to avoid the brutal midday heat. The days blur together again. Wake in darkness, walk through dawn, rest in midday heat. Walk through evening, sleep early. The pattern repeating, the miles accumulating. Around the end of June, John notices more excitement among the hikers he encounters. People checking their guidebooks, doing calculations, talking about the halfway point. The psychological milestone is approaching. The official halfway point of the Appalachian Trail moves slightly each year as the trail is rerouted, but it's somewhere in central Virginia, around mile 1100. John is approaching it, maybe a week away, maybe less. The anticipation builds. Halfway. Over 1,000 miles walked. Over 1,000 miles still to go. The balance point of the journey. One evening, John reaches a shelter where a celebration is happening. Someone has just crossed the halfway point that afternoon, and they're sharing trail magic they carried in for this purpose. Candy bars for everyone, soda, chips. The shelter is festive. Everyone excited about this milestone. How far for you? Someone asked John. He checks his guidebook. Maybe 3 more days. Maybe 4. See you at the halfway point, man. Congratulations in advance. The next 3 days pass in anticipation. John walks his usual miles, maintains his heat avoidance routine, but his mind is focused on halfway, on the milestone approaching. And then, on a warm July afternoon, he reaches it. A simple sign beside the trail. Appalachian Trail, halfway point. 1,094 miles from Springer Mountain. 1,094 miles to Katahdin. John stops, drops his pack, just looks at the sign. Halfway. He's halfway to Maine. Emotions well up, unexpected and strong, pride, gratitude, disbelief. He's walked over 1,000 miles. His body has carried him over 1,000 miles through the mountains. From Georgia to here, to this spot in central Virginia, and he has to do it all again, the same distance, all over again. Before reaching Katahdin, the thought is both encouraging and daunting. He's proven he can walk this far, but he has to keep doing it every day for at least 2 more months. Other hikers are at the halfway point, everyone taking photos, everyone celebrating. Sarah is there, having arrived that morning. Fast Eddie is there, Songbird, Weatherman, and several others, whose faces have become familiar over 2 months of shared journey. They take a group photo, the halfway crew, all of them grinning despite their exhaustion, despite their dirty clothes and overgrown beards and sun-weathered faces. All of them halfway to Maine. John takes his solo photo with the sign, trying to smile naturally, trying to capture how he feels in this moment. The picture will show a lean, bearded hiker with tired eyes and strong legs. It won't show the internal transformation, the way the trail has changed him from the inside out. But he'll always remember what halfway means. The group camps at the shelter near the halfway point, turning it into a celebration. Someone has a harmonica, someone else has cards. Stories are shared, memories of the trail so far. The first painful days in Georgia, the Smokies, the Grayson Highlands, the heat of Virginia summer. What's been your favorite part? Someone asks. Answers vary. Rocky Top, Klingman's Dome, Max Patch, the Wild Ponies. Everyone has their own highlights, their own moments that stand out. When the question reaches John, he thinks for a moment. All of it, he says finally. Even the hard parts. Especially the hard parts, maybe. They're all part of why this matters. People nod, understanding. The difficulty is part of the value. Easy things don't transform you. As darkness falls and the celebration quiets, John lies in his sleeping bag, thinking about halfway, about the 1,000 miles behind and the 1,000 ahead, about how far he's come, not just in distance, but in every other way that matters. He's not the same person who started at Springer Mountain. That person was uncertain, anxious, carrying too much weight, both physical and emotional. This person, the one lying in a shelter at the halfway point, is stronger, quieter, more confident, more at peace with himself and the world. The trail has done this. The daily walking, the simple living, the constant presence required by each moment. The trail has stripped away everything unnecessary and shown him who he actually is underneath. And there's more to come. Virginia still stretches ahead, another couple 100 miles before the state line. Then the mid-Atlantic states, passing quickly. Then New England, where the trail gets harder, but also feels like the end is approaching. Then Maine, brutal and beautiful. And finally Katahdin. He can see it now. Not clearly, not in detail, but he can see himself finishing. Standing on top of Katahdin, having walked all the way from Georgia. It's no longer impossible. It's just long. Just a matter of continuing what he's been doing, one day at a time, until the miles run out. But that's weeks away still, maybe 2 months, maybe more. Right now, there's just this, halfway. 1,000 miles complete. 1,000 miles to go, perfectly balanced between beginning and end. The forest breathes around the shelter. The summer night is warm and alive with insect song. The stars shine overhead, the same stars that have accompanied him since Georgia. And John sleeps halfway to his goal, grateful for every mile that brought him here, ready for every mile that will carry him forward. The journey continues, always continues, north through Virginia, through the states, beyond, toward that distant mountain in Maine. Halfway, the midpoint, the pivot, the moment of looking back at how far he's come and looking forward at how far he has yet to go. But also right here, right now, exactly where he needs to be, one day at a time, 1 mile at a time, one step at a time. The trail continues. John continues with it. And slowly, steadily, impossibly, the dream of walking to Maine becomes more real with each passing day. Halfway to Katahdin, halfway to completion, halfway to whatever waits at the end of this long, beautiful, transformative journey through the mountains. The journey continues, and John continues with it, one step at a time, always north, always forward, always walking toward the end that no longer feels quite so far away. John wakes the morning after reaching halfway with a strange feeling, lightness mixed with weight. Over 1,000 miles behind him, a distance that once seemed impossible. Over 1,000 miles ahead, the same impossible distance to cover all over again. But now he knows he can do it. The first half has proven that. Around him, other halfway celebrants are stirring slowly. Last night's festivities went late by trail standards. Past 9 o'clock, nearly scandalous for hikers who usually sleep by 8. People are moving groggily, packing gear with less efficiency than usual. John goes through his morning routine, but something feels different. He's starting the second half now. Every step from here moves him closer to completion rather than farther from the start. The psychology has shifted. He's no longer an early trail hiker hoping to finish. He's a halfway hiker likely to finish if he just keeps doing what he's been doing. He starts walking by 6, earlier than some of the slower risers. The morning is already warm, promising another hot day. Summer has fully settled over Virginia, bringing temperatures in the 80s and 90s, humidity that makes the air feel thick enough to drink. The trail continues north because the trail always continues north. More Virginia forest, more Virginia mountains. The state seems endless, but John knows the math now. Maybe 2 more weeks and he'll cross into West Virginia. 2 more weeks of daily walking and the longest state will be behind him. The morning miles pass in familiar rhythm. His body knows this motion now, requires no conscious thought to keep walking. His mind drifts peacefully, sometimes thinking about nothing in particular, sometimes following threads of thought that lead nowhere important. Around mid-morning, John passes a section hiker going south. They exchange trail greetings. "How far have you come?" the section hiker asks. "From Springer Mountain," John says. "Just past the halfway point yesterday." The section hiker's eyes widen. "Wow, that's amazing. Good luck with the rest." John thanks him and continues north. He's heard this response many times now. The yaw from day hikers and section hikers when they learn he's through hiking. It still feels strange. He's just walking, just doing one day after another. But to outsiders, it's extraordinary. Maybe it is extraordinary, he thinks. Maybe he's been doing it so long that it's become normal, but that doesn't make it less significant. Over 1,000 miles walked, 2 months of living in the forest, his entire life reduced to what fits in a backpack. Maybe that is extraordinary. Around noon, John stops at a shelter for his midday siesta. The heat is oppressive, the forest humid and still. He lies on the shelter platform, reading a book, dozing occasionally, just letting the hottest hours pass. Other hikers trickle in throughout the afternoon, everyone implementing the same heat avoidance strategy. The shelter becomes a lazy refuge. People reading or napping or quietly conversing. No one has energy for much else in this heat. Sarah arrives around 2, looking wilted despite her early morning start. "This heat is brutal," she announces, dropping her pack. "I miss spring, I miss cool mornings and comfortable afternoons." "Only gets hotter from here," someone else says. "July and August in Virginia and Pennsylvania, we're in for it." The conversation turns to strategy. Some hikers are planning to push big miles, trying to get through Virginia and into the cooler elevations of the north as quickly as possible. Others are slowing down, accepting the heat, adjusting their daily mileage to match the conditions. John isn't sure which approach is right for him. He's been averaging 16 to 18 miles a day, a sustainable pace that gets him to Maine, eventually, without burning him out. But the heat is making even that feel harder. Maybe he should slow down, do shorter days, give his body more recovery time. Or maybe he should push harder, get through the heat belt faster, reach the northern states where summer temperatures are more moderate. He decides to just see how he feels day by day. Let his body guide the decision rather than making a rigid plan. He's learned to listen to his body now, to recognize when it needs rest and when it can push harder. Around 4:30, when the temperature drops slightly, John starts walking again. The evening miles are easier than midday would have been, but still warm. He drinks water constantly, stopping at every stream to filter more, keeping his body hydrated. Around 7 in the evening, he reaches Thunder Hill Shelter. It's been a moderate day, 14 miles total, split between morning and evening. Not his biggest mileage, but appropriate for the conditions. The shelter is already occupied by several hikers who had the same idea. Everyone looks tired, heat worn, ready to stop. The evening routine proceeds quietly, people too drained for much conversation. As darkness falls and the temperature finally becomes pleasant, energy returns slightly. Someone starts a small fire, more for ambience than warmth. The group gathers around it, the flames creating a circle of light in the darkness. So we're in the second half now, someone says. Past halfway. How does it feel? Answers vary. Some people feel encouraged, energized by having crossed the midpoint. Others feel daunted, realizing they have to do everything again. A few feel nothing in particular. It's just another day, just another mile, just another step in a very long walk. It feels real now, Sarah says, like finishing is actually going to happen. The first half, I was always waiting for something to stop me. Injury, weather, running out of money, just giving up. But now I believe I can do it. John nods. He feels the same way. The first half was about proving it was possible. The second half is about actually doing it. The conversation drifts to plans after the trail. What people will do when they reach Katahdin, where they'll go, how they'll re-enter normal life. It's a topic that comes up occasionally, but never for long. The trail is its own world, its own reality. Life after the trail feels abstract, theoretical, hard to imagine. I'm not thinking past Katahdin, John says when the question reaches him. That's for future John to figure out. Present John is just walking north. People laugh, but they understand. The trail requires presence. Thinking too far ahead is overwhelming. There's just today, just this mile, just this moment. As the fire dies down and people drift towards sleep, John lies in his sleeping bag thinking about the second half, about what it means to be past halfway, to be on the downhill side of this journey. He's different now than he was at the start, stronger physically, quieter mentally, more confident in his ability to handle whatever the trail presents. The second half will bring new challenges. The rocks of Pennsylvania, the mountains of New Hampshire, the wilderness of Maine. But he's ready, or as ready as anyone can be. The forest breathes its summer breath around the shelter. The night is warm and alive with sound. The stars shine overhead, constant companions on this long walk north. And John sleeps, past halfway, moving into the second half of his journey, walking toward the Maine one day at a time, 1 mile at a time, one step at a time. The trail continues. It always continues. And John continues with it, no longer hoping to finish but expecting to, no longer uncertain but confident, no longer beginning but progressing steadily toward the end. The second half has begun, the journey continues, and somewhere ahead, still far but no longer impossibly distant, Katahdin waits. The days after, halfway, settle into rhythm again, wake, walk, rest, walk, sleep. The pattern continuing, the miles accumulating. John maintains his heat avoidance routine, early starts before dawn, long midday breaks in shade, evening miles when the temperature drops. Virginia continues to unfold before him, mile after mile of green forest. But now John begins approaching a different kind of Virginia. Shenandoah National Park, a 70-mile section where the Appalachian Trail runs along Skyline Drive, a scenic road that follows the crest of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Shenandoah is controversial among thru hikers. Some love it. Easy trail, wayside selling real food, spectacular views from frequent overlooks. Others dislike it. Too developed, too many tourists, the trail running parallel to a road for 70 miles. But everyone agrees it's different from typical AT sections. John reaches the entrance to Shenandoah on a hot July afternoon. The transition is immediate. Suddenly the trail is manicured, wide and smooth, with frequent trail markers and maintained facilities. and every few miles the trail crosses or runs near Skyline Drive, bringing the sound of cars, the presence of tourists, the reminder of civilization. The first wayside John encounters is a revelation. A small restaurant and store right where the trail crosses the road. He walks in, still wearing his pack, and orders a cheeseburger, fries, and a milkshake. Real food, not trail food. He sits outside at a picnic table, eating while tourists photograph the views and families load back into their cars after scenic drives. It feels surreal. For the past 2 months, civilization has been occasional town stops, rare intrusions into the wilderness experience. But here, civilization runs parallel to the trail, always present, always just a short walk away. Other hikers appear while John is eating. Sarah, looking delighted. Fast Eddie, already on his second burger. Songbird, drinking a massive iced coffee. The trail family congregating at this oasis of real food and cold drinks. "This is weird, right?" Sarah says. "Like, I'm grateful for the food, but it feels wrong somehow, too easy." John understands. The trail is supposed to be hard, supposed to be remote. Shenandoah feels like cheating, like taking a break from the real trail. But it's also undeniably pleasant. Cold drinks on hot days, real food instead of freeze-dried meals. The option to resupply every 10 miles if needed. They hike together through the afternoon, the trail following the ridgeline, crossing Skyline Drive repeatedly. The views are spectacular when the haze allows. Valleys spread out below, mountains rolling away to distant horizons. But the road is always there, just out of sight, or just around the next bend, reminding them they're in a developed park, not true wilderness. That evening, they reach one of Shenandoah's campgrounds, designated sites for hikers, with bear boxes for food storage, running water, and even bathrooms with flush toilets. It's the most civilized camping John has experienced since starting the trail. They cook dinner at the picnic tables, hang out as evening falls, watching the sunset from one of the nearby overlooks. Tourists are everywhere, pulled over at overlooks, taking photos, enjoying the views that hikers have to walk miles to see. "Does this feel like the trail to you?" Eddie asks as they watch the sunset. "Or does it feel like we're on vacation from the trail?" "A little of both," John says. "It's still hiking, still miles, just different miles." The conversation turns to the trail after Shenandoah, Northern Virginia waiting beyond, then the rapid progression through mid-Atlantic states, West Virginia in just a day, Maryland barely longer, then Pennsylvania, with its reputation for rocks, Rocksylvania, hikers call it, where the trail becomes a boulder field that destroys boots and ankles. "I'm not ready for Pennsylvania yet," Sarah says. "Let me enjoy easy trail while I have it." The next several days pass in the strange rhythm of Shenandoah hiking. Wake, walk smooth trail. Stop at wayside for real food. Walk more smooth trail. Camp at designated site. It's easier physically than typical AT hiking, but strange psychologically. The wildness is gone. This is domesticated trail with training wheels. But John finds himself appreciating it anyway. The easy miles let his body recover from 2 months of hard hiking. The frequent food options mean his pack can be lighter, carrying less between resupplies. And the views, when visible through the summer haze, are genuinely beautiful. He sees more wildlife in Shenandoah than anywhere else on the trail. Deer everywhere, so accustomed to humans they barely move off the trail. Black bears, equally unconcerned, foraging near the road, ignoring cars and hikers alike. Wild turkeys, their poults grown larger, now in midsummer, scratching in the undergrowth. Around day 5 in Shenandoah, John reaches Big Meadows, the largest developed area in the park. There's a lodge here, a restaurant, a camp store, even a laundromat. It's like a town, but in the middle of a national park. Sarah suggests they take a Nero day, a near zero, hiking just a few miles to a nearby shelter, spending most of the day at Big Meadows, recovering and eating real food. John agrees. His body could use the rest, and the mental break from constant walking would be welcome. They spend the afternoon at the lodge, showering in real bathrooms, doing laundry, eating at the restaurant. John orders a massive lunch, then dessert, then goes back for more food. His body is a calorie furnace, constantly hungry, never quite satisfied by trail food. In the late afternoon, they hike just 3 miles to Rock Spring Hut, a beautiful stone shelter with a stunning view to the west. They arrive early enough to claim good sleeping spots, to watch the long afternoon light fade into evening, to rest and recover and prepare for the remaining miles through Shenandoah. As evening settles in, John sits outside the shelter, watching the light change. The valleys below fill with shadow, while the ridges still catch the sun. The sky turns orange and pink. Tourists at a nearby overlook take photos, their voices carrying on the evening air. He thinks about Shenandoah, about what it represents, a break from the difficulty of typical trail, a chance to recover and recharge, but also a reminder that the trail isn't always wild, isn't always remote. Sometimes it runs through developed areas, through parks designed for tourists, through places where wilderness and civilization overlap. It's all part of the journey, the wild sections and the developed ones, the hard days and the easy ones, the remote shelters and the wayside selling milkshakes. All of it is the Appalachian Trail. All of it is the experience. 3 more days and he'll emerge from Shenandoah into Northern Virginia. 5 or 6 days after that and he'll cross into West Virginia. The mid-Atlantic states approaching, passing quickly, moving him steadily north toward Pennsylvania, toward New York, toward New England. The miles accumulating, the states passing, the journey progressing steadily toward its conclusion. But tonight, there's just this: a beautiful stone shelter in Shenandoah, a belly full of real food, a body rested and recovering, the sunset painting the sky with color. The trail continues, always continues, through developed parks and wild forests, through easy sections and difficult ones, always leading north, always moving him closer to Maine. John closes his eyes and breathes in the evening air, grateful for this strange section, for the easy miles and real food, for the chance to recover before the challenges ahead. The journey continues, and John continues with it, 1 day at a time, 1 mile at a time, 1 step at a time, through Shenandoah and beyond, always north, always forward, always walking toward that distant mountain where the trail ends and whatever comes after begins. The long trails, Appalachian Trail. John emerges from Shenandoah on a warm July morning, walking past the northern boundary of the park back into national forest land. The transition is immediate. The manicured trail becomes rougher, rockier, more typical of the AT. The sound of cars fades, the tourists disappear. It's just forest again, just trail, just the familiar rhythm of walking through wilderness. He feels relieved. Shenandoah was pleasant, a welcome break, but this is what he came for. The wild trail, the remote forests, the sense of being far from civilization. This feels like the real AT again. The Northern Virginia Trail is rockier than the sections before Shenandoah. Not Pennsylvania level rocks yet, but definitely more technical, requiring more attention to foot placement. John's pace slows slightly, his focus tightening to the trail immediately ahead. Around midday, he stops at Manassas Gap Shelter for lunch. Several other hikers are there, including a new face. A young guy who introduces himself as Turbo, who started at Springer 2 weeks after John, but has been pushing massive miles, 25 to 30 a day, catching up to the earlier starting hikers. "You're making crazy time," John says. Turbo shrugs. "I've got a tight schedule. Need to finish before October, so I'm just grinding out the miles." John nods but doesn't entirely understand. He has no deadline, no schedule except to reach Katahdin before the park closes in mid-October. Plenty of time at his current pace. But some hikers thrive on pushing hard, on covering big miles, on racing against their own limits. Different approaches to the same trail. After lunch, John continues north. The afternoon is hot but not unbearable. He's adapted to summer hiking now, knows how to manage the heat, when to push and when to rest. His body has become efficient, economical, a machine designed for walking long distance day after day. That evening, he reaches Bear's Den Hostel, a famous trail stop built into a historic stone castle. The hostel is beautiful, the setting spectacular, but John decides to camp in the hiker area outside rather than pay for a bunk. He's trying to stretch his money, conserve resources for the remaining states. Other hikers fill the camping area, through hikers, section hikers, weekend warriors all mixed together. The energy is good, social, people sharing food and stories and plans. John cooks his dinner and joins a group around a small fire, listening more than talking, content to be part of the community without needing to be its center. The next day brings the crossing into West Virginia. John reaches the state line around noon, a simple sign marking the boundary. West Virginia, state number 6, only 8 states to go. But West Virginia is brief, barely 4 miles of trail before crossing into Maryland. It's the shortest state section on the entire AT, almost a joke among hikers. John walks through West Virginia in a single afternoon, crossing into Maryland by evening. Maryland is longer than West Virginia, but still short by trail standards, about 40 miles total, at John's pace 3 days. Maybe 4, with a stop in the small town of Boonesboro for resupply. The trail through Maryland is beautiful, rolling farmland visible from ridgetop views. Historic sites, Washington Monument, a stone tower older than the more famous monument in DC. Annapolis Rocks, a spectacular overlook where John stops for lunch, looking out the valleys and distant mountains. The miles pass quickly through Maryland. The terrain is moderate, not too difficult, allowing for a good daily mileage. John is averaging 18 to 20 miles a day now, his body strong enough to sustain the higher pace without breaking down. On his second day in Maryland, he reaches Gathland State Park, where the trail crosses a major road. A hostel shuttle is waiting, offering rides into town. John accepts, along with Sarah and Eddie, who caught up at the park. The town of Boonesboro is small and charming. John resupplies at the grocery store, does laundry at a laundromat, eats a massive dinner at a local restaurant. The routine of town stops is familiar now, efficient. He knows what he needs, gets it done quickly. doesn't linger longer than necessary. That evening, back at the hostel, the conversation turns to Pennsylvania, the next state, approaching fast, with its notorious reputation. Rocks, someone says. Just endless rocks. They say it's the hardest state mentally because it's so tedious and painful. I've heard people say Pennsylvania is where boots go to die, Eddie adds. But it's also where you realize you're actually going to finish, Sarah says. Like, if you make it through Pennsylvania, you can make it through anything. John listens, slightly nervous but mostly curious. He's heard the stories about Pennsylvania rocks for months. Now he's about to experience them firsthand. But he's walked over 1,200 miles. He's handled everything the trail has thrown at him so far. He can handle Pennsylvania. 2 days later, John reaches the Maryland-Pennsylvania border. Penmar Park, a small recreation area right on the state line. The Mason-Dixon line, the historic boundary between North and South. Another milestone, another transition. He crosses into Pennsylvania on a warm afternoon, the 7th state of his journey. The trail immediately becomes rockier, not dramatically, but noticeably. This is just the beginning, he knows. The rocks get worse farther north. That evening, he reaches Deer Lick Shelters, 2 shelters side by side, both full of hikers preparing for Pennsylvania's challenges. The energy is mixed. Excitement at progress, nervousness about the rocks ahead. As darkness falls and conversations quiet, John lies in his sleeping bag, thinking about how quickly the mid-Atlantic states have passed. 3 states in less than 2 weeks: West Virginia, Maryland, and now into Pennsylvania. The trail is speeding up, or his perception of it is. The miles pass more quickly when you're no longer uncertain, when finishing seems probable rather than possible. He's walked from Georgia to Pennsylvania, from spring to summer, from uncertain beginner to confident hiker. The transformation continues, subtle but steady, day by day, mile by mile. Pennsylvania stretches ahead, about 230 miles of trail, 2 to 3 weeks of walking. The rockiest state. The test of mental fortitude. But also, one state closer to finishing, one more state to check off the list. 7 states down, 6 to go. The numbers shifting in the right direction, the gap between start and finish slowly closing. The forest breathes around the shelter. The summer night is warm and alive. The stars shine overhead, constant and familiar. And John sleeps deep in Pennsylvania now, the mid-Atlantic rush complete, ready for whatever challenges the rocks will bring. The journey continues, always continues, north through Pennsylvania, toward New York, toward New England, toward the final states that wait beyond. One day at a time, 1 mile at a time, 1 step at a time. The trail continues, and John continues with it. That evening at shelter, the conversation turns philosophical. Why are we doing this? Someone asks. Like, genuinely, why are we choosing to walk on rocks all day, every day? We could stop, we could go home, why don't we? Answers vary, because we started and we want to finish, because giving up would feel worse than continuing, because this is hard, but it's our hard, chosen difficulty, rather than the random difficulties life throws at you. Because Katahdin is waiting, Sarah says simply, and I want to stand on top of it knowing I walked all the way from Georgia. John nods. That's it exactly. The goal is clear, the path is defined, the challenge is known. Just keep walking north and eventually you reach the end. It's difficult, but it's simple. And there's something deeply satisfying about simple, difficult things. The Pennsylvania days continue. More rocks, always more rocks. But interspersed are moments of beauty. A clear stream where John soaks his feet, a vista with spectacular views, a shelter in a perfect location with evening light filtering through trees. He passes through small Pennsylvania towns for resupply. Port Clinton, a tiny trail town with a friendly outfitter and good restaurant. Palmerton, where the trail goes right down a main street. Each town is a brief respite from the rocks, a chance to rest and recover before returning to the Stone River. Around day 12 in Pennsylvania, John's boots finally give out. The sole on his right boot separates from the upper, flapping with each step. He limps into the next town and buys a new pair at the outfitter. Expensive, painful to his dwindling funds, but necessary. The new boots feel strange after so many miles in the old ones, stiff and tight, not yet molded to his feet. He knows they'll cause blisters before they break in, but he has no choice. The rocks demand good boots. That evening, wearing his new boots around the shelter, John reflects on the old pair. He's walked over 1,200 miles in those boots, from Georgia through Pennsylvania. They've climbed countless mountains, forded dozens of streams, navigated the rocks of Pennsylvania until they finally surrendered. He takes a photo of them before throwing them away. Battered, torn, completely worn out. Evidence of the journey, of the miles accumulated, of the price paid to walk this far. The Pennsylvania rocks continue, but John continues with them, step by step, mile by mile, boulder by boulder. It's tedious, painful, mentally exhausting, but it's also finite. Eventually, Pennsylvania will end. Eventually, he'll cross into New Jersey, into New York, into New England. The trail continues, the rocks continue, and John continues with them, adapting and enduring and progressing slowly but steadily north toward the states beyond, toward the mountains of New England, toward Maine and Katahdin, and the end of this long, stone-covered journey through Pennsylvania, one day at a time, one rocky mile at a time, one careful step at a time. The journey continues, and so does John. The rocks continue for days, but slowly John notices them becoming less dense, still present, still demanding attention, but not quite as relentless. The trail begins to smooth out in sections, offering brief respites of normal walking between the boulder fields. His new boots are breaking in, the stiffness fading, the leather molding to his feet. He has a few blisters, but they're manageable, healing as he walks. His body has learned the rock walk in motion, the constant testing, the careful placement, the balance required for each step. Around day 18 in Pennsylvania, John begins approaching the Delaware Water Gap, the point where the trail crosses the Delaware River and enters New Jersey. The end of Pennsylvania is close now, maybe 2 more days. The rocks are almost behind him. The energy among hikers picks up as word spreads about approaching the gap. Pennsylvania is ending. The longest, most tedious state after Virginia is almost complete. People walk with more spring in their step, more lightness in their spirits. John reaches the Delaware Water Gap on a warm August afternoon. The trail descends steeply toward the river, losing elevation through forest that grows more lush as he drops lower. And then suddenly the trees open up and there it is. The Delaware River, wide and blue, flowing between steep mountains on either side. The gap is beautiful. The river cuts through the mountains, creating a natural gateway between Pennsylvania and New Jersey. The town of Delaware Water Gap sits on the Pennsylvania side, a small village catering to hikers and tourists. John walks across the bridge over the Delaware River, his footsteps echoing on the metal grating. Below, the water flows south. Around him, cars pass, returning to civilization briefly before heading back into the forest. At the far end of the bridge stands a sign, New Jersey. He stops at the sign, drops his pack, takes the obligatory photo. 8 states complete. Pennsylvania finished. The rocks behind him. 5 states to go. New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. Wait, that's 7. He recounts. New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. 7 states. Still 5 states? He does the math again and realizes he miscounted somewhere. 5 more states to go. Other hikers are at the state line, everyone celebrating. Sarah is there, looking elated. Fast Eddie, Turbo, who somehow maintained his massive pace even through the rocks, Songbird, and several other familiar faces. "We made it," Sarah says, giving John a hug. "We actually made it through Pennsylvania." They walk into Delaware Water Gap town together, the whole group, heading for the first restaurant they find. The Church of the Mountain Hostel is nearby, a donation-based hostel run by the Presbyterian Church, but first everyone needs food. Real food. A celebration feast. John orders a massive burger, fries, onion rings, and a milkshake. When it arrives, he eats with focused intensity, refueling his body after weeks of rock walking and minimal calories. Around him, other hikers are doing the same. The restaurant table covered with plates and baskets and glasses. The conversation is jubilant. Stories of the worst rock sections. Comparisons of damaged gear. One hiker's boots completely destroyed. Another's poles bent. Someone's pack worn through at the bottom from setting it down on rocks. "But we did it," Eddie says, raising his milkshake in a toast. 230 miles of Pennsylvania rocks, and we walked every single one. Everyone raises their drinks, milkshakes, sodas, water glasses, in a celebratory toast to finish in Pennsylvania. That evening, John stays at the Church of the Mountain Hostel. It's a beautiful old building with comfortable bunks, a kitchen, a library of trail journals where hikers have recorded their experiences for decades. He showers, does laundry, organizes his gear. His body feels different tonight, lighter somehow, even though he's the same weight. The psychological burden of Pennsylvania has lifted. The hardest mental challenge is behind him. Everything from here gets progressively easier, or so the saying goes. Pennsylvania breaks you down. New England builds you back up. He looks at his guidebook, calculating remaining miles. About 700 miles to Katahdin. 700 miles through 5 states. At his current pace, maybe 5 or 6 more weeks. By mid-September, maybe early October, he could be standing on top of Katahdin. The thought creates a flutter in his chest. Finishing. Actually finishing. Walking all the way from Georgia to Maine. It's no longer a distant dream, but an approaching reality. But he doesn't let himself dwell on it too long. There's still a lot of trail left. 700 miles is still far. Anything could happen. Injury, weather, fatigue, the simple accumulation of difficulty. Better to stay focused on the present, on the next state, on the next week. Tomorrow he'll enter New Jersey. A short state, maybe 4 or 5 days. Then New York, slightly longer. Then Connecticut, a quick pass through. then Massachusetts with its beautiful mountains, then Vermont, then the whites of New Hampshire with their legendary difficulty, then finally Maine and the 100-mile wilderness and Katahdin. It's mapped out now, knowable, finite. The end is visible even if it's still far away. The next morning, John leaves Delaware Water Gap early, eager to start New Jersey, eager to be done with Pennsylvania in every way. He crosses back over the Delaware River, waving goodbye to Pennsylvania from the bridge, and climbs up into New Jersey forest. The trail is immediately different, smoother, less rocky, though still challenging. But after Pennsylvania rocks, everything feels easy. The trail climbs steeply up from the river, but John barely notices. His legs are strong enough now that climbs don't faze him the way they did at the start. Around mid-morning, he stops at a rocky outcrop with views back toward Pennsylvania, toward the Gap, toward the state that tried so hard to break him but failed. The mountains stretch away to the south, ridge after ridge fading into blue haze. Somewhere back there is Georgia, impossibly far away but connected to this spot by an unbroken line of white blazes. He's walked from there to here. His body has carried him 1,300 miles north. Only 700 miles remain. More than he's walked, but less than he thought he could walk at the start. The journey continues. The states pass. The miles accumulate. And slowly, steadily, impossibly, the end approaches. John shoulders his pack and continues north into New Jersey, toward the states beyond, toward Maine, toward the finish line that no longer seems quite so impossible. One day at a time, one state at a time, one step at a time. The trail continues. Pennsylvania is finished. New Jersey has begun. And somewhere ahead, not so far now, Katahdin waits. The journey continues. And John continues with it, stronger and more confident than ever, walking steadily north towards the end of this long, beautiful, challenging journey through the mountains. New Jersey surprises John. He expected it to be flat, developed, urban, but the AT in New Jersey runs through beautiful forest, over ridges with spectacular views, past pristine lakes and through protected wilderness. It's a lovely state, and after Pennsylvania's rocks, the trail feels like a gift. The walking is easier, faster. John's pace picks back up to 18 or 20 miles a day. His body revels in the smoother trail, the break from constant technical navigation. His mind relaxes, returning to that peaceful, wandering state that Pennsylvania made impossible. The days are shorter now. Mid-August, and the sun sets earlier each evening. Summer is beginning its slow fade into autumn. The leaves haven't changed yet, but there's a quality to the light that speaks of seasons turning, of time passing, of the year moving toward its end. John walks through New Jersey in 4 days, barely stopping. The trail is that pleasant, his body that strong, his desire to keep progressing that powerful. He passes through the town of Vernon for a quick resupply, then pushes on toward New York. The New Jersey-New York border comes on a warm afternoon. John crosses it at Greenwood Lake, the trail skirting the shore before climbing into New York's mountains. Another state complete, 9 states down, 4 to go. 4 states. The number is suddenly small, manageable. Just 4 more states and he's done. Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. 4 states between him and Katahdin. New York is longer than New Jersey but still passes quickly. The trail runs through beautiful hardwood forests, over mountains with names like Fitzgerald Falls and Mombasa High Point. The terrain is moderate, enjoyable hiking that allows for good mileage without excessive difficulty. Around day 3 in New York, John reaches Bear Mountain State Park. The trail goes through a zoo here, an actual zoo with animals in enclosures, tourists everywhere. It's surreal to walk through, his pack huge and trail worn, surrounded by families visiting for the day. He stops at a refreshment stand and buys a cold drink, sitting on a bench watching people, children running and laughing, couples holding hands, normal people living normal lives. John feels like an alien among them. He's been in the woods so long that civilization feels foreign now. But there's also a strange satisfaction in it. He's doing something these people aren't doing. He's walking to Maine. While they're here for an afternoon, he's on a months-long journey through the mountains. The difference feels significant, meaningful. The trail crosses the Hudson River on the Bear Mountain Bridge, a spectacular suspension bridge with views up and down the river. John walks across slowly, taking in the scene. Boats on the water, trains running along the shore, the river wide and powerful. On the far side of the bridge, a small marker. Lowest elevation on the Appalachian Trail, 124 feet above sea level. From here, the trail goes only up. Every step from this point gains elevation, climbing gradually toward the high peaks of New England. The symbolism isn't lost on John. He's at the lowest point. From here, there's only climbing, only upward motion, only ascent toward the finish. It feels appropriate, meaningful. The journey has reached its lowest point and now begins the final climb. The trail through New York continues beautiful and moderate. John passes through small towns, Fort Montgomery, Paulding, for resupply. He stays at shelters or camps in the woods, maintaining his trail routine even as the end approaches. Around day 7 in New York, John reaches the Connecticut border. The crossing is in a quiet forest, marked only by a small sign. Connecticut, state number 10. Only 3 states remain: Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. 3 states. John stands at the sign, trying to comprehend it. He started with 14 states to walk. Now only 3 remain. The journey that seemed endless has become finite, countable, almost complete. Sarah catches up to him at the border. They've been leapfrogging for days, sometimes hiking together, sometimes solo, but always near each other. 3 more states, she says, shaking her head in disbelief. How did we get here? 1 day at a time, John says, just like always. They hike together through the first afternoon in Connecticut, the trail pleasant and rolling, the forest deep green in late August. The conversation flows easily between comfortable silences. Are you scared? Sarah asks at one point. Of finishing, I mean. Of going back to normal life. John thinks about it. A little. This has become my life. Walking every day, living outside, carrying everything I need. I don't know how to not be a through hiker anymore. Same, Sarah says. But also I'm ready. My body is tired. I miss sleeping in a real bed. I miss not being covered in dirt all the time. John nods. He feels both things too, the desire to finish and the reluctance to let this experience end. The trail has given him so much: strength, peace, clarity, purpose. What will he be without it? But that's for future John to figure out. Present John is still walking, still hiking north, still following white blazes through the forest. That evening, they reached the first shelter in Connecticut, 10-Mile River Shelter. Several other hikers are there, all of them veterans now, all of them within striking distance of Katahdin. The energy is excited but also wistful. The end is approaching. This experience that has defined their lives for months is almost over. As darkness falls, the group sits around a small fire, talking about the trail, about the states behind and ahead. Someone calculates that they've been hiking for almost 3 months. 3 months of daily walking, of living outside, of following the white blazes north. When you get home, what's the first thing you'll do? Someone asks. Answers vary. Take a week-long nap. Eat everything. Take a real shower that lasts an hour. See family, not walk anywhere for at least a month. What about you, John? John thinks. I don't know. I can't picture being done yet. I'm still walking. People nod, understanding. The finish is close but still abstract. There's only the trail, only the walking, only the next day and the next mile. The fire dies down. People retreat to the shelter. John lies in his sleeping bag, looking up at the shelter ceiling, thinking about 3 states, about Connecticut and Massachusetts and Vermont and New Hampshire and Maine. Such small numbers now, such finite distances. The impossible journey has become possible, then probable, then inevitable. Barring injury or disaster, he's going to finish. He's going to walk to Maine. He's going to stand on top of Katahdin. The thought fills him with emotions he can't quite name. Pride and sadness and excitement and loss all mixed together. He wants to finish and he never wants this to end. He wants to reach Katahdin and he wants to keep walking forever. But the trail is finite. It ends at Katahdin and he's getting close now. Very close. The forest breathes around the shelter. The night is cool, a hint of autumn in the air. The stars shine overhead, constant companions on this long journey. And John sleeps 3 states from the end, walking steadily toward completion, toward transformation, toward whatever waits beyond Katahdin. The journey continues, the states pass, and the end approaches, slowly but surely. Like dawn breaking after a very long night, one day at a time, one state at a time, one step at a time, always north, always forward, always toward Maine. The trail continues, and John continues with it. Just a little longer, just a few more states, just a bit farther to go before this long journey finally reaches its end. The second half has begun. The journey continues, and somewhere ahead, still far but no longer impossibly distant, Katahdin waits. John wakes in Connecticut to the sound of rain, gentle rain, not heavy, but persistent. The shelter roof drums softly with the steady fall. Around him, other hikers are slow to rise, reluctant to face a wet day. But John has learned not to resist the weather. Rain is just another condition. He packs his gear, protecting what needs to stay dry, accepting that he'll be wet by the end of the day. This is late August now, and the rain is cool rather than cold. Manageable. He starts walking by 7, the rain steady but light. The Connecticut forest is green and dripping, everything saturated with moisture. The trail is muddy in places, slippery on rocks. But after Pennsylvania, nothing feels particularly difficult. Connecticut is short, only about 50 miles of trail. At John's current pace, maybe 3 days. 3 days and he'll be in Massachusetts, his 11th state. with only Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine beyond. The numbers keep getting smaller. The gap between present and finish keeps closing. John tries not to think about it too much, tries to stay present with each day, each mile. But it's hard not to feel the approach of the end, hard not to start counting down. The rain continues through the morning. John walks steadily, his rain jacket on, his pack covered, water running down his legs into his boots. He's soaked within an hour, but warm from the exertion of walking. The rhythm continues. Step, breathe. Step, breathe. Following white blazes through the grey forest. Around midday the rain eases to drizzle. John stops at a shelter, Mount Algo shelter, and finds several other hikers taking refuge, waiting for the weather to clear. He joins them, eating lunch under cover, wringing out his socks, giving his body a break. The conversation is quiet, everyone tired from wet hiking. But there's also an undercurrent of excitement, people calculating days to Katahdin, making plans for the finish, talking about the trail ahead. The whites are coming, someone says. New Hampshire. Everyone says it's the hardest state, harder even than the Smokies. But it's also the last hard thing, someone else responds. After the whites, Maine is tough, but you're so close to done that it doesn't matter. John listens, absorbing information. He's heard stories about the White Mountains for months, exposed ridges, technical scrambles, unpredictable weather. The final test before Maine. But he's not worried. He's walked 1,400 miles. He can handle whatever New Hampshire presents. After an hour, the rain stops completely. The clouds begin to break up, patches of blue appearing. John shoulders his pack and continues north, his clothes still damp but drying in the occasional sunshine. Late afternoon, he crosses into Massachusetts, another state line, another small sign marking the transition. Connecticut complete. Massachusetts beginning. 11 states down, only 3 to go. 3. Just 3 states between him and Katahdin, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. Maybe 3 weeks of walking, maybe 4. By mid-September, certainly by the end of September, he could be finished. The thought creates a strange feeling in his chest. Excitement and sadness mixed together. He wants to finish, wants to reach Katahdin, wants to complete what he started. But he also doesn't want it to end, doesn't want to return to normal life, doesn't want to lose this identity as a through hiker. But those thoughts are for future John. Present John is in Massachusetts now, starting his 11th state, still walking north. The trail in southern Massachusetts is beautiful. Rolling forests, small mountains with good views, streams running clear and cold. The terrain is moderate, allowing for a good mileage without excessive difficulty. John's body is at peak strength now, lean and powerful, efficient and resilient. He can walk all day without excessive fatigue, can cover 20 miles and still have energy left. Around day 3 in Massachusetts, John reaches the town of Great Barrington for resupply. It's a charming New England town, larger than most trail towns, with good restaurants and outfitters. He resupplies at a grocery store, eats a massive lunch at a local cafe, then continues north. The trail passes through beautiful sections of Massachusetts. Jug End, a bald mountain with panoramic views. The Housatonic River, which the trail follows for several miles, peaceful and scenic. Mount Everett, offering views across 3 states from its summit. John is alone on the trail more now. The bubble of hikers has spread out significantly. Some pushed ahead with big miles, already in Vermont or even New Hampshire. Others took extra town days or slowed their pace, falling behind. The trail family that was so tight through the southern states has dispersed, each hiker moving at their own speed toward their own finish. But John doesn't feel lonely. He's learned to appreciate solitude, to find peace in solo hiking, and he still sees familiar faces occasionally. Sarah at a shelter one evening, weatherman passing silently on the trail one afternoon, songbirds humming drifting through the forest one morning. Around day 7 in Massachusetts, John reaches Mount Greylock, the highest point in the state at 3,491 feet. The summit has a tall war memorial tower that's visible for miles. John climbs the tower, looking out at the surrounding mountains, at Vermont to the north, at the valleys spread below. The views are spectacular, but what strikes John most is how far north he is. He's in Massachusetts. The southern and mid-Atlantic states are far behind. Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, all those long miles. He's deep into New England now, approaching the final states. That evening, John stays at the shelter near Mount Greylock, Bascom Lodge, an unusual trail stop that's more hostel than shelter, with bunks and a kitchen and even a dining hall. It's crowded with hikers, all of them in the final stretch, all of them feeling the approach of the end. The energy at dinner is festive. Stories are shared, memories of the trail revisited. Someone mentions Georgia, and it brings laughter. How hard those first days seemed, how heavy their packs were, how unprepared they felt. We were babies, Sarah says. She arrived at Greylock an hour before John. We had no idea what we were doing. And now look at us, Eddie adds, walking 20 miles a day like it's nothing, living outside for 3 months. We're basically mountain people now. The conversation continues late into the evening. Plans for after the trail are discussed, though vaguely. Nobody wants to think too hard about what comes after. There's still trail to walk, still mountains to climb, still days to live as through hikers. John lies in his bunk that night, listening to the sounds of the lodge settling into sleep. 3 states to go, maybe 3 weeks, maybe less. The end is approaching fast now, accelerating, the finish line visible, even if still distant. He thinks about Georgia, about Springer Mountain, about the person who started this journey 3 months ago. That person feels like a stranger now, nervous, uncertain, unprepared. This person, the one lying in a bunk on top of Mount Greylock, is different, stronger, quieter, more confident, more himself. The trail has done this. The daily walking, the simple living, the constant presence. The trail has stripped away everything unnecessary and revealed who he actually is underneath. And he likes who he's become. Whoever he was before the trail, this version is better, more authentic, more alive. Sleep comes easily, his body tired from the day's miles, ready to rest and recover for tomorrow. Massachusetts continues, then Vermont, then the whites of New Hampshire, then Maine and the 100-mile wilderness, and finally, impossibly Katadine. The journey continues, the end approaches, and John continues forward, one day at a time, one state at a time, one step at a time, walking steadily toward the finish line that's no longer a distant dream, but an approaching reality. The forest breathes around the lodge. The night is cool, autumn beginning to assert itself. The stars shine overhead, the same stars that have accompanied him from Georgia to here. And John sleeps, 3 states from the end, walking steadily toward completion. toward transformation, toward whatever waits beyond Katahdin. The trail continues. The end approaches, and John continues forward, ready for whatever the final states will bring. John leaves Mount Greylock in the cool morning, descending from Massachusetts' highest point back into forest. The trail is muddy from yesterday's rain, but the day is clear and beautiful. Late August in New England, the best hiking weather of the entire journey. The northern Massachusetts miles pass quickly. The terrain is moderate, the trail well maintained, the forest beautiful in its late summer fullness. John's pace is strong, his body adapted completely to the daily walking. 20 miles no longer feels difficult, it's just what he does. Walk 20 miles, set up shelter, eat, sleep, repeat. Around midday on his second day after Greylock, John reaches the Vermont border. A simple sign marks the crossing, Vermont, Massachusetts state line. He stops, drops his pack, takes the photo. 12 states complete. Only 2 remain, Vermont and New Hampshire in this final trio, with Maine waiting beyond. 2 states. The number is almost frightening in its smallness. After walking through 14 states, only 2 remain. The end is suddenly very close, very real. Vermont greets him with immediate climbing. The trail ascends sharply from the border, gaining elevation toward Glastonbury Mountain. John's legs pump steadily. His breathing deepens but stays controlled. After 3 months of daily climbing, his body handles these ascents almost effortlessly. The Vermont forest is different from the states before. The trees feel older somehow, the forest more primal. The Green Mountains live up to their name. Everything is intensely green, lush with the late summer growth. The trail is well maintained, but feels wilder, more remote. John falls into the peaceful rhythm of solo hiking. Hours pass with no other hikers visible ahead or behind. Just him and the forest and the white blazes leading north. His mind is quiet, content, fully present to each moment. Around day 3 in Vermont, John reaches a shelter, Goddard Shelter, and finds Sarah already there, cooking an early dinner. "I've been wondering when you'd show up," she says. "How's Vermont treating you?" "It's beautiful," John says, dropping his pack. "Quiet. I haven't seen another hiker in 2 days." "Same. Everyone's spread out now, racing to the finish in their own way." They cook dinner together, eating while watching the sunset through the trees. The conversation is comfortable, easy, full of the understanding that comes from shared experience. "Are you scared?" Sarah asks. "Of finishing, I mean." John considers. "A little. This has become my life. I don't know what comes after." "Same. I keep thinking about going back to teaching, back to normal life, and it feels impossible. Like I've changed too much to go back to who I was." "Maybe we don't go back," John says. "Maybe we become something new. Use what the trail taught us to build different lives." Sarah nods slowly. "I like that idea." They sit in comfortable silence as darkness falls. The forest grows cool, autumn asserting itself in the evening temperatures. Summer is ending, the seasons turning, the year moving toward its close. And with it, their journeys moving toward completion. The next morning, John continues north alone, Sarah planning a shorter day. The Vermont Trail is consistently beautiful. Streams, mountain views, dense forests. The miles pass steadily. 20 miles one day, 19 the next, 18 after that. Around day 6 in Vermont, John reaches Killington Peak, Vermont's second highest mountain. The trail climbs steeply to the summit, where a gondola brings tourists up from the ski resort below. The juxtaposition is jarring. John in his trail-worn clothes, tourists in clean vacation outfits, all standing on the same summit. He doesn't stay long, just long enough to take in the view and grab a soda from the summit restaurant. The mountains stretch away in all directions, ridge after ridge of the Green Mountains. And to the north, just barely visible through the haze, the taller peaks of New Hampshire's White Mountains. The Whites, the final major challenge, the last hard section before Maine. They're close now, maybe a week away, maybe less. Restless now, eager to make progress, eager to keep moving toward the end. His daily mileage creeps up, 22 miles one day, 23 the next. His body can handle it, craves the motion, wants to keep walking. Around day 9 in Vermont, John reaches the town of Killington for resupply. It's a small ski town, quiet in the off-season, but with good restaurants and outfitters. He resupplies quickly, eats a massive lunch, then pushes back out to the trail. No zeros now, no Neros, just steady forward motion. The Northern Vermont Trail brings more beautiful hiking. Gulf Hagas, a spectacular gorge with waterfalls. The Long Trail intersection where Vermont's Long Trail splits from the AT heading north to the Canadian border while the AT turns east toward New Hampshire. John reaches the Vermont-New Hampshire border on a cool September morning. The sign stands in a forest that's just beginning to show hints of autumn color. A touch of yellow here, a bit of red there. Fall is coming. The seasons are turning. He stands at the border looking at the sign. New Hampshire, Vermont state line. 13 states complete, only one remains before Maine. Only New Hampshire stands between him and the final state, between him and Katahdin. One state. Just one more state. Then Maine. Then the 100-mile wilderness. Then Katahdin. Then the end of this long, transformative journey. The thought fills him with emotions he can barely name. Excitement and sadness and pride and loss all mixed together. He's almost done. He's almost finished walking to Maine. The impossible goal is almost achieved. But it's not achieved yet. New Hampshire waits. The White Mountains wait. The hardest climbing of the entire trail, save for last. The final test before Maine. John takes a deep breath, shoulders his pack, and crosses into New Hampshire. The trail continues. The end approaches. One more state. One more challenge. One more section to walk before reaching Maine. The forest is quiet around him. The morning is cool and clear. The white blazes lead north as they always have, as they always will until they reach Katahdin's summit, and John follows them, one step at a time, walking steadily toward the end, toward completion, toward whatever waits beyond this long journey through the mountains. The trail continues. The end is close. And John continues forward, ready for the final challenges, ready to finish what he started all those months ago in Georgia. One more state, one more push, one more section of trail, and then Maine, and then Katahdin, and then the end. The journey continues. And John continues with it, almost done now, so close to the finish that he can almost taste it, one day at a time, one state at a time, one step at a time, almost there, almost finished, almost home. John enters New Hampshire with a mix of excitement and apprehension. The White Mountains have a legendary reputation among thru hikers. The hardest, most technical, most exposed section of the entire Appalachian Trail. More difficult than the Smokies, more dangerous than anything before. The final major test before Maine. The first day in New Hampshire is deceptively easy. The trail follows moderate terrain through beautiful forest, giving no hint of what's coming. John makes good miles, enjoying the pleasant walking, savouring these last easy miles before the difficulty begins. Around day 2 in New Hampshire, the character changes. The trail begins to steepen. The rocks return, but these aren't Pennsylvania rocks. These are larger, more technical, requiring hands as well as feet. The forest grows more sparse, the trees shorter, indicating higher elevation. And then John reaches his first real White Mountain challenge, the climb up Mount Musilauke. The trail ascends steeply, gaining over 3,000 feet in just a few miles. John climbs steadily, his breathing heavy, his legs burning. This is harder than anything since the Smokies, maybe harder than anything yet. But eventually he reaches the summit, and the view is breathtaking. The mountain rises above tree line, offering 360-degree views of the White Mountains stretching away in all directions. Ridge after ridge of high peaks, rocky and exposed, beautiful and intimidating. This is what he has to walk through, all of those peaks, all of that exposed trail. The next week or two will be the hardest of the entire journey. The descent from Musilauke is even harder than the climb. Steep rock faces requiring careful navigation, places where the trail becomes a scramble down near vertical stone. John takes his time, testing each handhold, placing each foot carefully. A fall here would be serious, possibly trip-ending. By the time he reaches the bottom, his legs are shaking, his hands scraped, his nerves frayed. And this is just the first mountain. There are at least a dozen more ahead, each one challenging in its own way. That evening, John reaches Kinsman Pond Shelter, tucked below tree line, but with views of the peaks ahead. Several other hikers are there, all of them looking tired, all of them talking about the whites. This is brutal, someone says. I thought Pennsylvania was hard, but this is on another level. At least it's beautiful, Sarah says. She arrived an hour before John, having pushed big miles to stay ahead. Pennsylvania rocks were just tedious. This is hard but spectacular. John agrees. The difficulty feels different here. More engaged, more present, more requiring of attention and skill. It's challenging but not tedious, dangerous but beautiful. The kind of hiking that demands everything you have but rewards it with incredible experiences. The next morning, John tackles the Kinsman Ridge, a high exposed traverse across rocky peaks with spectacular views. The trail follows the ridgeline for miles, mostly above tree line, the wind constant and strong. John walks carefully, aware of the exposure, aware that a wrong step could mean a serious fall. But it's also exhilarating. The views are endless. Mountains in every direction, valleys far below, the sky huge overhead. This is what he came for. This is what the trail has been leading toward. The wild, exposed, beautiful challenge of the White Mountains. The days settle into a new rhythm. Wake, climb a mountain, descend a mountain, climb another mountain, reach shelter exhausted, sleep, repeat. The mileage drops to 12 or 14 miles a day. Not because John is slow, but because the terrain is so technical that distance accumulates slowly. Around day 5 in the Whites, John reaches Franconia Ridge, considered one of the most beautiful sections of the entire Appalachian Trail. The trail follows an exposed ridge line above tree line for several miles, offering unobstructed views in all directions. John walks the ridge in perfect weather, clear skies, moderate temperatures, just enough wind to be refreshing. The trail traverses Mount Lafayette and Mount Lincoln, both over 5,000 feet, both spectacular. Other hikers are on the ridge, day hikers and through hikers alike. Everyone moving slowly, everyone stopping frequently to take in the views. This is it, John thinks. This is the experience that defines the trail. Walking above tree line on a perfect September day, surrounded by mountains, feeling strong and capable and alive. This is why people hike. For moments like this. The descent from Franconia Ridge leads to the AMC hut system, a series of backcountry lodges operated by the Appalachian Mountain Club, offering meals and bunk room sleep-in for a price. Through hikers can sometimes work for stay, doing chores in exchange for leftovers from the guests' meals and a spot on the floor. John reaches Green Leaf Hut around dinner time. The crew offers him work for stay, cleaning dishes, sweeping floors, simple tasks. In exchange, he gets a massive dinner of leftovers and a spot in the basement to sleep. It's warm and dry, a luxury after nights in shelters or tents. Other through hikers are there doing the same work. They eat together, trading stories of the White so far, preparing mentally for the challenges ahead. Mount Washington is coming, someone says. Highest peak in the northeast. The weather station there has recorded the highest wind speed ever measured on Earth. But after Washington it gets easier, someone else adds. The northern Whites are still hard but not as extreme. And then it's just Maine. Maine, the final state. John can almost see it now, can almost imagine crossing into Maine, can almost picture the final 100 miles through the wilderness to Katahdin. But first the Whites. First these mountains that have been waiting for him, testing him, showing him what he's capable of. The next day brings the Presidential Range, a series of high peaks named after US presidents, culminating in Mount Washington. John climbs Mount Madison and Mount Adams, both over 5,000 feet, both technical and exposed. The scrambles are challenging, requiring full attention, but his body is strong enough now, his skills developed enough, that he handles them with confidence. And then, around day 8 in the Whites, John reaches Mount Washington. At 6,288 feet, it's the highest peak in the northeastern United States. The trail climbs steeply to the summit, the last mile entirely above tree line, exposed to wind and weather. John reaches the top on a cool, clear afternoon. The summit is developed. A visitor center, a weather observatory, a parking lot where tourists arrive by car or cog railway. The contrast is jarring, but John doesn't care. He's on top of Mount Washington. He climbed here from Georgia, walked over 1,500 miles to reach this summit. He takes his summit photo, buys a celebratory soda from the visitor center, then continues. The trail descends from Washington, dropping back into forest, continuing north toward the remaining peaks. The Whites continue for several more days, the Wildcats with their steep ladder-assisted climbs. The Carters, a long ridge walk above tree line, each mountain challenging in its own way, each one beautiful, each one another step toward Maine. Around day 12 in New Hampshire, the terrain finally begins to moderate. The extreme peaks are behind him. The trail remains challenging but less extreme, more typical of the AT. The whites are ending. John reaches the last major peak in New Hampshire, Mount Success, on a cool September morning. From the summit, he can see north into Maine. The final state, visible now, tangible, real. Just a few more days of New Hampshire and he'll cross into Maine. Just one more state to walk, 100 miles through the wilderness. Then Katahdin, then the end. The thought creates a flutter in his chest. He's so close now, so close to finishing. The journey that started in April is approaching its end in September. 5 months of walking, of living outside, of following white blazes north, almost complete. That evening, John reaches Gentian Pond Shelter, one of the last shelters in New Hampshire. Several other hikers are there, all of them feeling the approach of Maine, all of them excited and nervous about the final push. As darkness falls and conversations quiet, John lies in his sleeping bag thinking about the whites. They were everything he heard they would be. Difficult, technical, exposed, beautiful, challenging. But he did it. He walked through them. His body was strong enough, his skills adequate, his determination sufficient. One more day, maybe two, then Maine, then the 100-mile wilderness, then Katahdin, then the end of this long, transformative journey through the mountains. The forest breathes around the shelter. The night is cold now, autumn fully here, the seasons turning toward a winter. The stars shine brilliant overhead. And John sleeps, almost done with the whites, almost in Maine, almost at the end of this long journey. The trail continues. The finish line approaches. And John continues forward, ready for the final state, ready for Katahdin, ready for whatever comes after. One more state, one more push, then the end. Then completion, then transformation realized. John wakes on his last morning in New Hampshire. The realization brings a strange mix of emotions. Relief that the whites are behind him, excitement that Maine is just ahead, sadness that the journey is almost over. The morning is cold, properly cold. September in the mountains, and frost covers the ground around the shelter. John's breath makes clouds in the air as he packs his gear. Autumn has arrived fully now, the leaves beginning to turn, the air carrying that crisp quality that speaks of summer's end. He starts walking by 7, eager to reach Maine. The trail is moderate today, no extreme peaks, just steady walking through New Hampshire forest. The terrain is beautiful, but John barely notices. His mind is focused ahead, on the state line, on crossing into the final state. Around mid-morning, the forest begins to show signs of the approaching border. More signs, more markers. Trail angels leaving notes of encouragement for hikers approaching Maine. Almost there, one note says, the final state awaits. And then, around noon, John sees it through the trees ahead. The Maine border, a large wooden sign marking the state line. Maine, New Hampshire state line. People have left rocks arranged to spell Maine. Prayer flags flutter in the breeze. Trail registers overflow with entries from hikers celebrating this milestone. John stops 20 feet from the sign, just looking at it. Maine, the final state. 14 states walked, And now the 14th. Maine. The last 100 miles. The final push to Katahdin. Emotions well up, unexpected and powerful. Pride, gratitude, disbelief. He's walked from Georgia to Maine. His body has carried him over 1,500 miles through the mountains. He's actually going to finish. Barring disaster, he's going to reach Katahdin. Other hikers are at the border. Sarah is there, having arrived that morning, waiting for John. Fast Eddie is there. Turbo, still pushing his massive miles. A few other faces that have become familiar over the months. They take a group photo, the main arrivals, all of them grinning despite their exhaustion, despite their worn-out gear and trail-weathered faces. All of them about to enter the final state. John takes his solo photo with the sign, a lean, bearded hiker with strong legs and tired eyes. He looks completely different from the person who started at Springer Mountain 5 months ago. That person was soft, uncertain, carrying too much weight and too many doubts. This person is hardened, confident, stripped down to essentials. How does it feel? Sarah asks. Surreal, John says. I can't believe we're actually here, in Maine, about to finish. 100-mile wilderness ahead, Eddie says. 10 days of no towns, no resupply, just trail, the final stretch. They cross into Maine together, the small group walking as one, everyone feeling the significance of this moment. Maine greets them with immediate climbing. Moody Mountain, the first peak requiring a steep ascent right from the border. But after the Whites, it feels manageable. The Maine forest is different from the states before. Wilder somehow, more remote. The trees are different. More evergreens, the forest darker and denser. The trail is rougher, less maintained, more primitive. This is a wilderness section, the most remote 100 miles of the entire trail. That evening, John reaches Carlo Cole Shelter, the first shelter in Maine. It's a simple structure in deep forest, far from any road or town. The isolation is profound, thrilling. This is the final wilderness push, no escape, no easy way out. Just him and the trail and the final 100 miles to Katahdin. More hikers arrive throughout the evening. The shelter fills with people beginning the 100-mile wilderness, all of them carrying extra food for the 10-day push. All of them excited and nervous about this final section. The conversation is different tonight, quieter, more reflective. Everyone knows this is the end, that in 10 days or less they'll be standing on Katahdin, that this experience that has defined their lives for months is almost over. What's the first thing you'll do after Katahdin? Someone asks. Answers vary, but they're more thoughtful now, less joking. Find a hotel and sleep for 3 days. Call family. Eat real food until it hurts. Start planning the next adventure. What about you, John? John thinks about it. I don't know. I can't picture after yet. There's still 100 miles to walk. That's all I can see. People nod, understanding. The finish is close, but not here yet. There's still trail ahead, still miles to walk, still challenges to face. The 100-mile wilderness isn't a formality. It's real hiking through real wilderness, with stream crossings and mountain climbs, and the constant possibility of difficulty. That night, John lies in his sleeping bag, unable to sleep despite his exhaustion. His mind is too active, too full of thoughts and emotions. He's in Maine. He's in the final state. In 10 days, maybe less, he'll be on top of Katahdin. The journey will be complete. He thinks about the past 5 months. Georgia in spring, everything green and new and full of promise. North Carolina and the Smokies. Testing his resolve. Tennessee's long miles. Virginia's endless green tunnel. Pennsylvania's rocks. The mid-Atlantic rush. The beauty of New England. The challenge of the whites. So many miles, so many mountains, so many days of walking, of carrying everything he needs, of following white blazes north. It's been hard and beautiful and transformative. Exactly what he needed, even though he didn't know he needed it when he started. The trail has changed him, not just his body, though that transformation is obvious, but his mind, his spirit, his sense of who he is. The trail has stripped away everything unnecessary and shown him his essential self. And that self is stronger, quieter, more at peace than the person who lived in Charlotte, who worked at a desk, who dreamed of something different. Sleep finally comes in the deep hours of the night. And when John wakes to his first full day in Maine, he feels ready, ready for the wilderness, ready for the final push, ready to finish what he started. The morning is cold and clear, frost on the ground, his breath visible, but the sun is rising and it will warm as the day progresses. John packs his heavy pack, 10 days of food plus his regular gear, and starts walking north, always north. One more time, one more state, one more 100 miles. The main trail is rough and beautiful, root-covered, rock-strewn, requiring constant attention. But John's skills are sharp now, his body adapted. He navigates the terrain with confidence, making good time despite the difficulty. Around midday, he passes a sign, Katahdin, 100 miles. 100 miles to the finish. The number is small, achievable, real. He's walked over 1,500 miles to reach this sign. Only 100 remain. He stops at the sign, reads it again. 100 miles. 10 days of walking, maybe 9 if he pushes, maybe 11 if he takes it slow, but finite, countable. Almost done. John shoulders his pack and continues north into the wilderness, toward Katahdin, toward the end of this long journey through the mountains. The trail continues, the end approaches, and John walks forward, one step at a time, through the final wilderness, toward the final mountain, toward completion and transformation, and whatever waits beyond. 100 miles to go, just 100 more miles. Then Katahdin, then the end, then the beginning of whatever comes after. The forest closes in around him. The trail leads north. The white blazes continue, as they have for 1,500 miles, leading him always toward Maine, toward Katahdin, toward home. The 100-mile wilderness lives up to its name, remote, rugged, beautiful, and completely isolated from civilization. No roads cross the trail, no towns are nearby, just forest and mountains and streams and the narrow path leading north toward Katahdin. John walks through days that blur together in the best way. Wake in cold morning air, pack gear, walk through wilderness, filter water from pristine streams, climb mountains with no names on the summit, reach shelter at evening, sleep under stars growing brighter as autumn deepens. The routine is familiar, comforting, exactly what these final miles require. The terrain is challenging but not extreme. Lots of roots and rocks, stream crossings requiring careful balance, climbs that are steep but manageable. After the whites Everything feels doable. John's body is at peak condition, his skills sharp, his confidence high. Around day 3 in the wilderness, John crosses the Kennebec River. It's the only major river ford on the AT where the trail maintains a ferry service, a canoe operated by volunteers, shuttling hikers across the wide, fast-flowing river. John waits his turn, then climbs into the canoe, watching the forest slide by as he's paddled across. On the far side, he thanks the volunteer, an older man who's been ferrying hikers for years, and continues north. The trail immediately climbs from the river, ascending through forest that's beginning to show serious fall color. The maples are turning brilliant red and orange, the birches golden yellow. The forest is transforming, preparing for winter. The days grow shorter. The sun sets earlier each evening, rises later each morning. John is hiking in darkness sometimes, using his headlamp for the last miles to shelter, the first miles from camp. Autumn is deepening, the season turning, time running out before winter closes the trail, but he has enough time, just barely, but enough. 10 days through the wilderness, then Katahdin. He'll finish in late September, just as the season allows. Perfect timing, as if the trail has been waiting for him all along. Around day 5 in the wilderness, John reaches the Chairback Mountains, a series of peaks offering spectacular views north toward Katahdin. And there it is, for the first time visible in the distance. A massive mountain, distinct and singular, standing above the surrounding landscape. Katahdin. The end of the trail, the goal he's been walking toward for 5 months and over 1,500 miles. John stops walking, just staring at the distant peak. It's real, it's there. In 5 more days, maybe 6, he'll be standing on top of it. The journey will be complete. The sight fills him with emotions so complex he can't untangle them. Joy and sadness, excitement and loss, pride and grief all mixed together. He wants to reach Katahdin more than anything, but he also never wants this journey to end. Never wants to stop being a through hiker, never wants to leave this life he's built in the wilderness. But the trail is finite, it ends at Katahdin, and he's almost there. That evening, John reaches Long Pond Stream, lean-to. Several other hikers are there, all of them in the final push, all of them having seen Katahdin from the chairbacks. The energy is strange, excited but melancholy. Everyone wants to finish, but nobody wants it to be over. The conversation circles around this paradox, never quite resolving it. 5 more days, Sarah says. She's been hiking near John for the past week, their paces matching through the wilderness. 5 more days and we're done. Done, Eddie echoes. What does that even mean? I don't remember how to not hike. Someone laughs, but it's tinged with sadness. This is all they've known for months. Wake up, walk north, set up camp, sleep. The simplicity has become their entire life. What comes after feels impossible to imagine. The next days pass too quickly. John tries to slow down, to savor each mile, but time moves at its own pace regardless of his desires. The wilderness continues. Beautiful, remote, challenging. He crosses streams, climbs mountains, follows white blazes through forest that grows more brilliant with full color each day. Around day 8 in the wilderness, John reaches Rainbow Ledges, the last major viewpoint before Katahdin. And there it is again, much closer now, dominating the northern horizon, maybe 30 miles away. maybe less, 2 more days of walking and he'll be at the base. Then the climb, then the summit, then the end. That night at Rainbow Stream Lean-To, the atmosphere is subdued. Everyone knows these are the last nights in the woods, the last nights as through hikers actively on their through hike. Tomorrow they'll reach Abel Bridge, the official end of the 100-mile wilderness. The next day, Katahdin Stream campground at the base of the mountain, then the summit day. Are you ready? Sarah asked John as they sit outside the shelter, watching the last light fade from the sky. I don't know, John says honestly. I want to finish, but I'm not ready for this to be over. Same. This has been everything, the best and hardest thing I've ever done. And it's ending. They sit in silence, watching stars appear. The night is cold, properly cold. Winter is coming. The trail season is ending. Everything is ending. But not yet, not quite yet. There's still tomorrow, still the final approach to Katahdin, still the climb ahead. The journey isn't over until you touch the sign on Katahdin summit. Until then, John is still a through hiker, still walking, still following white blazes north. Sleep comes slowly that night. John lies in his sleeping bag, looking at the shelter ceiling, thinking about Katahdin, about the climb, about standing on the summit, about what comes after. The trail has given him so much. Strength, peace, clarity, purpose. It's shown him who he is when everything unnecessary is stripped away. It's proven that he's capable of hard things, of impossible things, of walking from Georgia to Maine. What will he do with that knowledge? Who will he be without the trail to define him? Those are questions for future John. Present John is still in the woods, still 2 days from Katahdin, still a through hiker walking north. The morning comes cold and clear. John packs his gear for one of the last times. His pack is light now, most of his food eaten, only 1 more day's worth remaining. Light enough that he barely feels it. He walks out of the shelter into the cold morning, following the trail north toward Abel Bridge, toward Katahdin Stream campground, toward the base of the final mountain. The end is so close now. 1 more day through the wilderness, 1 more night in the woods, then the summit day, then completion. The forest is brilliant with fall color, red and orange and yellow blazing against the deep green of the evergreens. The air is crisp and clean. The trail leads north through perfect wilderness, through the final miles, toward the mountain that has been waiting all along. John walks steadily, savoring each step, each moment, each final mile through the wilderness. The journey continues. The end approaches, and he walks forward, ready and not ready, excited and sad, walking toward completion and transformation and the end of this long, beautiful journey through the mountains. 1 more day, 1 more night, then Katahdin, then the finish, then whatever comes after. The trail continues, and John continues with it. Almost done now, so close to the end that he can see it, can feel it, can almost touch it. Almost there, almost finished, almost home. Hashtag the long trails, Appalachian Trail. John reaches Abel Bridge on a cool September afternoon. The bridge marks the end of the 100-mile wilderness, the last outpost before Katahdin. A small store sits near the bridge, and John stops to buy a celebratory soda, to sit for a moment before the final push. Other hikers are there, all of them on the verge of finishing. The energy is electric and melancholy at once. Everyone excited, everyone sad. The end is tomorrow. Tomorrow they climb Katahdin. Tomorrow the journey ends. John camps at a bold bridge that night, pitching his tent for one of the last times. The campground is full of through hikers, all of them preparing for their summit day, all of them unable to quite believe they're actually here. Sarah is there. Fast Eddie, Turbo, Songbird, Weatherman, making one of his rare appearances. So many familiar faces, the Trail family coming together for the end. They gather around a fire that evening, the group larger than usual, everyone drawn together by the significance of tomorrow. Stories are shared and memories revisited. Someone mentions Georgia, and it brings laughter and disbelief. Georgia feels like years ago, like a different lifetime. They were different people in Georgia. What did the trail teach you? Someone asks. Answers vary. That hard things are possible, that you're stronger than you think, that simplicity brings peace, that the present moment is all that really exists, that walking is enough, that you don't need much to be happy, that the journey matters more than the destination, even though the destination still matters. When the question reaches John, he thinks for a long time before answering. It taught me who I am, he says finally. Not who I thought I was or who I was supposed to be, but who I actually am when everything else is stripped away. And I like that person more than the one I was before. People nod, understanding. The trail has done this for all of them, shown them their essential selves, proven their capabilities, transformed them in ways they're still discovering. The fire dies down. People drift to their tents. Tomorrow is the big day, and everyone wants to be rested. John lies in his tent, unable to sleep despite his exhaustion. Tomorrow he climbs Katahdin. Tomorrow he finishes. The night passes slowly. John dozes, but never deeply sleeps, his mind too active. And when the first light appears in the eastern sky, he gives up on sleep and emerges from his tent. Other hikers are already stirring. Everyone is awake early, eager to start, eager to climb, eager to finish. John packs his tent for the last time, straps it to his pack, eats a quick breakfast, organizes his gear. By 7, a small group is ready to leave for Katahdin Stream Campground, the trailhead for the summit climb. They walk together, the final approach, the last few miles of trail before the mountain itself. Katahdin looms ahead, massive and imposing. The morning sun catches the bare rock near the summit, making it glow golden. It's a beautiful mountain, worthy of being the end point of this long journey. They reach Katahdin Stream campground around 9. This is it, the base of the mountain, the beginning of the final climb. John drops his pack, taking only essentials, water, snacks, his camera, rain gear, just in case. His pack stays here, he won't need it for the summit. The group starts climbing together around 9:30. Sarah, Eddie, John, and several others. The trail is immediately steep, climbing through forest, gaining elevation quickly. John's legs pump steadily, his breathing deep but controlled. After 1,500 miles, his body knows how to climb. The trail ascends for miles, relentlessly upward. They pass waterfalls, cross streams, climb through changing forest zones, and then around 3,500 feet, the trees begin to thin. The trail breaks out above tree line onto bare rock. The exposure is immediate and intense. The trail climbs up steep rock faces, requiring hands and feet, scrambling up the mountain's flanks. Below, the forest spreads away in brilliant fall colors. Above, the summit beckons. John climbs steadily, carefully. his focus complete. This is technical climbing, challenging, requiring attention. But his skills are sharp, his body strong. He moves with confidence, with capability developed over 1,500 miles of walking. Around noon, the angle begins to ease. The summit is close. John can see the cairn at the top, can see the famous Katahdin sign. Just a few more scrambles, a few more feet of elevation, almost there. And then suddenly, he is there, standing on the summit of Katahdin, the highest peak in Maine, the northern terminus of the Appalachian Trail. The end. The view is spectacular. Mountains and forests and lakes stretching away in all directions. But John barely notices. He's looking at the sign, the wooden sign that marks the end. Katahdin, northern terminus of the Appalachian Trail. He did it. He walked from Georgia to Maine, from Springer Mountain to here, over 1,500 miles, 5 months, 14 states, countless mountains. He actually did it. Emotions overwhelm him. John sits down on the rock, tears streaming down his face, unable to speak. Pride and relief and sadness and joy all mixed together, too much to contain. Other hikers are crying too. Everyone is hugging, taking photos, laughing and crying at once. Sarah hugs him tight. We did it. We actually did it. We did, John says, his voice breaking. They take the obligatory summit photos. John at the sign, Sarah at the sign, the whole group together. Everyone grinning despite their tears, despite their exhaustion, despite the complex emotions of finishing something that has defined their lives for months. John sits on the summit for over an hour, just being present to this moment. This is it. The end of the trail, the completion of the journey. He's a through hiker now in the past tense. He was a through hiker. He walked the Appalachian Trail. It's done. But what now? Who is he without the trail? Without the daily purpose of walking north? Without the identity of through hiker? Those questions are too big for right now. Right now, there's just this. The summit of Katahdin, the end of the trail, the completion of an impossible dream. Eventually, reluctantly, they begin the descent. The mountain is steep going down, requiring careful navigation. John takes his time, not wanting to fall now, not wanting to injure himself after coming so far. They reach the base by evening, retrieve their packs from the campground. John hoists his pack onto his shoulders for the last time. They walk the 3 miles back to Apple Bridge, back to civilization, back to the world beyond the trail. That night, the group camps at Apple Bridge again. Everyone too exhausted to do anything else. They build a fire, share the last of their trail food, sit together in comfortable silence. What are you doing tomorrow? Eddie asks. Answers vary, heading home, finding a hotel for a few days, starting the drive back to normal life. Everyone transitioning from through hiker to former through hiker, from trail life to whatever comes after. John doesn't have an answer. He hasn't thought beyond Katahdin. There's just this moment, this evening, this last night with his trail family. As the fire dies and people drift to their tents, John sits alone for a while, looking north toward Katahdin even though he can't see it in the darkness. He climbed that mountain today. He finished the Appalachian Trail. The journey that started in April ended in September. 5 months of walking, and now it's done. He feels different, not dramatically, but fundamentally. The person sitting here is not the same person who started at Springer Mountain. That person was searching for something he couldn't name. This person has found it, or at least found parts of it: strength, peace, capability, purpose. A sense of self that isn't defined by job or possessions or expectations, but by the simple act of moving through the world under his own power. The trail has given him that, and he'll carry it forward into whatever comes next. Sleep comes finally, deep and dreamless. And when John wakes for his first morning as a former through hiker, the sun is already up, the day well begun. Other hikers are packing up, heading out, beginning their returns to normal life. John packs his gear slowly, savoring each motion. His tent, his sleeping bag, his stove and food bag and water bottles. Everything fits in his pack one last time. He shoulders it, feeling the familiar weight, the familiar balance. He walks to the trail register at Abel Bridge and signs it one final time. John Nobo, Springer to Kataden, April 10th to September 25th, 2,190 miles. Thank you for everything. And then he walks away from the trail toward the road, toward the shuttle that will take him to town, toward whatever life waits beyond this long journey through the mountains. The Appalachian Trail continues behind him, stretching south toward Georgia, waiting for next year's hikers, eternal and patient. But for John, it's complete. He walked it, from end to end, every mile, every mountain, every challenge. He's a through hiker now, not walking anymore, but having walked. The journey complete, the transformation realized. And whatever comes next, he carries the trail with him. The lessons learned, the strength gained, the peace discovered. The journey ends, but the transformation continues. And John walks forward into his life, changed and grateful, forever marked by the 1,500 miles he walked through the mountains, forever carrying the trail within him.